Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decades, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Oh, oh.
Pack your time to go.
Talking crazy on what owns grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here, cause my grandma did march for y'all. So disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. It's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. Lost your mind.
Again in the now, deep in the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grow.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Show in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, trip, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, with a prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud, where y'all from? Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, History is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che, our Asian ally, Michael, and our Mile High certified codified brother, Kukizi. Greetings from the Mile High incoming illegal migrant flooded city. And on this season 6, episode 40, part 1 of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is, of course, those tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now, 2026, and 2100. Then we got why the word foundational has people shook. Democrats plant pushes a generic African narrative Black voters seriously chose a white candidate to represent them in mostly black district. What in the hell? Then the truth behind Gary, Indiana's massive blackout. Black Gary, Indiana residents go over 10 days with no electricity. Then we got an update in the Tupac, Keefe Tupac murder case, or murder trial rather. Tupac murder suspect Keefe D crashes out during court and heated exchange with judge and demands. Diddy snitched on in Tupac murder trial and shocking informant testimony for alleged plot. Ex-gang member recalls rival gang brawl before Tupac shooting. Danny Boy, remember him, gets emotional revisiting the hospital where Tupac died for the first time since his death. 30 years later, officer who found Tupac clinging to life returns to the tragic crime scene. Karmelo Anthony, new Black Panthers, and Willie D take the fight to Collin County. Austin METCALF supporters overlook his troubled past. Karmelo Anthony text messages exposed. Evidence on Austin METCALF during Karmelo Anthony hearing for new trial isn't surprising, and unfortunately they denied our brother a new trial. Bastards. And we are based of Denver, Colorado, Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Blacc first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is on a hiatus right now, and a revamp. It's based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, subscribe button, hit that bell so you'll be notified every time we go live. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Crewman. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, the local city council or local community events in both Denver and Aurora, Black events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been consistently doing for a decade now. Name another politician or would-be politician that's been feeding up people for at least a decade. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to her channel as well. She should be dropping the RBA sometime soon, so make sure you stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure y'all check out our previous episodes. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Shabaka got 50 subscribers, so he should be able to go live now. And then we got Cuzzo, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to Cuz channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother who's joining us right now, Keefe from the Mile High Income in the legal market flooded city, out that Bell side, out that Montbello. Make sure you check out our brother Keefe 5100. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all sub to our brother Keefe 5100. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. That's our brother from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. And he was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, our brother from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. studying to be a lawyer, studying law to be a lawyer, next Johnny Cochran. So salute to him for that. And he actually interviewed me about 3 weeks ago on his platform. So make sure y'all check that out. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's out the DMV area and has been around for a decade plus. And actually put Lisa Cabrera on. Make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. He has several series, such as the We Fight Back series. So make sure y'all check him out. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite, who just is about to do back to school drive tomorrow. So make sure y'all check out our brother Afro. The three big main ones, Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed, our sister Vicky Dillard, our other sister ZZ Rance, our brother Sincere Love to God and his co-host Nicety Girl, and B Zilla out of Portland, and our brother Jay Dizzle out the C-Town, Seattle, Liberated Minded Media, Necker Cat. Make sure y'all check them out. And a slew of other content creators I'll be here naming all night. Water Gang, shout out to the Water God, Tim Black, Lisa Cabrera. I mean, like I said, I could keep going, but I'm not. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. He came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to our brother's channels in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. The link to the submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the FBA threat database is also in the description. And we got the Freeman Reparation Party merch as well. That link is in the description. Shout out to our brother Church for putting that together. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. Then we got Michael, our Asian ally, petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes act now. And she's out of Georgia. And make sure y'all sign that Move On petition that Michael was set up. If Michael could put that link in the chat, that would be great. And we got Sister Brooke out of New York, BK. Her call to action. They got a parade coming up soon. I think it's this weekend. So we got to show up and sow out FBA family. So help her with that. And the link to her Even Melanin is in the description. And the link to her backup channel, Brooks, with an S, is also in the description. Then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act, the Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we lost Kukizi. Hopefully he comes back. Then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe. Lady Chase GoFundMe is in the description. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox who put hands and feet all over that white supremacist Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder, Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. The link is also in the description. And shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate currently on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for House State of Representatives for District 8, historically Black district up until recently. So make sure y'all check out the website that Lady Che has put together. The link is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that's labor, that is law, that's politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And something health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was my Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a Black person attached by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother out of LA, out of LA, who paid for her funeral along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Lady Che. Greetings, Michael. We lost Cool Keezy. Hopefully he comes back. He did say he had to go out and come back in. So greetings. Do y'all have anything to say before we get started on the tangibles?
Yes. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Lady Che. Hi, Kolisi, who was in
Cool
earlier.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope he comes back. Yeah. I was gonna say yes. So this is very very important. Reparations definitely not going away. Anytime soon. And it's a reminder that when Democrats tell American freedmen voters that reparations are fiscally impossible or it's not fiscally reasonable, always always have receipts available with numbers, right? And like what I said in the chat, this is a long question. I'll try to keep it short. To American freedmen voters, they should ask this critical question to Democrats next time. If the federal government can recognize the continuing consequences of historic persecution and create targeted federal remedies for surviving victims, why should targeted material remedies for the descendants of people subjected to U.S. chattel slavery and subsequent government sanctioned discrimination be dismissed in principle?
Right.
And I think it's going to, make the Democrats, nervous, and it's going to force the Democrats, to think very hard, or it's going to make the Democrats freeze when they see that question.
Nervous for damn near a decade now, so
Yeah.
they should be used to it by now. But we're gonna continue to apply that pressure for them tangibles. Demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2600. Or excuse me, all the way till 2100. All the way to 2600, but 2026 to 2100, continue to demand something tangible for your vote at both the local, state, and federal levels. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading. Thank you for sharing that, Michael. And that's a really good question that we should pose to all of them that are seeking our vote. And back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed out of Los Angeles, California, came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery, were going to be demanded from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 7 years. Tangibles. Everything remains the same except 2020 has been changed now to 2026. And then 2027 and then 2028. So the 2026 midterm elections are happening right now. The 2027 Denver and LA elections are going to be happening next year. And the 2028 presidential election, U.S. presidential election, is going to be happening in 2028. And foundational Black American salute, fresh always in the building, are going to be
Hi, Fresh.
Are going to demand that the foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, downtrodden, under-resourced, communities of interest, marginalized, underserved, underrepresented, all of that, right? Marginalized. And we're going to reject that because we're tired of them lumping us in these broad, ambiguous terms that are not benefiting us one bit. It's only hindering our progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like the 2026 for the midterms, 2027 for the Denver and LA, and 2028 for the next presidential election in the US, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits. Specifically for us, we do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians offer tangibles. Specifically, the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing, Black family, for the past 7 years. Spreading that hashtag far and wide on social media. And now it has entered the political lexicon. And they're all talking about tangibles. Tangibles for illegals, tangibles for everybody but foundational Black Americans. And we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. And when we're talking about something tangible, that's something that's real, that's something with substance, that's something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. direct lineage cash payment reparations for past, present, and future atrocities this United States government has continued to put our people through in 2026. An anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end of qualified immunity in all 50 states, land grants, land allotments, specifically to our lineage group, and tax-free exemption for, let's say, the next 250 years. If they're not offering any of that, don't waste your time voting for them. And that goes for the local, state, and federal levels. We're done with the symbolism. We're done with the, you should vote because your ancestors died for you to have the right to vote. No, our ancestors died for us to have liberation and freedom. And they thought at the time that voting was going to be the way toward that. But as we can see, doing the same thing over and over and over again, meaning voting blue no matter who, for 60 plus years. It's just pure insanity. And we're not doing it no more. Our vote is for sale to the highest bidder. And you got to come with some tangibles. So what are your thoughts, Lady Che, on the tangibles? Lady Che, are you there? Barely.
I don't know what to do about that. Just quite yet.
Okay,
but...
that's much better.
Okay. Especially after that lengthy ass boot camp I had today.
Yeah.
I could see that the Democrats they kind of gave up, it feels like. So
Yeah, they done thrown in the towel, huh?
Don't you think? I mean, you were there for most of it. Don't you think?
Yeah, they're grasping for straws at this point.
At this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, that's what I think. I think that if there's nothing tangible in your local elections, then don't vote. Hold your vote. And I say that, not because, you're running or whatever, but at least we have tangibles. I mean, we're asking about tangibles, you know what I mean? I think that these legacy seats, they're just gonna try to grasp onto any straw on the way down, you know what I mean? For leverage.
Yeah.
It's not really working. They're kind of disgusted with their own party, and you can't get right with your own party. You know what I mean? Then what are you doing? And then, it's a lot of. I learned a lot today in the last over that progressive ass boot camp. Thank God I only got one more day. But I learned a lot, and I also learned that I don't seem to go everywhere I go. It's either anti-Black or anti-something with me. That they don't want me to talk or fucking
Mm-hmm.
ask questions or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not programmable. So it kind of showed me a couple of times today, you know.
Right.
So I did
Yeah.
that
So.
one more fucking day, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's interesting. The lady said you went to progressive boot camp. What really motivated you or interested you to attend one?
I'm a spy. No,
Okay.
I'm a spy. I'm a motherfucking villain, Mike. No, I need to learn. Look, I'm a villain, but I need to learn how to. I need to learn how campaigns are run
Mm-hmm.
because I'm trying to just get through this last one with Jesse. But I need to learn how the steps and whatnot because we're about to be in crunch time. Like there's only like 75 days or something like that
Right.
left. I need to learn things I don't really know how to do. So
I
I
see.
needed to learn how to do it. Plus, the lady that runs it, we sit on several boards with like almost all these people, or at least three of
Mm-hmm.
those people that I was in there. Plus, like the last time I tried it, they wanted to charge me. This time I was like, man, I was like, I don't got no resume, guys. Just let me in. They let me in. And the thing is that I got a problem with Nabiscos, but I don't know how to talk to him. I don't know how to talk correctly. Yeah, he like, I get like it's not stage fright. It's just like, oh my god, because I want to express my whole black self, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're talking about code switching and this and that, and just they use a lot of broad and ambiguous terms that I kept correcting, and they didn't like that. So they're like,
Right.
women of color, men of color. I was like, black women, black men. You know what I mean? All black candidates. Why do we have to code switch? Yeah, I haven't
Mm-hmm.
came far enough to where you can be unapologetic. That's not how you're gonna get galvanized votes.
Right.
Messaging, this and that. And I noticed it like when you ask questions in regards to the LGBTQ group. Me personally, I was asking a question. Um, you know, Broad went on some disingenuous shit. She said, "Don't even do it. You're disingenuous with it." I don't know what else. But I was like, "I want to try it. I'm just trying to say, how can I? I'm trying to get every vote.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? There's votes out there. I'm trying to get every vote, right? But she's like,
Right. For the progressives. Right. Right. But
and
interesting. I mean, lady say.
the Brown is practicing anti
Mm-hmm.
heterosexual. First, she called me a heterosexual cisgender female. I said no, I'm a heterosexual uh
Woman.
woman. And then I got spicy and I said heterosexual black woman, if that makes sense. I just keep adding stuff to it. But like cisgender, I said that's some made up shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I commend you for that, lady say, because I could tell. I don't think too many FBAs wanted to even go to the progressive boot camp because they said that they're done with. You know what I mean?
It's interesting, Michael, because they're on some other shit. They're on some
It's
social
progressive
shit.
people of color.
Color.
Right. And no, and it was offered to. I mean, they. I got the flyers. So I signed up because I got to take all the political classes I can do, so I can learn how to properly do it. You know what I mean? Like where the
Right. How to
gallery.
maneuver and outbeat them. Right.
Well, yeah. Plus, it doesn't help. I need to know what everybody's thinking, right? I mean, this only
Right.
helps me in the long run, ultimately, because I'm gonna run in 2027,
Mm-hmm.
but it ultimately helps me. But the thing is, I don't like how it's presented. I don't like the Democratic Party, and I don't like this offset of democratic socialism because they keep bringing that shit up, and I'm like, look, Madani nor that Kuros lady came and talked to the black community. They don't even address the black community when they're making speeches.
Mm-hmm.
But they
So,
took the boot camp.
the DSA or whatever the fuck it's called, I said, they don't even talk to black people like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you're on a fucking agenda.
Mm-hmm. So when you
And
say that you don't like, right? Hold on. When you say you don't like the DSA, what point you don't like the DSA? I'm just curious.
because the way they're pushing the propaganda, Michael, the propaganda is what I don't like. Right? because when Madani and Kiros both won, right? Their little race or whatever so far, right? With especially Madani, he didn't say nothing anywhere about black people. Not thank you for helping us, Black Americans, get this far, or I got something special for you, Black Americans. Nothing like that, right?
Right.
And when Kiros won, she won because they had galvanized behind her, right? But she never came down to the black community. Everybody who's seen this product is black. I mean, where the fucking me and Jesse are outside a lot. I mean, we don't know about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see her in any of our community fucking get downs. You know what I mean? We didn't see her.
Right.
You know, she
She's like
was at the
Ethiopian or something. She's not FBA. That's why it's like Ethiopian.
and they want to argue that part too. They want to argue that part. I was like, no, she's not black. She's like Ethiopian or Eritrean or I don't know. She's like Ethiopian, right?
Yeah.
They're like she's still a woman of color. Well, that's debatable. In our eyes, no. She's a foreign. She's like Ethiopian, which is
They
cool.
don't understand just because you're of color.
They don't understand.
That's your us.
That's the whole point. They don't come to the black community. They want to push this propaganda like everybody's on board, but they're in reality they're just picky and they pick whoever the fuck they want to galvanize behind because they got the numbers and they got the volunteer resources to do so. See what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's what I learned through most of it because we're independent, black independent grassroots type individuals, meaning poor.
Right.
No money. So, I can't get behind a propaganda, which is just like an agenda.
Right. And when you said a propaganda agenda, do you mean the propaganda they're talking about people of color, LGBTQ, and the DSA? If I understand this correctly.
All of that. I've had dealings with them here in Colorado, Michael. The DSA out here is racist as hell. And they don't do nothing to black people. They don't even mention black people's issues.
Right.
Right. I see. I understand.
I've been paying attention to them a lot, like over the last year with the stuff happening with in Minnesota, and some of them individuals are paid galvanized, paid agitators. You see what I'm saying? Some, I'm not saying all, some. And when they do it in the Capitol, when you got white women just hollering and doing the most, you know that that's not real, right? But I don't. Me personally, I'm independent, right?
Right.
But me personally believes this: like, if you're gonna tell me how to galvanize votes in specific communities that I have a problem with, I'm gonna listen. But once you start turning it around and being a dick about it, and saying that I shouldn't even try because I'm not being my authentic self when it comes up, being fake. Well, yeah, because of course it is. Because it's an agenda. Nowadays, right? I came in a time in 1980 when things was gay, lesbian, bisexual. That's what I'm saying. That's it. That's all. It is
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Now it's like complexities and inner whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And then she called me a cisgender woman because I was like, no, I don't know what the fuck that is. I said, no, I'm a heterosexual woman. And then I was like, when she said it again, I said, then I hit her with the black woman shit. Like, what more do you want me to say? But don't call me that because I'm a generation X.
Gen X. Yep.
Yeah, that don't make so sense to me when you say cisgender. I feel like you're calling me bad names.
Right.
You know, like you're on the verge of calling me some racial slurs. That's how it feels. Kind of feels like that to me.
Right.
Especially if they're like on a them and they program. And
Yeah, they use like
cool.
they,
I was there to
them.
learn, dude. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be an asshole. I was just there to learn because district with this House District 8 has a lot of well, look, the last incumbent, she was on that level. The last lady that held that seat, right? She was on that level. The lady that's in that seat right now, currently, is on that level. So you know what I mean. So it's It's not like it's not important. The way they make us, the way they bring it out of you is so ugly. So now it looks like a mask. When I wasn't trying to
Right.
be an ass.
So in
I
other
want to
words,
spray
right,
that thing. You know what I mean?
right.
Get
I know
out
what you
purpose.
mean.
I can't. I don't want
It's
to
kind
pivot
of
out
like
of it. I said it. You know.
right. It's kind of like taunting, right? How like the DSA, how the members of the DSAs, they're very aggressive. They like to yell, shout, use racial slurs. I used to be a member of the DSA. I used to attend a lot of DSA meetings, and I stopped attending one of them in the past couple years because the DSA did not take Black issues very seriously, right? And even I found something on Twitter. One person said because there were several FBAs who commented about DSAs not being specific for foundational Black Americans or not having a Black agenda. And I'm not sure if this person was a member of the DSA or not. Said, look, the DSA also supports reparations. And I pushed back. I said, okay, reparations for whom? Is it for FBAs? Because he said, look, the DSA supports reparations for Black people. And my response was, that's too broad, too ambiguous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to make it so it's kind and polite and pleasant and not so ugly. When I'm in there, you know, there's only one sister in there or two, right? And they're on this I don't know, kumbaya type thing. But I'm not with it. But I'm not. However, I just wanted to ask questions and not in an antagonistic way, but just
Mm-hmm.
because it was part of the boot camp. It was part of you know, the target audience type thing. You know, that it was like the second day into it. So I was if they opened the door for, you know, targeted groups, I was like, how do you approach that? Like
Mm-hmm.
how would a motherfucker like me go approach that situation? You know what I mean? Like they have whole communities here they don't even want us to know about. You know what I mean?
Right, intentional by design. Right, I know it's a lot. Right, because with the DSA, a lot of communities are hidden. Also, there's a lot of gatekeeping, as well. Right, and also I can understand.
And they kept focus on that, Michael. They kept saying we're not gatekeepers. We want everybody to know the knowledge. But in secret, in hindsight,
But they are
oh,
gatekeeping,
there
pretty
was no
much.
gatekeeping. They're
Yep.
gatekeeping, and then
Definitely
disrespect.
gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Like he was there for almost the whole day, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
they were like talking about, you know, the Democratic Party and whoopie whoopie whoop and blah 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 and how it failed and all this extra shit. I was like, well, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking they don't think. First of all, once I asked the first two questions, they stopped. They kept saying, in the interest of time, we're just gonna keep moving forward, and now they let me ask anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Wow.
that was
Because
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
when
Very
the gatekeepers
disrespectful
talking.
from the DSA.
Yeah, especially when the gatekeepers talking like, well, you know, the other two, we sit on boards with them, so I'm kind of used to them shunning
this
my
is a woman
pro-blackness.
that thinks she's a man. I was talking to her.
Yeah.
But I
And
was
most
like, I wasn't
members.
even hating on that, man. I
Yeah.
just wanted to I just wanted to learn. And
Mhm.
instead, it makes you feel like you did something dirty. And I was like, I
Dirty.
didn't do
Right.
nothing wrong.
Right.
I
Right.
apologize.
White woman. Like you couldn't find a so-called person of color to speak to us. You had a whole white woman that thinks she's a man.
Yeah. And by the way, the
And then
DSA, I
one black
learned.
lady. One black
Yeah.
lady, and then remember talking to the other two ladies?
Mm.
Jackson
Yeah,
and the
that,
white lady.
that Wendy chick is a white girl though.
Wendy Chick.
Yeah.
Wendy Howe or whatever. That's just a white girl.
Hey
White
man,
girl. You mean the blonde
I'm
chick,
gonna
right,
say this
Jesse?
once.
She's a white girl. I
I
think she's
wished
a
you were there,
white man.
Michael. I wished you were there. I actually thought
Yeah.
about you today. I was like, oh, he's here.
Yeah. I'll say, like Lady say, I definitely understand, where you're coming from. When you're asking, the right questions and you're being pretty much a protagonist. And I can understand why the DSA felt the question you're asking sounded like antagonistic. I guess because of the DSAs, right? From what I observed and
No,
what
it's
I
the
used to be a
agenda.
This was
The
the
agenda is
working families party. Like,
party. Right.
right.
Mostly
Which
like
is
made up
cool.
white people.
Yeah,
Pretty
and
much.
the lady who houses it is like our Kamala, I guess that's what we call it, right? Our
Yeah.
Kamala. Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Either way, I
okay.
was interested.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that what I don't like about it is that I'm used to the people that I sit on the boards with kind of pushing me off to the side because I don't like this pro-blackness that I'm always targeting. What about black people? What about black people, right? They don't like that shit. So, but when it comes to, I've already had a couple of encounters with the LGBTQIA plus whatever fuck, and I've addressed it several other times in person. You know what I mean? Especially in person. But I've addressed it when I feel disrespected. You know, or they disrespected, like when they disrespected Jesse, or they disrespect us in chambers. I let them all have it, right? And especially I didn't, you know, man, if I knew how many men were actually wearing dresses and shit, it would have been handled, right? But the thing is that I don't like when people unnecessarily target me, like for not allowing me to ask questions. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or
Right.
try to rush around the thing. Because, you know, some of them know how I get down. I'm going to ask black questions all day long. But when I'm finding out that you got to, you know, knock on doors and shit, we have a whole community dedicated to them.
I
You know what we want to talk about.
Keefe, you gotta get connected back, okay?
Right. So in other words, right.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I was going to tell you about tangibles and then I'm done.
okay.
Everybody, listen. Looking at local elections, you got a little bit of time. Start going to city council, or at least getting on the channel that has your city council on it, and watch it and pay attention. They have 5 days a week over here in Denver, and in Aurora where I'm at, they got study sessions and whatnot, right? But start paying attention to what's going on in your local area, because they intentionally will not tell black people any fucking thing if they can get away with it. They won't keep black people in the loop of shit. The only people that know, no, obviously. But I'm telling you, when you get your ballot, you're gonna have to read and cipher through the same bullshit they ask every year, every couple of years. So start going to your local meetings, or listening, or at least watching it on television, whatever you got to do. But get familiar with your local city council, because you're gonna have to vote if you choose to. If you so choose to, you want to vote in your black interest, for something tangible. If you don't know what's going on, that's the best time right now to get informed, because a lot of things are going on the ballot. So I just say that tangibles, and if you like a candidate, reach out to that candidate and dialogue, because ain't none of us gonna be perfect. If you want something, you want a certain thing, or you want to talk about a certain thing, you better reach out. You better reach out soon. You see what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Especially with the reparations pledge, you know, in the email with attached document.
Yeah, let's hear from Keezy.
Keezy, yeah.
Salute, Keezy. What's your thoughts on the tangibles?
Oh, Keezy, you're there?
Oh, he's at work, probably. I guess he'll unmute when he's ready to speak.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Certified salute, Keezy.
Certified salute.
Hi, Keezy, certified.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Keezy. I see you got your mic unmuted, but we can't hear you. You might have to go out and come back in.
That's what I hate, though.
All right, Michael, your closing thoughts on the tangibles.
Yeah, my closing thoughts on tangibles, and just want to add what Lead Say said, right? Yes, tangibles are very important, regardless if the candidates are DSAs or Democrats. And building off what Lady Say said, I found out actually the DSA works within the Democratic Party. DSA members pose as progressive revolutionaries, but they are not. So in other words, Democratic Socialists of America or members of DSAs, they're not really socialists. They're there to make inroads with the Democrats, but not really revolutionize change. Yeah, I hope it makes sense.
Right. They're not really about revolutionary change. It's just aesthetics.
It didn't make sense till today.
Right, because I actually had an argument with one of the DSA members, you know, in the past, you know, talking addressing. Yeah,
Me too. I think I cussed them out, called them racist, all that shit.
yeah.
Dealings with the DSA out here.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I guess because most of the DSA members, most members of DSA are Muzungus. At least 80%
Yeah,
of them.
it's just majority white. Yeah, I peeped that too.
Yeah. And where's the Green Party? I know the Green Party is not perfect.
Racist as hell too.
Yeah, racist as I agree, but the Green Party is a little bit more diverse. I say a little bit, but not totally. A little bit.
The Green Party out here in Colorado, diverse. Not really. It's mainly crackers.
Crackers. Yeah.
Few of us sprinkled in somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I understand why you, Lady Chain, so famous. It's time to create our own independent party. You know, outside of tripartisan. I'm sorry. Outside of the Democrats, Republicans, Greens, and DSA.
Yeah, but then you got what you got? Republicans, Libertarians, and us, Unity. We done set up a whole party called the METCALF Black.
Yeah, or I will call it. How about this? The American Freedmen Party.
Yeah, well, that's what Church and them is working on. But yeah, the Freedmen Reparations Party. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, if I had to be a candidate for office and offer things for American Freedmen, I'll make sure it's explicit for American Freedmen first, and also the volunteers would be vetted very closely.
Right.
That's what they were talking about, and I was like, I can't do it. But me personally,
Mhm.
it seems like I'm being an ass, but I vet things very seriously because this is not a game, man. With reparations and the Black agenda, all that, this is not a game. This is very serious, and it has to be serious.
We can see us still our work and all kinds of shit.
We don't have another generation to lose at this rate. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Lady Che, you said that the one black lady at the DSA, is she FBA? What's her lineage?
Yeah, no, she was
I
on
think she was
the
FBA.
on the progressive team. She was on the actual progressive boot camp. They brought up DSA. There's a couple of members or whatnot there, but it's mostly progressives and stuff. Yeah, she was FBA. The thing about her was that her role was to give us a lecture or give us a lecture about code switching and how it's okay.
So
And
in
I was
other
like,
right.
that's why I have more questions because I don't code switch.
Right. So I think what you're saying is that right. I think what you're trying to say is that in other words, the DSA want FBA to code switch, but for other groups of people like Asian, Hispanics, and white people,
Progressives want you to code switch.
right, code switch, right. Telling FBA to code switch, but it's not, but it's fine. But how do I say this? But
They're telling the candidates who want to run, especially the black ones, that
right,
we have
code
to
switch.
or we are not electable.
Right, and then progressives are telling like Asian, Hispanics, and white candidates or whatever, oh, don't code switch, just be authentic.
Right.
Yeah.
And even the LGBTQIA lady was like saying, you can't, if you got to force the conversation with certain groups, then you're not authentic. And I was like, okay, because, well, I wasn't trying to, but I was just trying to just be informed on how to go about it. They tell me about being authentic because I don't code switch. And it feels weird. I felt like dirty the whole day. Like, I felt like, because I was talking to them, you know what I mean? I felt pretty goddamn dirty the whole day.
Right.
Up today, Lisa was there. It's her whole thing.
And I got a couple answers right.
That's running for mayor. She done ran. This will be her 4th time running, I think.
Oh, who? Lisa?
Yeah.
Wait, Lisa Cabrera running for mayor?
No, Lisa Cotterburn.
Oh, okay.
That's the Kamala Harris. That's the one that Lady Che was referring to earlier.
I see, Lisa.
I got a couple things she was talking about, corrected, all that good shit, and then that was it. You sign up for the boot camp, you gotta get through the boot camp, right?
Yeah.
So, I just need to learn the knowledge of how to do, what's the steps, because we gotta kick it into high gear shortly. and I'm gonna need to know how to fundraise, how to get, which things I don't do. I do not do. I don't know how to fundraise. I don't fundraise, so that's just me. I don't want to touch no motherfucking money.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know
also,
what.
oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry to get a little excited. Yeah. But yeah, but also in addition to tangibles, I also say for for future volunteers, right? I think it's very important for like candidates, if they're going to volunteers, make sure not only to vet the volunteers closely, but making sure the volunteers, sign a pledge, especially prioritizing reparations first, and then other policies or programs second. What I mean, as a way to keep the volunteers in check and as a way to hold them accountable. Oh,
We
you
gotta
okay?
talk
It's
about this. Let's talk about this later. We just want
Yeah.
to get through the show. Let's talk about this later.
Yeah, let's talk about later. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I got questions, Michael. I got questions. So we'll
continue
talk
to
about
manage
this like tomorrow.
tangible
Yeah,
for your
yeah.
vote for the family all the way between now and 2100 at both the local, state, and federal levels. So moving along, we got the word foundational has people shook. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that. Why would just a word foundational have these?
That's what I was talking about yesterday. Right, remember?
Yeah. So Lady Che said people just play dumb. And I agree with her. They are playing dumb. Because if they don't know what the hell foundational.
I think they're doing it to wear him down. You get a little frustrated, but he doesn't have to answer to nobody. Like we already know what he's giving us. The fact that they keep shitting on him and making him go out of his character, that right there gotta stop, man. Because it's gotta stop. Because we know that they're playing, and at this point in time, we've been going so heavy in the paint. Come on now, you motherfuckers know what it is. If you don't want to call yourself that, that's fine. But don't push your fucking propaganda over, and disrespect, because that's what it is. They're disrespecting.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, Lady Che.
What's up, Evan?
Hello. I can't go behind Retro Rose. I'm gonna have to let him have that. I was just telling you once again, I'm out here in Phoenix, and the tethers out here have created trying to recreate the Green Book, but fill it with African shops and fake soul food.
Lord.
Yeah, that's a big thing out here. They're trying to make they really flatten blackness out here to the point where they are just literally recreating their own version of the Green Book so they can sell you some of that nasty rice.
Lord, my goodness. Thank you, beloved. Yeah,
Yes,
when
sir.
I was in Brooklyn not too long ago, what street was I on? What street was I on? There's a Biggie mural on this street. There's on the corner, there's a mural of Biggie Smalls. Where are my Brooklyn people? Because I went to a barbershop over there. And it's right over there where that mural is on the corner of Biggie Smalls. I remember that explicitly, that Biggie mural. What street is that, my Brooklyn people? Is that Dumbo? Is that the Dumbo area? Where are my Brooklyn people? Is that Fulton Street? What street is that? That's Fulton. Okay. That's full. Okay. And I went down the street from there. I was kind of on that same block walking down the street. And okay, Fulton and St. James. Okay, got it. Is that Bed-Stuy? Because I get kind of confused with my areas. The Dumbo, Bed-Stuy. I get a little confused out there in New York because it's so big. And I was walking. I was trying to get something to eat, and I saw a place that said soul food. And I went in there, and it was like buffet style. And I saw the people behind the counter. They had cake soap and crooked wigs. The women had some cake soap on and some crooked wigs. I said, uh-oh. And the soul food wasn't souling at all. I don't know what the hell this shit was. This was not our soul food. Nigga. They had like black-eyed bush meat. It was some real weird combinations they had. It was like supposed to be some baked chicken, but the chicken had The chicken had a tail. I'm like, what kind of chicken is this? None of that shit matched what the description was. None of it matched what the description was. It was a weird texture. The barbecue was a weird texture. The greens looked plastic. I said, okay, I'm not eating. It didn't even smell right. I'm like, no. Yeah, it was some Caribbeans basically trying to do their version of a soul food, and that shit wasn't it at all. Yeah, that wasn't it at all. So yeah, they like to cosplay our stuff, and that's why they need us to be generic Africans. That's why they need us to be generic Africans, so that they can capitalize off the stuff that we got going on in family. See, that's why when we delineate the power of the word foundational, see, that foundational word got everybody in a chokehold. Boy, that it's the foundational word. That's the one that's doing all the heavy lifting. That's the one that got them in a chokehold. See, when you use foundational, you say foundational Black Americans. See, foundational, that's not a description that everybody can just latch on to. When you say foundational, that means a continuous American ethnic lineage tied directly to the formation and the development of the United States. You see? See, a lot of different people, African American, anybody, Obama's a damn African American. See, all these other groups can come on and latch on to these names. They can latch on to Black American. You can latch on to minority. You can latch on to African American. But see, foundational, that describes continuity, not just your skin complexion. Because like that tether who called earlier, see, when you're Black, what is your skin tone? What color are you? What does your skin look like? What is your hair texture? No. Being foundational it goes beyond just hair texture and skin tone. No. We're talking about a status. See, foundational means your status. It goes beyond just your skin tone. You see, foundational, that's stronger than a generic racial label because it requires a historic element. Anybody can call themselves Black. Anybody can immigrate here. Anybody can become an American citizen. A lot of people can identify racially as Black, but you cannot immigrate into being foundational. See, that word comes with the historical prerequisite. Your lineage has to run through the creation and the development of this country. That's what makes all of these ops real uncomfortable. That closes that loophole that allows people with racial similarities to be substituted for the ethnic group. See, Black and African American is very broad. Foundational Black American, extremely specific. Ain't nobody dumb. They know what it is. Yeah, Mendani, the mayor of damn New York, wrote down he was damn African American. He's a damn Punjabi Indian. And he wrote down he was African American for some type of college admitting. Hell, Elon Musk is African American. You see, that's why people constantly try to change foundational into an indigenous debate. You see, because the minute you say foundational Black Americans are foundational to the United States, you know what? You see what they normally do? So you saying you indigenous and you Native American? Your hair is not Indian. They start talking about no. Are you saying you don't come from Africa? Are you saying you indigenous? See, none of those questions refute the argument. Those are straw man detours, all right? Because the original proposition is much harder for them to challenge. See, regardless of the different ancestral ingredients that eventually produced foundational Black Americans, this particular ethnic population was present during the construction of the United States and developed continuously inside of it. You understand? So foundational and indigenous, those are two different arguments. That's why people always try to collapse the two. It's two different arguments. That's why they can't really deal with that foundational word is really whooping that ass. They'll try to veer into that indigenous thing. Now that's a separate argument altogether. You understand? And the thing is, me, because there's some people who I ain't got no African ancestors. No, we all got African genetics. I got African genetics. Everybody got African genetics. Shit. Not even denying that. Yeah, there were some people who came from Africa. There was a very small percentage of people who came from Africa mixed in with the Aboriginal people. I'm not saying they didn't, but that's still, we're still foundational Black Americans. We had an ethnogenesis. We still had an ethnogenesis, just like other people in Polynesia and all these places, New Guinea, they came from Africa at one point, landed on certain continents and islands, and they had ethnogenesis. We did the same thing. We didn't just remain some damn generic damn Africans. We had an ethnogenesis. We became our own distinct foundational Black American ethnic population. You understand? And when you say foundational, that prevents people from retroactively attaching themselves to our history. See, this is where the terminology becomes very politically powerful. See, if everything is reduced to just simply Black people, well, somebody whose family just got here yesterday, they can rhetorically position themselves inside events that happened 150 years ago or 200 years ago. Because I see people who just got here. Yes, we built Black Wall Street. Huh? We fought in the civil rights movement. What? You just got, what civil rights you fight in? No, I don't let people get away with that, because during the civil rights movement, the only people who were being martyred were foundational Black Americans. There were no Caribbean martyrs. There were no African martyrs. We were getting gunned down and having to fight for justice. We were. Yeah, Black girls in churches getting unalived. These were FBAs. This was happening to FBAs. You understand? So they were sacrificing. Our people were being sacrificed. Our lineage was being sacrificed. So I don't like people hopping in front of the line like, oh, yes, look at what happened to us. So I need compensation. You see? We are the culture here, ladies and gentlemen. And when we say foundational, that identifies contribution, not just suffering. See, this is important. See, foundational Black American identity, it's not reduced just to slavery. Foundational means the people whose labor, agriculture, craftsmanship, military service, culture, inventions, political struggle, music, language, food ways, religious traditions, civil rights, activism, economic production, all became woven into the infrastructure of America itself. That's a much larger argument than just our ancestors were oppressed, because the tethers love to come over here and do the oppression trauma bonding thing, because that's the only thing they see we got in common. If the police pull me over, nigga, he's not going to ask if he's FBA or Nigerian. But our identity and history goes deeper than just an interaction with the damn police. You see? Because they know we ain't got nothing else in common like that. They don't have their version of a Luther Vandross or a Prince or a Michael Jackson. They don't have their version of a Michael Jordan or LeBron James. They don't have their version of a Lewis Latimer or of a Granville T. Woods. They don't have their version of a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing or a Rosa Parks. They don't have that. I'm not trying to be mean. We're going to talk history. So the only thing they feel they got in common is oppression. Well, I get judged by the white man the same way you get judged by the white man. If immigration is going to get me, you're going to be next. It's always some shit that's going to happen to us. Everything is something bad. You know, they want us to join in with them when something fucked up is happening. You are next. ICE is going to get us, but you are next.
Okay, welcome back.
No, we ain't. And that's the problem. That's what they don't like. The fact that we ain't next. The fact that we ain't, because now they're getting targeted because they sat up here playing this game with themselves, talking about how the white people love them, yeah, how they are special and they wet hide, and all the white people respect them, yeah, and they are not lazy, and they are not akatas, and they get up and they have 7 jobs. Yeah, and they go out of their way to have dignity And we don't. We're just a bunch of lazy baby mamas. And all we do is have babies, and we're gangbangers. And the white people like them, and we can learn from them and learn how to be thorough. They told us, and they got a country to go back to if things get hot. That's like the caller who called up early. They love doing that. Listen, nigga, I have a country to go home to if you have nowhere to go. Well, this is our homeland, and we ain't running nowhere. And the thing is, y'all talk all that stuff about how much the white people love you and all that. But when it's time for you to go home, when they put that ankle monitor on your ass, boy, you don't seem like you're ready to go home, do you? When they put that ankle monitor on you, you standing at the border crying bloody, you crying your eyes out. Sitting there in your church shoes and that beeping. Oh, where? Hold on. What is this shit? Wait a minute. Hold on. Don't send me. Don't send me. Where? Why did you send me back? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to go back to America with the Akata. Get me back. I don't want to be here. I won't give me the inner tube. I'll blow it up myself. I don't want to be here, nigga. I don't want more bush meat, please. So yeah. So yeah, you crying bloody murder when you get sent back with that ankle monitor. All right. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Oh, man. Shout out to everybody in here. Y'all tap the hearts. We got 230,000 hearts, family. Let's get 300,000 hearts. Can y'all tap the screen and we get 300,000 hearts? That'll be phenomenal. I need everybody to tap that screen and let's get 300,000 hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Tap that screen. All right. I love TikTok Shop. Don't y'all love TikTok Shop? I love TikTok Shop. All right. Let me see who we got. Let's get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all for the cards and the gifts. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Let me see who we got. Let's get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Miss Moochie. What's up, Miss Moochie? Let me get some. I'm just getting random people. I'm seeing new faces in here. Miss Moochie, what's up, Moochie?
Hi. Hey.
How you doing, dear?
I'm good. How you doing?
I am good. Well, where you from, Miss Moochie?
I'm from Plainfield, New Jersey.
Shout out to New Jersey. So what's on your mind, dear?
Well, I was just gonna talk about one. There was two things I wanted to mention.
Okay.
Like one was when you were talking about, I am right now. I'm not working. I'm like working self-employed.
Okay.
I was looking for a home health, another home health agency to go to because I'm a home health aide.
Okay.
And next thing you know, this African people, they pop up out of nowhere and they contacted my mother. And my mother told me, and I had no idea these people. I had no idea this agency even existed. And I called them. Her name was Princess.
Oh, wow.
And all this stuff, and it was just very interesting. I mean, I never even got there yet, but it's like I just have my head on watching, like, okay, be aware.
Okay.
Because I don't know what I'm getting myself into. And if anything else, I was just gonna mention oh my gosh, I forgot half what I was gonna say.
Oh,
Anything
right. Thank you, dear, because I'm a little confused, to be honest. Shout out to Moochie. I'm kind of confused, but shout out to her. I'm a little confused, but it's okay. Oh, I kind of get where she's coming from, but I don't know. I'm a little confused. Shout out to Miss Moochie. Respect to you, beloved. Respect to you. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Raise your hands. Let me get your hands in here. Y'all raise your hands. Raise your hands. Let me get y'all in here. All right. Let's get Rebe, whatever your name, Riri. Let's get Riri. Riri, make a formal request because your account is kind of janky and I can't bring you up that way. So Miss Riri, if y'all want to get in, if you raise your hand, also make a formal request to get up so I can bring you up much faster. That'll be great. Let's try Honey Simone. Honey Simone.
Hi, Mr. Nasheed. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Honey Simone. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself. How are you?
I'm phenomenal. Honey Simone, what city are you in?
I am in Los Angeles, like you, sir. I haven't made it to your museum, but I definitely plan on doing it this weekend. Huge fan. A whole family's fan of you. I came up here because I wanted to ask if I can get your active email. I did email you. I'm reaching out to you. I know you have nothing to do with you're not a firm or anything like that. But I was just wondering who is out here fighting for Black Americans, especially in this workforce. You know, I tried to contact the Cochran firm. I couldn't get no help. I'm in a legal battle with a public entity, and I could really use some help because it's a civil rights violation. My civil rights have been violated. It has cost me a lot of pain, and I just wanted to know if you could help me, sir.
Well, yeah, send me an email. Send me my email is info@tariq.la. Send me an email and let me know what's going on. And we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up. Ree, what's up, Ree?
Hi, Tariq.
How you doing, Ree?
I'm good. Oh my God, I'm so excited to be talking to you.
Yes, indeed. How you doing? What you over there doing? Stirring some some potato salad? What you over there stirring?
No, that's Yancey, I think. Yancey.
Oh, okay. I'm like, somebody's over there stirring something. What's on your mind, dear?
No, I actually requested that because that African had said that jambalaya was African. And my dad's Creole, and I've been going to Louisiana my entire life on the bayou, Cane River, to visit my great-grandmother right off the bayou. And never in the history of all my visits there has she ever mentioned Africa or Haiti.
Yeah.
We have our entire family cemetery there. I visit my great-grandmother there. She used to take us to visit the plantations. We used to sleep right in her little shack in the living room with all my cousins.
Oh, yeah.
And they never, ever, she never ever said anything about Africa or Haiti or anything when she was making our jambalaya or making our gumbo.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is why FBA works, right? Because when we hear when they say things like this, we know it's not true because of our experiences.
Right. And yeah, and thank you for the call. The food just don't taste the damn same. Shit, that's the proof right there. It don't taste the same. They always say gumbo comes from a goosey nigga. No, it don't taste the same. I'm sorry. Yeah, we prepare things a completely different way, and that's okay. You got your shit, we got ours. But yeah, we're not gonna sit here and act like it's the same shit. It ain't. Yeah. Damn. You use okra. We use okra in like a few dishes. We don't really use a lot of okra. We might use it in gumbo. We might have fried okra here and there, but we don't really use a lot of okra in our dishes. Yeah. Damn. Boy, these people. Yancey, what's up, Yancey?
Yo, what's up, Flex?
How are you, Yance?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
Yo, I just wanted to point out, like, when that last tether come in with like the tether mindset, when you break it down, it's really sick. Yeah. Like they come with that fake unity talk, trying to make us Pan-African. And when you start breaking them down and show the flaws in the argument, they get frustrated and then they just start disparaging FBA as a lineage.
Right.
And I'll say this one thing and then I'll land my plane. You know, it reminds me of the end of The Color Purple. You know, like when Miss Seeley told Mister that she was leaving and he got frustrated because he don't have a reason for her to stay. So what did he do? He just started throwing a bunch of insults. You know, you're ugly, you're black, ain't nobody gonna want you. It's like how the tethers talk about us. Y'all are slaves, y'all have no culture. So it's just a manipulation tactic. And they think they can, if they name call and bully us like we're a rival tribe, we all just submit to them. So that's just what I wanted to point out.
Facts. Big fact. Yeah. Because listen, the fact that any of them have an issue with us identifying as foundational Black Americans, that's already hostile. And then what they'll try to do, they'll try to pretend that we're different. I'm not talking about Black Americans. I'm just talking about FBA. So they try that little feeble attempt of breaking us up into little subgroups, which we're not. When we say foundational Black American, we're talking about 50 million Black Americans who who have lineages that are non-immigrant. That's all we're talking about. There ain't no separation. And if you let them keep talking because you keep poking holes in their argument, then the truth will come on out. Well, you're just a bunch of Akadas and slaves and baby mamas and on crack. And then they start talking that bullshit. Yeah. And you will never measure up to the white man. That's what I kind of like that, because when you get the tethers frustrated, they just start telling the truth. They just start letting you know how they really feel. Them little peppercorn edges and them temples get to throbbing, and then they just start really letting you know how they feel. They just get tired of lying and just let it all hang out. Good. Let us know how you really feel, Dudu Tunde. All right. That's what delineation is about right there. That makes people want to delineate even more. All right. Man. Let me see. Let me see. All right, let's get Brother Abraham. Let's get Abraham X in here. Abraham. All right, Abraham X in the building. And then we get Bo. Right, Abraham.
What's going on? What's going on?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good. I'm a big fan of yours. You know what I mean? But I have a couple of questions. You know, how do you feel about Haiti? And because I know you produce one of those movies. And,
1804, right? 1804.
Yeah. So how you feel about Haiti right now?
Hey, I wish them the best. I would like for them to get it together over there. I'd like for them to just everybody get on code and get it stabilized over there so they can build it up. So yeah, I wish them the best. But what I don't, but when cats come over here and start talking about, yeah, you done fled from your homeland and didn't build it up, and then you got the nerve to come over here and start talking about dirty Black Americans, we got a problem.
I mean, I disagree with that's just I heard about that, but I disagree about them. But I said Haitians, you know, we not the ones start trouble. Even we never was. Only thing we do is got independence and liberate countries around the world. It's our history, but we're not known for attacking other, Black. You know what I mean? You understand?
So you're Haitian. So you're Haitian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. How long your family been over here from Haiti?
My dad been since the 50s.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Again, I speak for myself. I don't have a problem with Haiti. Again, the history of Haiti with Dessalines, I love what Dessalines did. That was one of my idols. The way he got down, the way he put belt to ass, I can't do nothing but respect that. So I want people to get back into that spirit. But what we can't have people come over here from places like Haiti and then feel like they have the nerve to talk shit when they get here and then try to rewrite history and try to tell us that, well, everybody in New Orleans is really Haitian. And this time y'all didn't get y'all freedom because we help y'all get there.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about a little bit more about that. The Louisiana Purchase, right? When we defeat the French, Napoleon sell that land to the United States, make the United States more bigger. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that happened, but that didn't. Haiti, what they're trying to make it seem like Haiti put the money up or something like that. No, there was a secondary consequence. Listen, I know the history very well. There was a secondary consequence because of the war. Napoleon's money was funny, so he sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States. That made the U.S. bigger. Here's what y'all keep leaving out. That didn't help us. What happened? It expanded slavery even more. That extended and expanded slavery. So that really wasn't a come up for us. All right. So we got to put all of that in the right context.
So all right, I agree, but we didn't know it's going to extending slavery at the time.
Well, they didn't know he was going to sell it They didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
They didn't know that. So that wasn't anything that they actually directly controlled. That was just a consequence of the war. So that was a secondary action that the Haitian people didn't really orchestrate themselves. You understand? That was just a consequence of another action. So they try to act like they coordinated it and made the deal themselves, and that's where it becomes a little disingenuous. But go ahead.
The other question I want to ask you: how you feel about Will Smith playing the Civil War hero and speaking Creole at that movie? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that movie. I forgot the name of it. And from what I understand, the guy wasn't really Haitian, but they made him Haitian for that movie because they wanted to kind of give him an accent or some shit. But yeah, that guy, because I've been down there to that plantation. I filmed down there where the 1811 rebellion happened. So some people are saying that there's no evidence that the guy was actually Haitian. Just like with Dusable, who they say discovered
who's from Chicago, yeah.
There's no document saying that man is Haitian or he's from Saint Domingue. They just kind of assume because he was a black person.
He's Haitian. Yeah, I can confirm that.
There's no, you can't, because there are no documents. There is no documents of him going back to Saint Domingue. None.
I'm gonna send it. Do you have an email? I'll send it to you. You know.
Yes. Send me a document of him being from Haiti, because some people saying that he was, France controlled a lot of the Midwest, St. Louis and all that, Louisville, Kentucky, Detroit, all of that stuff. Detroit is a French word. So they controlled a lot of that area. So a lot of black people who spoke French, there's some people who historically would try to just make them Haitian. And a lot of Haitians do that. Anything French, they'll try to make it synonymous with Haiti. And that's not necessarily the case. But anyway, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. All right. Yeah, that's another Jedi mind trick. Anything that's French, the Haitians will try to take credit for it. They'll try to make France and Haiti interchangeable, and that's not the case. With no disrespect, we got to be historically accurate.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you got to split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I got to get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax, because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomus's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
There's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
All right, what's your thoughts on that? On foundational checking these people up?
Yeah, interesting because a lot of non-FBAs are opening up, black-owned restaurants, right? And I can see why some FBAs say, "Oh, it looks like that." Then we go inside, it's not real FBA dishes, right? Even the food has been temporized by non-FBAs. The way how the food is seasoned, how it's made. So I understand why other groups of people are doing it, because they realize that they're losing a lot of FBA customers, especially with the wealth transfers. Transfers being diverted from non-FBA owned businesses to FBA owned businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And even when Tariq Nasheed was imitating the African's accent, when the African said, you're going to be less than a white, man," and the FBI brothers like, "We don't care."
It's DSB, damn, DSB been going through it. I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that, DSB. Well, my prayers with you, DSB.
Yes, definitely thoughts and prayers with you, DSB. Jesus.
Yeah.
Damn, DSB. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So we'll pray for you, DSB. Our thoughts and prayers with you anytime. But even I know it's like the non-FBAs, right? The reason they're saying like white people are saying, "Oh, you're going to be less. Oh, be careful about white people," but FBAs know about white people. FBAs already know about white people. It's not like FBAs have never had interactions with white people before. I think because the non-FBAs, they're trying to, gain white people's trust. When most white people really don't want to work with immigrants. I'm sorry, work with non-FBAs.
Right.
And right, and because white people, right, because most Mzungus just need non-FBAs as tools, like a
Mhm.
press dummy. You know what I mean? Like football.
Yep.
Like once you get injured, once the players get it, like analogy, once players get injured on the field and they're no longer they can no longer produce because of injuries, then they're pretty much like released
Yep.
or gutted from the team. So it's same thing like for non-FB. So I tie this to really paint a picture for like non-FBAs. Don't always think that Mzungus are there to be your friends. And I land my plane.
Okay, DSB. Damn. All right, thank you, Michael. Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
Okay, first, can you hear me? I got the mic to work.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
I got a little girl. I got a late voice, cuz. Jesus. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just don't want to turn it all the way. Hold on, let's see. How about now? Can you hear me now? Jesus Christ.
It's echoing. But yeah.
Of course it's echoing. I'm all up on it. And the speaker. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we can hear it, right? All right.
Yes.
First, DSP, reach out, cause I put the number in there. Reach out. You always get me on the phone. The thing is that I've been talking about that particular thing for a long time. We don't have no outlets. We can't talk to nobody. Just in a world, especially Black people, we're in our own separate little world. Each of us. We have no outlet, nobody to talk to, nobody can relate. Everybody's on some old dramatic shit, or they're not sincere, they don't want to listen, you know what I mean? And no one can talk about the situations like what you went through. I mean, I can relate because I went since 2018 till now, knowing that I was out walking around on a fucking broke ass hip until last week, and then they want to put, oh, now we know this. Nah, bitch, I've been saying it, you know what I mean?
Right.
So, I could relate because they don't want to talk like everything. They want to act like everything's all good until something fucking isn't all good. And then they want to act like, well, you could have came in earlier. It's always something. There's no reprieve for Black people. There's no reprieve. They're saying no good deed goes unpunished. They always lie. They act like we don't feel no pain. They act like our illnesses, our problems are inconsequential to theirs. And I don't think that, I think that if something's bothering you, man, fuck being code switching and fucking PC and politically correct. Live unapologetically Black, man. What the fuck else can we do? We gotta try it at least once, Nothing more can happen to us. It's already.
Yeah, that's understandable, DSB. Finish your thought, like I was just responding to DSB.
Yeah. I said that too. I'm always talking about how we don't have no outlet, and when we do, we utilize that outlet, even if it's just for a fucking conversation. Because at some point, we all need somebody to talk to. If we can't talk to anybody else, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. And that, all we can do is say, we don't want to see you do anything drastic, so
Right.
chop it up. Because we need
you on this side of the barbed wire fence.
We need you on this side. So think about that. I also wanted to say too, I'm going to do the RPA after this. I was going to tell you that. What do I think about what Tarika's talking about?
Yeah.
I forgot what the topic was.
Tarika, she was talking about how like several non-FBAs are using or
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Foundational is giving everybody the business, right? I was telling Jesse that earlier, last night. I was showing him some disgruntled Pan Africanist, right? Who Tarika already had addressed.
Yeah, I got clown. Jack
Yeah,
Clown.
and
Yeah.
apparently he was gonna debate Talk a Bay or some shit. I don't know.
That link
I
you
didn't find out.
posted, like it was blocked.
But Cuz
Oh,
was
I
like
can read it to you later.
Okay.
Cuz was like basically disrespecting, and all of
Yeah.
it is just the word foundational. Got everybody's panties all up in an uproar, right?
Yeah.
Just one word, right? Got them telling us that we're from Africa, we don't know who we are, all this extra shit that we already know that's not true. And that it's like one word. Look, if you don't agree with it, just keep it pushing. Why you gotta? These are unsolicited conversations that happen on Twitter and TikTok and all that shit. Ain't nobody asked anybody what the fuck they think about us delineating. They delineated. And speaking of, I think it was Breeze or somebody was showing I was gonna show the clip where they're like, I'm Brazilian. I'm not black. I'm Brazilian.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
was
black.
Breeze. Shout out to our brother Breeze on Mega.
I had seen that earlier in the day, and I showed you. Remember? I was like, look at this shit. I don't want to hear nothing else about no delineation, because everybody's saying it with full chest, puffed out, that they ain't black. They're such and such.
Now all of a sudden they black when deportations happen.
Or not. Actually, they were standing on not being black. That little clip that I'm briefly showing.
Well, we're gonna continue to stand on delineation.
Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about delineation. You should just say it, because everybody else can say they're not black, they're Dominican, Brazilian, fucking Honduran, Venezuelan, Mexican, fucking European, Asian. Okay, fine, cool. I don't want to hear shit about delineation then. Don't ask no questions. Keep it pushing. Hold your own motherfucking nuts, like we've been told you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for 7 years we've been telling them that.
Yeah, and I think it's only the last thing I'm gonna say is they're fucking with everybody just to wear them down emotionally, mentally, and this is cancel culture. So we could always take
Okay, DSB, we love you too, brother.
Yeah,
DSP, we support you anytime.
yeah, love you guys. Just call whenever you can. Text if nobody answers the phone, so we know it's you. I do some screening on my shit. Sorry, get some rest. Try to get some rest. Don't do nothing drastic. All right. So yeah.
The Mississippi number,
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna go back on mute right now. So.
Okay, so moving along, we got a DN. Thank you for that, Lady Che. Moving along, we got a DNC plant that called into Tariq and got exposed. So, it's election season. These Democrats is running scared. They're sending their ops to our platforms and our spaces. So Tariq gonna expose this clown. Okay, DSB.
All right. Let me see. Who's that? Moon. All right, Mr. Moon. Hop on, Mr. Moon. All right, Mr. Moon is talking kind of funny style in the chat. Mr. Moon, hop on in, sir. All right.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, Mr. Moon? You're very hostile to the people in the chat. Now, Mr. Moon, what part of the Caribbean are you from, Mr. Moon?
Oh, I'm not from the Caribbean.
Where's your family from?
From Mississippi.
Really?
Yep, deep Mississippi.
Oh, okay. So what issue do you have with people in the room?
When the conversation is about lineage, it gets a little off to me.
How
because it turns into I'm Aboriginal, I'm Native, whatever else have you. Even if that's the case,
you didn't hear that on here. Where did you hear that on here?
But this isn't the first time I've been in your live. It's normally like that.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is. When you're describing your lineage, who you're trying to delineate from?
Dude, anybody who's not of our lineage, people who
and your lineage traces back to just the Americas.
Well, hell, our lineage goes back millions of damn years, but our direct lineage on paper as a distinct ethnic group goes back to the beginning of this country, right?
Until the late early 1800s, really
slow down.
1600s.
You're breaking up, sir. What now?
Sorry, 1 second.
Go ahead. All right, let's get this together. Yeah, I don't be talking about I'm Indian and all that stuff. You don't hear me saying all that.
Sorry.
But go ahead.
Had to connect to the Wi-Fi. My bad.
Got it. So now, how do you identify? Well, let me ask you that. What's your lineage? How do you identify?
Well, the question, if anyone asks, I'm just gonna say black. It won't be be much deeper than that.
Just black. But yeah, I mean, so you like Barack Obama black?
No.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I mean is I don't have Caribbean parents. I don't have a distant cousin, grandma, none of that. Everyone's black. They're from here. So, but that's when I ask the question, because normally people, like I said, it gets real FBA, and we try to go back as far as we can to say we didn't come over here on boats, and that's where the
I didn't say that. No, y'all, no. See, y'all get into all these semantics about shit that I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You don't believe that?
Yeah, some of us did come over on boats. And there were some already here.
Do you believe that the large majority of Black Americans came over on boats?
I don't know what percentage. I know a very small percentage of people did come on boats, though. Only less than 300,000 people came to North America on boats.
So of the population of Black people that exist here, what percentage of those people do you think have lineage that came over on boats?
We don't know, and it's inconsequential. We don't know because there were a lot of Aboriginal tribes that were Black. There were some that were red. There were some that were Siberian. There were some that were Melanesian. So there were different tribal groups all littered throughout the Americas.
So that's kind of what I said at the beginning, though, is that we turn into saying that we never came on boats. There's no African lineage.
But I didn't say, but did you? Okay, so now, see, you're doing selective hearing. I just told you some of us did come on boats. So
yeah, but you've reduced it to some. And my argument here is that the majority of Black Americans here have direct blood from people that came over on boats.
Hold on. I didn't reduce anything. I told you a factual number. This is a documented number. According to every expert, sir, less than 300,000 people came over here on boats from Africa. This is not me. This is just some of the official numbers. That's a very small percentage.
Over the course of the entirety of the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah. That's what they said, 300,000, less than 300,000 people. Over the whole, all those centuries.
How many of those, or how many slaves were in the Americas?
Dude, it was millions.
Right. So that's what I'm asking is
okay, but here's the thing. What's a guaranteed fact? At the beginning of this country, when the United States was created, who was the foundational population? That's a question for you.
Who was the population that was here?
Who was the foundational population building the United States?
That word foundational is blowing me off because there are people that were native to the land, but what do you mean by foundational?
Okay. The United States was built by somebody. Somebody had to be the foundational population of the United States. Who was that?
Why are we adding foundational? There were native people here. There were people here.
No, foundational is a term. It's a term that's already there. Foundational means any society, just like the term founding fathers. Okay, that's something that's there.
So when you say foundational, I could take that to mean like where the boats landed. So that could be anywhere from Louisiana to the North Carolinas up to Virginia. But if you go out anywhere west, there are other groups of people. The United States is a big place. That's why I'm asking. What do you mean by foundational? Because the United States was filled with multiple.
You're circumventing the question.
That's not circumventing at all. I've asked you to be specific.
Okay, multiple people. Who built the United States? Multiple people didn't build the United States. Who built the United States? It was a very specific group of people. And the census forms were very, very specific. It was only 3 races on the census form in early America.
Yeah, so only Black 3 slaves. To the people saying I'm not Black American, would you bet your lives on that? This is silly.
Hey, come on now. Let's talk. We're talking, sir.
I'm sorry. I'll ignore the comments, but
we're talking. We're talking. All right. So the foundational population of any society, there's going to be a foundational population who builds, because this is a new country. We didn't come to a new country. We had to build this country, right? I'm asking you a question, sir.
Yeah, I said Black Americans, so I'm a bit confused now.
Why are you confused?
Because that's the answer to your question. If you're looking for who built up America to what it's supposed to be today, that's the answer.
Right.
is the people that were enslaved.
Right.
But you
So-
also said who was the foundational group here. So
Who's
there
the-
were slaves who were brought over on boats. There were people here who were enslaved alongside those people who were, and that's why I try not to erase Afro-Indigenous people from, you know what I'm saying, from the
Right.
conversation. But what I'm saying is when you're asking about the foundational group, there were multiple of people in the Americas when they got here.
Who built the United States, though?
I answered that question. I said Black
Right. Okay.
Americans.
You said black. Right. So black people, black Americans who didn't immigrate here are the foundational population. That's a logic term. Got it? That's a logic term. Oh, if we're just relying strictly on logic, the foundational population who built the United States were Black Americans who didn't immigrate. So we are foundational to this nation. And if you're being honest, your family is foundational to the United States, right?
This is if the argument is for the country that exists today, the beginning of this country, sure. But the transatlantic slave trade begins in 1619. So when I ask the question foundational, I often ask, how far back are you going? If you traced your family to the 1400s before the transatlantic slave trade, if you found a way to say my family was here before the boats even arrived, because that's a different conversation.
That's inconsequential. You know why? Because no matter how we got here, Aboriginal or by a boat, we were here before the building of this country and we built it. So we had an ethnogenesis. See, I don't deny that some of us do have African genetics. Yes, there were some people brought over from Africa and there were some Black Aboriginal people here. They got put together and that created an ethnogenesis. We became a different new ethnic group being on this land. All right. I'm not negating Africa. I don't negate Africa. Genetics, but different groups have ethnogenesis. Everybody's from Africa at one point. We're not continuous generic Africans. We're not going to be just generic Africans century after century after century. We're the only group who they require that status for. Why do you think they do that? Just for us. They don't do that with nobody else.
I'm a little ask the end of your question again. Do what for us?
Why do you think they want us? Why do us here, we've been removed from Africa for damn near half a millennium. Why do they have to require us to identify as generic Africans? Why do you think that?
I don't think it's a requirement. I think it tells the full story because our lineage and our story here is completely different. If I separate from that story, it kind of waters down the tale of the coming to of our people, our story here on this land. We are our own ethnic group. I'll agree to that. We have our own traditions and what have you. However, I think it's important to make sure that, you know, that part is acknowledged.
Really? Okay. Why is that important to say that some of us came from Africa? So we did, but we had an ethnogenesis here. Everything culturally significant about us comes from our culture that we created here. And
yeah, but it's a testament to how strong we are as a people. We didn't choose to migrate here. For the ones of us that have a bloodline traces back to Africa, directly to the transatlantic slave trade, we were forced to come over here. So that tells a much different story than someone who may have had roots that tie directly to the land.
Right. And now this is where we can't negate the fact that most of us got some Aboriginal ancestry too, because we've been here too long to not have it. All right. But the thing is, many of the Aboriginal people were enslaved and they were reclassified. They just put everybody on a plantation and said, okay, you're Negro. You acknowledge that happened, right?
Yeah, no denying there.
Right, there you go. So again, we're just not displaced Africans. Yeah, we had circumstances put upon us and we survived that. And us surviving those circumstances gave us some cultural stock that is phenomenal. And we are a very unique ethnic group. And there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. All right?
Yep. No arguments here.
Right. So what's the issue that you have? You got some kind of issue. What's the real issue that you have?
Look at the conversation we've had, I think has been at least somewhat productive. There's no malice. Do you the information that you're giving out, the conversation that you're having, do you see the battery of the back is putting in the people in the comments? Because they're not saying the same things that you're saying. The group that you've cultivated is the complete opposite. I haven't disrespected you or really anybody in here. But the moment I say I think X, Y, and Z, it's turned into a million other things.
Hold on. What group did I cultivate? Name the group.
They're below you, the FBA group. That's who follows you.
How do you get in the FBA group?
All you have to do is, I guess, download that flag that's black, red with the gold symbol in the middle and say I'm FBA and I'm Cherokee.
Oh, okay. I don't even do that. So yeah.
that's what I'm saying is that's who's following you. You don't sound near as crazy as the people.
You saying I'm leading a bunch of people and I don't even do what they do? That doesn't make sense.
Facts. I think sometimes even if our intentions are decent.
That doesn't make sense, sir.
No, it makes perfect sense, right?
It doesn't make sense. How you a group of a lineage? How are you leading a lineage?
Do you think all these people have gone on the census and looked back and found their people? You believe that?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that. The average American can't read.
Oh, damn. Really? They can't read?
6th grade level.
Damn, well, they know their family. Even if they can't read, they would know their family, right?
No, because if you pull up the census and you go through the census, a lot of that, because it was written in ink, so you have to go through handwriting and try to lap together last names the best that you can. It's not very cut and dry, especially when you get back to the mid 1800s.
So you say they can't read. So how come everybody can't read, but you can? You can read, right?
I went to college. I got a master's. I did all right for myself, but the average American can't read.
That sounds like something that a tether would say.
Do I gotta prove I'm black? I went to Alabama A&M. I'm from Huntsville, Alabama. My family is from Mississippi, that little area right below Memphis.
Sir,
I could pull up our super church that existed in the 1800s.
Sir, that's not a
last name linear.
That's not an Alabama or Mississippi accent, sir.
I need an accent. Wait. Let me cut my camera on.
We can't see you. We can't see you, sir.
Oh, there's no camera options here. I gotta prove I'm from Alabama because of an accent. Are y'all crazy? It's Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City. This is not country Alabama. It's damn near Tennessee.
Sir.
Oh, Jesse, yeah, ladies, I gotta go because I have something. Gotta meet someone at 12:30 p.m. For lunch. Anyways, just want to tell you very quickly in the private chat. I know Lady did get a chance to ask me questions. What I proposed earlier, yeah. So just want to let you know. I emailed you, Jesse and Lady Shay, about a third-party a framework for third party with reparations. And you guys have any questions, you guys can definitely email me.
Yeah,
okay.
I have to look at it. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it sometime later on this evening or early morning.
Yeah. No rush. Like I said, also feel free to add suggestions or you have questions.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I just emailed you guys today. Let me see what time to make sure. It was about 2:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. For you guys will be 10:37 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
12:37.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you for everything.
Oh, you're welcome. And hey, thank you to you, Lady Che and Jesse, for your guys' advocacy and boots on the ground.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Michael. Have a good night.
You too. Good night. All right. Well, you guys do the same. Yep. All right.
Clearly don't know the South too well.
Sir, I lived in the South. I lived in Birmingham, Alabama.
Would you bet your life I'm not from Alabama?
Your family is not from, they're not from here, sir. I don't.
Would you bet a band on it? Would you bet a band on it?
I just say your family is, I don't believe your family's from here, sir.
Would you bet a band on it? Because we could prove it. Change the live to where I can cut my cam on, I'll prove it. Bet a band. Bet a band.
Some of y'all dudes be posting weird stuff.
No, there's nothing to post. I'm on LinkedIn.
Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah, I know. Y'all just be yapping.
Who'd you vote for in the last election, sir?
You already know.
Kamala?
It sure wasn't the orange guy.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So you couldn't get me on not being an American because I'm really from the South. I'm really from here. I'm really from Alabama. And my folks really from Mississippi. You couldn't get me on not being black. And now it's, oh, you didn't vote for the pedo.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a You know
You
what?
tried it though.
The punks come out at night.
You won't bet that
The
band.
punks come out
You
at
won't put that
night.
money where your mouth is.
The punks come out at night.
Ain't you single?
The punks come
Where's your
out
wife?
at
Ain't you
night.
single?
The punks come out at
Where's
night.
your wife and kids, Tariq?
The punks come out at
Where's
night.
your wife and kids, Tariq?
The punks come out
You
at
tried
night.
it. You
The
tried
punks
it.
come out at night.
You tried it. Where's your wife
The
and
punks
kids,
come out
Tariq?
at night.
Where's your wife and
The
kids,
punks
Tariq?
come out at night.
This
The
is good
punks,
content.
the after dog. This punk is out here making the fun.
Where's your wife
The
and
punk
kids,
is out
Tariq?
here acting real sassy, acting like he's trying to be
You're a
classy.
single man
the punk
calling
is
me-
out here looking,
calling me a
looking.
punk?
The punk is out
You're
here
40
spreading
with
that
no wife
pussy.
and kids.
The punks come out.
40
All
with
right.
no wife and kids.
Okay, punk.
You're about to
Listen.
retire. No wife, no
Punk.
kids.
Punk.
Where's your wife and kids, Tariq?
You are in the house.
You're gonna be 50 with no one there.
I'm
Where's your
over
wife
50.
and kids?
I'm over 50 and my wife is in the house.
Where's your wife
chilling
and
with
kids,
the kids.
Tariq?
Where's your bussy spray?
Yeah,
All
y'all
right, because
tried
you a
it,
punk.
man. Y'all tried
Sir,
it.
you are a Democrat punk shield, sir.
Yeah,
ain't
you run up
fooling
behind
nobody.
Donald Trump, who sleeps with kids.
There you go. Yeah, you coming in here with these canned DNC talking.
You
points.
tried it, man.
When you start talking,
Why
that
don't Republicans
group-
vote for black people?
When you start talking,
Why
that
don't Republicans
group
show up
shit,
to?
punk, stop all them DNC
Why don't Republicans show up to vote?
I told y'all these DNC
Why
punks are
don't
gonna be
Republicans-
coming here. These old
Now you
wide
gotta mute-
bussy, these are wide bussy punks from the
You
damn
gotta mute
DNC.
me, 'cause you can't. Yeah, you don't want to argue with me.
I'm not
Why
gonna
don't
argue with a DNC punk. I'm not arguing with a wide bussy DNC punk. I told y'all they're gonna keep sending these punks down here with the same talking points. All right, a sassy DNC punk, just running their mouth using the same canned talking points. I told y'all when you start talking. I told y'all about punks. These DNC punks, they cannot stand black society. That's why you notice he keeps talking down on black people. Yeah, y'all black people can't read. Really? Yeah, I'm telling you, them DNC punks, they have vitriol towards black society. That's why they don't like us delineating, because delineating messes up the Democrat vote to them. Yeah, I want y'all to understand this. The Democrats need us to be generic Africans. I want y'all to understand the play, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they keep sending these punks in our spaces. Yeah, I'm of the lineage, and we still African. We should negate Africa. Okay, why? What's that about? Why would we ignore our foundational Black American lineage here? And they just, when they keep talking in circles and it don't make no sense, and then they say little shit. Well, your group and oh, okay. So yeah, you ain't dumb. You're not naive. So now you're trying to crowbar in specific buzzwords. That right there, he outed himself when he pulled that, your group and the people follow you. Oh, now you're out there. Now you're an op. Now you came across as the op you are. That right there revealed he's an op. These DNC think tanks keep sending these wet bussy punks up in these spaces to try to throw their talking points out there. And if we delineate, they're going to try to say we're Republican. You saw that? I don't even entertain that nonsense. Them bad faith arguments. You understand? These punks want us to vote Democrat because that's more punk money for them, ladies and gentlemen. Some of them LGBT funds are going to go to them. All right? Man, listen. The DNC, boy, they're getting desperate right now. They're getting very desperate, ladies and gentlemen. There was a, let me play a clip for you guys. There was this guy, Abdul El Sayed. He's running for office in Michigan somewhere. Where are my Michigan people? Are you guys familiar with Abdul Sayed? Are y'all familiar with this guy? Are y'all familiar with this guy? Who is the? Hold on one second. Let me get on him in a minute. Aberdall, whatever your name is. Aberdall, hop in the room because you talking greasy in the room, and you sitting there looking real sassy in your photographs. All right. Oh yeah, we got a lot of feds in here. I see some of the tether feds, tether ops. I see them all in here heavy. What's up, Aberdall, Adderball, whatever your name is?
What's up, man?
Now, what's happening? I already hear your foreign accent. Where you from, man?
From the island.
Jamaica or Haiti?
It doesn't matter, man. I'm from the island.
There's a lot of islands, sir. Gilligan's Island. I mean, shit. Which one you from? Love Island? Which one you from? You Jamaican?
Yeah.
All right. So what's on your mind?
I don't understand how you shut down the man who was talking to you, man. You ain't have a normal conversation.
He's a Democrat shill.
It doesn't matter, man.
It does matter. Yeah, you're not going to just be in here with bad faith talking points, talking in circles. And the reality is he's a Democrat shill.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Do you know anything about Cabbage Patch Kids?
Do I know something about Cabbage Patch Kids?
Do you know anything about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I know about Cabbage Patch Kids.
Like,
That's what y'all take with you on your inner tube when you're floating from the island coming on over here, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, when you flee from your island to come over here, y'all take Cabbage Patch Kids and all your luggage with you, right?
Are you dumb by nature?
Sir, are you musty by nature?
Ask you a simple question. You say yes, now you're going to tell me something stupid.
Because you asked a dumb question. What you asking about a damn Cabbage Patch for? That's dumb.
That's what you are.
Who's a Cabbage Patch?
You. Black Americans.
Well, you say Black Americans are Cabbage Patch Kids?
Yes, sir.
Well, what? Your head is shaped like a Cabbage Patch Kid. You're the one with the janky hairline, not us.
You know anything about the reset? United States reset?
The United States what?
The reset. The reset.
What reset?
Oh, you never heard about the United States reset?
Reset what? What was reset?
Where you started from.
Tether, what are you trying to say? You just tether babbling. You don't get enough vitamin D eating all that bush meat. You just saying
Come
shit.
on, man. Don't be ignorant, man. Ask you a simple question.
You just saying stuff. And that's not an
How I'm
island.
saying stuff.
That's not an
What
island
is a
accent.
Cabbage Patch Kid? You said you know about that.
That's not an island accent. You're a Nigerian.
Now I'm African. But
Yeah.
you don't look.
Yeah,
Creole.
that's not. You
don't
even
look
lied
Black
about
American.
that. Yeah, you a lying tether. All y'all do is lie. That's not even a Caribbean accent.
Listen, man, nobody lying to you about nothing, man. You say you know about
You're
know
not
about
Caribbean?
Cabbage Patch Kids, and I'm telling you, tell me about it. Now you tell me something silly.
Yeah, because you a musty.
Now I asked you a
lying
question
tether.
about the reset.
You just saying shit. You don't
How
have
I'm
anything
saying
to
shit.
say.
You don't know about the reset?
You don't know. You're just saying stuff, sir.
I'm asking you a question. So you don't know
You're
about
not
the reset?
asking me a question. You're just saying shit out of hunger.
You
You're
listen, man.
You're hungry and delusional, sir.
I'm not.
You
Okay,
are,
find
sir.
out about the Cabbage Patch Kids. That
Sir.
will tell you where you came from, bro.
You must be talking about orphans in the village that you fled from. I don't know, sir.
No, man.
This is
no.
village babble.
That's why you have no memory where you came from. You're Cabbage
do.
Patch Kids. You
We
were
got
made in the
memory.
lab, bro.
I'm from here.
Bullshit. Yeah, you made in the lab. Not
No,
humanized.
your
You're
ass
not
made in the
human.
lab. You the one who had to come flee over here to us because your
Listen,
lab failed.
bro.
Your
Listen.
lab failed, right?
I'm a real human being.
No, you ain't. You're too
You a
ashamed to even
Cabbage
say what.
Patch Kids.
You're too
You a
ashamed to even say where
clone.
you're
You
from.
were made in the lab, bro.
Sir,
That's why you don't know where you came.
Sir, we know where we came from here. You're the one who had to flee here to us, sir. You don't know where you came from. You just you were a musty tether wandering around Africa somewhere. You don't know where you came from.
That's when you don't know where you came from, bro.
We do. My lineage goes back longer than yours.
Tell me about the reset.
I don't give a damn about a reset. I know my lineage can be. Tether lab. Flaming
You're a
tether
property
lab.
of United
ticklish
States, my
tether.
man. You're a
Ticklish tether.
property of United States. You were
And
made
you
from
and
in
you
the
are
lab.
and you are colonized tether.
No, that's why you
Yes,
know-
you
you're
are.
not a
No,
real
no, sir.
human
That's
being.
why you can't, sir. That's why you can't even name the failed homeland you came from, sir. You are a colonized tether who got ran off his damn homeland, sir. You are a failed tether, sir. You over here under us. How that feel? You got to be under us for protection. How that feel? Come on, Dudu Tunde. And you got to duck and dodge looking for ice vans. That's you, not me, sir. We don't have to duck and dodge and look for ice vans. That's you. Come on, Dudu Tunde. Hop on and talk to me. I don't have you muted. I think some of your peppercorn short-circuited your phone. I don't know what's happening due to it. There you go.
You playing dumb, my man. Every time I'm gonna try to have a real conversation with you, you playing dumb.
No, African.
You don't know about Cabbage Patch Kids. You don't know about the reset, and you call yourself a Black American.
Sir, you just saying the same dumb shit over and over again, and that's why you get colonized, sir.
So you need to find out what I'm talking about. Go find
I ain't
out.
got to find out nothing from a goofy tether who's just saying shit. You're just saying stuff, sir. I don't have to. Nobody has to pay attention to you. You're inconsequential, sir. Nobody has to find out this babble you talk, because it's nothing. It's just meaningless babble. You're just saying shit out of frustration, sir. You're mad and you're hungry, and you're mad and you're jealous of us, sir.
I'm not. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Nigerian, you don't look Creole. You're not Creole. You're not from America. You're Nigerian.
Who's a Nigerian?
You?
No, I'm not.
You don't look Creole, my man.
Sir,
a real Black American. When
sir,
you walk up to a real Black American, you know he's a Black American.
Sir,
you walk up to an African, you will see he's an African. You walk up to
my lineage predates Nigeria as a nation state, sir. Sir, you're way too easy to debunk. All right, let me get some better people up here, because yeah, you're not even trying to. I think you sitting up in a detention center right now with your ankle monitor, just killing time until you get deported. You're just saying shit. You're not even making a lick of sense, sir. Good Lord. Boy, these tethers, this delineation has them crashing out. Just tether babble. Don't make a lick of sense. Oh, you cabbage patch. You know what a cabbage patch, nigga? What the hell are you talking about? You are cabbage patch kid. They're not witty. You're not funny. You're not clever. You just be saying shit. Lord, man. This delineation has them losing their minds. Yes, this delineation is whooping on them. It has them losing their minds.
To the left, to the right, my baby. From dusk till dawn, arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide. Root work slide.
Ridiculous. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this op getting exposed? This DNC op getting exposed by shit?
That was about to be expected. I mean, because it was just
being contrarian.
Argue against. He's been contrarian, but I was more interested in the last caller, because the last caller was funny as hell. He's just trying to say, he's like, they were Cabbage Patch Kids. First of all, you're not even from this country to know about Cabbage Patch Kids or Garbage Pail Kids.
Right.
Or even in that generation. Like, you know, like that's a my generation thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they man, it's going all day about the collections, right? That me and my brother had, right?
Yeah.
For both of them. What you trying to say, that we're ugly and shit? He's like, and he said it. He's like, that's what he said. You're a Cabbage Patch Kid. And he said, Black Americans are Cabbage Patch Kids. It's so great and shit like that, right?
Oh, God.
He did. He was being disrespectful. It's like saying the Americans, right? Same shit. And then he was talking about the Great Reset. Cause are you talking about the shit that white people live on?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And then the hoping for a fucking great reset, so you know they don't. In their world, there'll be no black people. You know what I mean? You see that on the manifestos? Is that what he's talking about? The white boy shit? Before they go postal?
Yeah.
And so he was just always talking shit. Like, first of all, I would hit him with, "What the fuck do you know about the cat? About them? You understand what I'm saying?"
Yeah.
Right, exactly, Bell. Hi, Bell. That's my
Yeah, it's
generation.
just Bell.
Man, I
Sure,
used to
first
think they
salute, Bell.
were shit. They were so ugly and dysfunctional.
Mm-hmm.
You had to see one for back in the day, like a real one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And online does no justice. Okay.
Exactly. It wasn't the Cabbage Patch Kids in no Africa, right?
No, he should have said that's what the fuck the Garbage Pail Kids. If we're Cabbage Patch Kids, then they're Garbage Pail Kids. Right? But what the fuck does he know? You know what I mean? He's from another country. That's only exclusively to us here.
Right.
You know what I mean? That was an American thing. Not that I'm saying that nobody can't collect their shit, but that's how it know. And then to bring it up this day and age and say, "Yeah, you're a Cabbage Pail Kid or Cabbage Patch Kid," and like, you know what I mean? Like saying that we're all ugly. Okay, guys, we'll be ugly. Sure, we'll be ugly, but we're still delineating. You know what I mean? Right? We're so ugly, but yet you can't stop talking about us.
Right.
Still delineating. Ain't stop shit. And the other dude with the foundational thing in, I think that he was trying to be smart, and when he's disrespecting, talking about we don't know how to read. I mean, he was being disrespectful.
Yeah, he was.
He thinks that because nobody wanted to take that rack of that bed up, which was probably the best thing anyway. Is we had to go all the way back. It's probably some
It's better band. Better band. I bet you won't better band.
Right. And why should you have to? If motherfucker, why should he have to? He's already did the hard work. Now you just got motherfucking contrarians who don't want to watch movies, read books, and sit over there and talk shit about, you know, whatever the fuck, stupid shit. He didn't win no argument. In fact, he just looked stupider than he made himself look stupid because he was listening to the chat instead of focusing on the conversation. That's what you know, the chat was making him emotional.
Yeah.
Said that. But I don't know. I was laughing about the couch patch kids. Like the audacity, how could you?
Yeah.
Like we're good looking motherfucking 50 million of us or five you know how millions of us.
50 million.
Good looking bunch of people, goddamn it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I felt kind of for what? Who says that? Especially somebody who doesn't know.
Right.
I had both. My brother had comics too, so there was lots of reading adventures going on. You can read the back of the cards and stuff. Yep.
Okay, Lady T. Thank you for that. So moving along, we're on to the Karmelo Anthony case. No.
Yeah.
Black voter. Black candidate has nothing but loses to a white candidate in an all-black district. Lord.
Are you tired?
All-black district. Lord. Yeah, so it's Demetria.
Yes.
Am I tired?
Yes, guys.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you tired?
Black voters. Yeah, I was tired before I started the show. Black voters seriously chose
How
to.
many you do to Clubhouse? I could just totally buy.
I'll probably stop at Tupac.
Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Let's agree on that. There's a man who's been outside my window and I don't like this shit, so I gotta stay away.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we can't have that. Okay. So black voters seriously chose a white candidate to represent them in a mostly black district. So Sister Demetria K gonna give us an update on that.
This next story I'm about to share with you is why we can no longer, one of the reasons anyway, take the Democratic Party seriously, especially Black Democrats. Now, recently in Florida, the 20th Congressional District, to be exact, was a hotly contested race due to it being newly redrawn. Y'all remember when Trump sent out the back signal to the Republicans and said, hey, I need y'all to take some of these Democratic seats or districts rather, so that we can guarantee we win the midterms. Well, the 20th district was one of them. Now, I will say the 20th district there in Florida has some issues. Firstly, Sheila McCormick, who was the Black woman representing the historically Black district, well, she got into some trouble and she had to kind of step down due to some fraud allegations. Now, before that, the district was helmed by that of Alcee Hastings for like 34 years up until his death in 2021. Okay, now, so bring it to 2026 with it being newly redrawn. You had people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who has been in office, I don't know, about 20 something years, but her district was redrawn or part of that. So she decided, well, I'm going to run in a historically Black district. Now, there were people like Uncle Luke, or Luke Campbell, we should say officially, right, of the 2 Live crew. He decided that he would run. Also, there was Dale Holmes, Elijah Manley, and of course, Sheila. Now, eventually, Debbie Wasserman Schultz won the vote by 45%, again, of a historically Black district. Now, a lot of people, I don't think enough, were mad because they're like, wait a minute now. I thought that the Black vote was in danger. Or Black representation was in danger. But here is this white woman who says, well, I'll represent the Black folks. And lo and behold, them Black people voted for her. Now, this is what she said in part.
I talked all the way throughout the campaign that representation matters and was very upfront that I believed that fervently. And at the same time, experience matters as well.
So, of course, you know, she's going to make Alcee Hastings, legacy proud, and she's going to represent the district and whatever, lady, right? It's power. It's power hungry. It's a power grab, right? A lot of these people, they don't care where they run and who they represent. I just want the job. But my problem is not with her, okay? The white woman. She gonna do what white women do. Let's just keep it a buck. My problem is with the Black folks. I thought y'all was running around not too long ago talking about the Black vote is in danger. Whether it was the NAACP, the Congressional Black Caucus, and just, Black Democrats in danger. And then the Black representation, which means, hey, we need a Black representative to represent the needs of Black folks. Well, Debbie ain't Black. She's white. White with blonde hair and, blue eyes and all of that. So it's like, what? See, this is why I always say, we really got to pay attention and listen to when people speak. Because as we've been saying, or asking rather, is the Black vote in danger? Like, oh my God, I can't vote? Or is the Black jobs in danger? Okay, the Black jobs, meaning the Black politicians, that's probably more so the case. But now we have to ask, well, is it Trump that's endangering these Black jobs by himself? Or is it also some of these white Democrats? Because we know that Trump wants a white, probably white, right? Let's say Republican to represent the district so that, they can keep doing what they're doing in Washington. Now, I don't think he wanted a white Democrat in that position. I think we could assume that, right? So how in the hell did she end up with the job? But black folks, they're in the 20th district. That's a historically black district. Why did y'all vote for her? Now I get it. You don't want to vote for Sheila. She's seems like she's a scoundrel, okay? But what about Uncle Luke or the other two candidates? I don't know. I haven't really delved into who they are, which I didn't think I wanted to give them a shot to go up against the Republican in November. And there's an independent as well, but y'all didn't want to give the black people a shot. I'm just curious, like, what were you thinking? And then as you can see too, you know, they're hoisting their hand up in the air, they're clapping. And when I say they, I mean the black folks. So that's why I'm like, we got to start taking the Democratic Party with a grain of salt at this point, and not even a grain of salt, maybe a grain of dirt. I don't know, right? Because they want to play on the emotions of the black voters. Oh my God, your vote is in danger. You got to show up. Show up for who at this point? A white woman? And like black folks really shouldn't have not voted for her at all, because how are you going to represent black folks? How have you been representing black folks? And without me even looking, I'm gonna tell you it hasn't been that great, because if you look at the Democratic Party in general, they haven't done anything specifically for black voters at all. But now she's walking and talking like, oh, she's going to do this. And let's just keep it real, okay? They're going to vote her in November, because black folks will not vote for Republican. And I'm not telling them to. I don't know what the Republican or the independent candidate has going on. But if they voted for her, they sure going to show up to vote for her in November to put her in that seat to continue the benign neglect of black folks. But you know what? The other thing is this, and we have to come to terms with this. Not maybe you or me, but collectively, black folks are still in love with white people. We are. Like, on one hand, how do you talk about our vote is in danger, and then you go put a white woman in a position where you could have put at least 3 other black folks there? I mean, I'm just saying, if we're talking about the black representation, we're in love with white folks, right? Oh, so she, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she's a career politician, keep it a buck. Oh, she, you know, we gonna put her in. She a Democrat. You can't. It's a joke at this point. Well, not even at this point. It's been a joke, but it's really a joke. Let's laugh. Hee ha ha. Right? It just is. You don't want to be represented by black folks. As long as it's a Democrat, then that's all you care about. Like honestly, I mean, even if you go to somewhere like New Orleans, where it is 60% black, okay, 60% black residents, and they elected a Latina as the mayor. She's an immigrant. She's the daughter of immigrants, and she's very pro illegal immigration and all of that. But black folks got her in office. What is she gonna do for black people? She ain't talking about no reparations or any of that stuff at Debbie Wasserman shows either. None of them. But that's who y'all want to represent you. That's why I said you can't be taken seriously, because you don't want black representation. You just want to say it was a Democrat in office. So, whatever. Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
I agree, but I would see it all day.
So my family and Salvation Army will both be bringing trucks full of supplies. And it's not only just my family and the Salvation Army. Tyrese Halliburton found out what we was doing, and he matching our contribution. God is amazing. So we gonna have supplies. We gonna have a DJ that's provided directly by the city of Gary. And I got over 1,000 messages of restaurants and food trucks and people who sell food that want to get involved. So we gonna open it up for everybody who want to contribute. So if you are a food truck or a restaurant that would like to contribute, you can reach out to this email and we can coordinate it. And also, if you want to contribute and send supplies, which again, I had over 1,000 people that said they want to do it, you can send it to this address. And if you want to volunteer with us, you can go to this website, thesalvationarmy.org, and you can sign up to be a volunteer.
This is Gary, Indiana, without power for 8 days. And this is the line that they're giving a $100 voucher for. Sad.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stop it. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
y'all always pushing help wealth and a better understanding of self. So we got this situation going on in Gary, Indiana, where a lot of us think that this is not by accident. Okay, if y'all know on my channel, I reported that Sheila Surface, okay, a Haitian immigrant congresswoman, was allegedly stole $5 million in FEMA funds, and she got kicked out of Congress because of this. We've been hearing a lot of situations where people have been stealing FEMA funds, and we've seen what happened in New Orleans with Katrina, how it was no help for a long time. They didn't send anybody out to help the residents of New Orleans. And it seems like this is a common pattern. We're seeing the same thing in Gary, Indiana. Now, we send a lot of money out of the country. So this shouldn't be a money thing. And this is why we push so hard about not having immigrants in our politics, because a lot of treason goes on and they ignore the things that we go through here in America. So I'm going to play some clips. I'm also going to play Keefe Lee. Shout out to him for, hosting foundations and things where we could help people here in Indiana with food and resources. But listen to what the citizens in Indiana is saying, and it's going to let us understand what's really going on. Check it out.
We know why they not coming out here, though. I mean, it's obvious, It's obvious. Gary is full of, us, diversity. Yeah. Not really diversity, but it's full of Black people. Yeah. We the blackest city out here. So they don't want to check on us.
Yeah. They're NIPSCO. Everybody pays them. We don't pay, we get cut off. But when disaster happens, they want to charge us X amount of dollars, but we already paying into this. They got billions, trillions of dollars. We working day to day on paychecks. So yes, they could have did better. They got the money. We don't got the money. They say they supposed to maintenance that yearly. They haven't been out here in a year or two, maybe 3 years. I can't sleep at night because I can't plug my sleep apnea machine up. I can't afford a generator. I'm working on a month salary. So therefore, we need them to either give us generators or get this power up and running. We got a 91-year-old man that lived at the end, almost at the end of the thing. They had to rush him to the hospital. We had an elderly lady across the street. She had medical condition. She bedridden. People come out to help her also. So we really need them to work more faster because we don't want to lose no lives if we don't have to. Our governor needs to get his butt out here and see the damage. You going in these other neighborhoods, you need to go through the whole city of Gary.
We do see people trying to give out free food and just give back. The community definitely is doing something with the giving back. They've been giving away free food, especially at the Y here. They've been giving out free food to us in showers, hot showers. So it's definitely good that we all coming together finally. Yeah. We just need more coverage for sure. We need to come together as a community and get it together. We won't be struggling as bad as just one person just struggling. If all come together, we'll be good. Something like this, they giving out free water, free cakes, and famous people here and stuff. We need that. We definitely need that.
They were all alike. We have differences. We need more help.
Yes.
All of us.
Yes.
We're humans at the end of the day. Nobody is better than the other person. So we all go through similar struggles every single day. Let's help each other.
Okay, I got an update. Gary, Indiana has been without power for the last 9 days and nobody was talking about it. And I thought it was crazy. So I made a video and God wouldn't leave people talking about it. With that being said, we got an announcement. We are teaming up with not only the Salvation Army, but the city of Gary, Indiana to throw an event Monday. The exact location and time will be shared on my story when we get close. But for now, I can tell y'all what we're going to have at the event. So my family and Salvation Army will both be bringing trucks full of supplies. And it's not only just my family and the Salvation Army. Tyrese Halliburton found out what we was doing, and he matching our contribution. God is amazing. So we're going to have supplies. We're going to have a DJ that's provided directly by the city of Gary. And I got over 1,000 messages of restaurants and food trucks and people who sell food that want to get involved. So we're going to open it up for everybody who want to contribute. So if you are a food truck or a restaurant that would like to contribute, you can reach out to this email and we can coordinate it. And also, if you want to contribute and send supplies, which again, I had over 1,000 people that said they want to do it, you can send it to this address. And if you want to volunteer with us, you can go to this website, thesalvationarmy.org, and you can sign up to be a volunteer. And I know it's not turning the power on, but it is a place for community. If you want some supplies or you need some supplies, come get some. If you want some food or you need some food, come get some. If you want to listen to some music or you need that sense of people being around you, come get some. And I'm going to continue to talk about it because I think this should be a national conversation. And it's insane to me that it's not. So until it is, y'all going to hear me. God is amazing. I'll see you on Monday. God bless you. Have an amazing day. Y'all be safe. Again, it wouldn't be possible without y'all. It wouldn't be possible without the people who are willing to join the efforts with us. And I'll see y'all.
Hey, y'all. Hey, TT. Hey. What's up, Granddaddy? Hey. So I had to catch an emergency flight out here because in Gary, there was no type of lights. We've been out 8 days, no lights. You done had this baby up there for 8 days, no lights.
What, in Indiana?
They're not doing nothing about it. Nothing.
The whole city?
The whole entire city pitch black. No way. Niggas is robbing niggas. What? They out there trying to purge. No way. I said, yeah, let me go on.
So you mean to tell me the lights been off? It ain't been on the news?
No, nothing.
I ain't heard about
The
that.
gas stations.
The gas stations
done ran out of gas. Don't nobody drive. The whole entire city is pitch black.
You heard about that, Dad?
No, this is my first time hearing them drive it.
But I didn't know that it was like that. Pitch black. 8 days now. Tomorrow will be the 9th. And I'll be here till them bitches get back on.
That's crazy. We're going to have to post some. We're going to have to say something about this because ain't nobody talking about this.
Nobody's talking about this.
That's crazy.
She said she ready to go with some lights.
You ready to go? Like us, give me lights. I'm going to the light, baby. It's Indiana, right?
Yeah. Gary, Indiana.
That's crazy, y'all. We got to say something about
They got these children in Indiana with their lights off. This don't make no sense.
This is Gary, Indiana, without power for 8 days. And this is the line that they're giving a $100 voucher for. Sad.
For over 10 days, the city of Gary, Indiana has been living in the dark. And what started as a storm is now proving to be a land grab and genocidal act. Very reminiscent of the way Hurricane Katrina was orchestrated and handled. The Aboriginal Black Americans are experiencing a total blackout, with no resources and forced to survive off of $100 vouchers. It's August, which means we are living under summer conditions. And in this type of heat, the homes have become ovens. Their refrigerators are tombs for spoiled food and bacteria. Their everyday life has been hijacked and turned into a fight for basic survival. It seems the rest of the country has barely noticed or simply just doesn't care because the city is a predominantly Black American city. The national media is silent, and emergency aid is almost non-existent. And the power company, NIPSCO, is claiming that their van got shot at, while having an armed off-duty cop escort them, by the way, which shows that this whole ordeal, even the storm itself, is not an accident or an act of God. This is orchestrated abandonment. On August 11th, a storm with 99-mile-per-hour winds tore through northwest Indiana, knocking out power for over 300,000 customers. Almost 2 weeks later, tens of thousands in Gary are still waiting. The utility company NIPSCO, they said that they have to rebuild the entire system, which means replacing nearly 300 poles. Yet they made sure to put in the news that a shooting took place, which gives them more than enough time to stall, when they could have just said the real issue, that the storm caused catastrophic damage. But they didn't. They came up with a story that gives a perfect alibi to neglect the residents. Residents of Gary are being told to wait until August 25th to restore the power. Meanwhile, neighboring cities got their lights back on days ago. People are sleeping in their cars just to get cool air. They charge their phones in their vehicles and spend nights in parking lots because their homes are unlivable. Of course, the heat is unbearable, and the frustration is likely to worsen with the repair timeline of next week. A $100 voucher is not enough. What this country is pulling right now is a pattern. The utility company initially left Gary off of their restoration timeline map entirely. They only added it later after the public outcry. So we can clearly see the manufacturing of disasters. This is nothing new. The question becomes, when will the rest of us do something about it? Today's catastrophe could be yours tomorrow, depending on which entity wants your land. These attempts won't stop unless someone stops them. So, what are you going to do, America? Continue to ignore the original people? Because it's only a matter of time before what happens in Gary happens to you. Well, thanks for watching.
We coming, we're going to get them right, but knowing that it's 80% us is definitely alarming, and it makes sense. Check it out.
So how does Gary, Indiana still not have power? Now, my understanding is they haven't had power for a week, and the latest notice I saw said that they may not have power again until next Tuesday. And I don't know the background and the details of that. Now, I do know that because we don't manufacture things in this country, if there are parts that are needed or new equipment, often those parts and new equipment are coming from other parts of the world, and sometimes they have to be made.
And that's why, y'all, our channel's so important, man. I appreciate everybody on the channel for understanding this and understanding like manufacturing is important in the foundation we need to have. So when stuff like this happens, we could be independent.
And that can delay things. I understand that. I also understand every corporation I ever worked for had redundancy plans and backup generators and things like that. And I can't understand how in 2026, a major American city, right, it's a mid-sized city in a Midwestern state, is without power for a couple of weeks. And I don't understand how it's not a national issue. I only saw it on a couple of videos across social media. But I also know that Puerto Rico doesn't have fresh water, even though the data centers on the islands of Puerto Rico are getting water, that people are rationing water in Puerto Rico. So we got water problems in Puerto Rico, freshwater problems in Puerto Rico. We don't have power in Gary, Indiana for, I guess it's going to be a couple of weeks, and other infrastructure type problems in different states around the country and Hawaii. But somehow we don't have a national coordinated response or communication effort going around to assist people in these places. I don't understand that. I know we can't look towards the federal government because it is inept. It is only worried about the optics of building things in and around Washington, D.C. I think you understand what I'm saying. We know we got Navy people out on deployment who are suffering, but somehow this government is worried about nonsense. And so if it's up to American people in different states to bring attention to it and then somehow rally around the people of Gary, people in Puerto Rico and Hawaii and other places where the U.S. government just has decided they're not going to do anything, and the local government appears to be inept, and the state appears to be inept, then it's just going to be up to people like you and I who can rally attention. And if there's some efforts to help people in other ways, donations and things like that, fresh water or whatever it is, then maybe we just have to do it. The only way we're going to do it is if people know and find out and share the information. So if you would do so with this message, I would appreciate it, because I don't think the apps are pushing these messages. Thank you.
All right, so that's what we dealing with right now, man. I want to know what y'all think in the comment section. We got a lot of people. Shout out to Keefe Lee, all the supporters here. We definitely gonna reach out and see what we can do for the channel. We gonna do it for, the whole channel. But it's something we're gonna keep an eye on. We're gonna keep reporting on it because they're not reporting on it in news. Shout out to Introvert Rockstar. I think he was the first YouTuber to put it out. He always standing on business, man, my brother. But yeah, y'all, let's make sure we come together and make sure we help Gary, Indiana out. Man, I appreciate all y'all for tapping in, supporting the channel. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, services, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Jesse.
People couldn't get no food or anything like that. People couldn't even really leave like that. When that stuff happens,
the government is supposed to step in. There's supposed to be special funds specifically for natural disasters. We've seen this happen when Florida, anytime Florida gets hit, because Florida's right there off the cusp, right there next to the ocean and all that. So they are often subject to tornadoes and hurricanes and stuff like that. And when that happens, you see the government rapidly responding with aid and all of that. Now, a lot of people who stay in Florida are pretty rich, pretty well off, got a lot of money and all that. So the government makes sure they take care of them. Now, I want you guys to think about the fact that when it's Black people who go through any type of natural disaster or anything, they don't do anything. They allow the Black people to pretty much suffer. And I'm going to bring this up. A lot of times they allow the Black people in that area to suffer when they want the Black people to move, because that's going to be prime real estate. They're looking at that, and there's been talks. I'm not going to say I have solid confirmation of this as of yet, but there have been talks of putting a new data center, right? A new data center in Gary, Indiana. Okay, they're trying to put one in the south side of Chicago. They're trying to put one in Gary, and allegedly, I know it's confirmed they're trying to put one in the south side of Chicago, and they're trying to ethnically cleanse Gary the same way they were trying.
Hold on, Jesse.
Jesse. Jesse.
Just make it on you?
Huh?
Okay. Oh, how'd you get you? How did he obviously got you back here? Jesse.
He's sleep streaming. He's sleep streaming.
Jesse. Well, he got you on you, so it's cool. Shit, at least he obviously is awake to let you in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's sleep streaming. He heard. He was like,
Jesse. And I got the loudest mic too. Jesse. Jesse. Wait. Jesse.
Jesse. Jesse. Jesse, boy. On top down this tree, boy. Hurry up now, Jesse. You gotta wake him up with this.
I know, right? See where my mouse is? Oh no, I've got a little laughter set. I got an and you know what? I'm glad you're I got a new podcast to do a equipment set, and I couldn't make the mouse I'm like, I got one piece from this, one piece from that. Jesse. Oh, good. You see the mouse movie, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Well done.
He's sleep streaming. That nigga like in there. Like...
Move in the mouse. Let's move in the mouse. Jesse. We can't hear you because you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought y'all could hear me.
I was calling you like I was calling you like an old
I
friend.
thought you was in there sleep streaming with a ghost. It was in there with a busty
I
ghost.
was like, my hair.
He's like, Jesse, you better wake up.
Right. I was like, when I was moving, he let you in. He got us to the way. Because I was going to go to the back side. I was like, oh man, I'm going to sneak in through the back door and let him breathe. But then I heard Breeze's voice. I was like, oh, wait, what the fuck? He obviously got in. That means she's awake.
Yeah, I thought you was sleeping. I'm like, this nigga sleep streaming.
Not
Never heard of that shit.
Negro shit right now.
Sleep streaming.
We be doing that shit. It's not
a new phenomenon.
Man.
Lady Che, what were your thoughts on the Black voters that chose to vote for that white candidate?
That's disgusting. Well, you know what? Look, everybody's comfortable doing whatever the fuck they're doing, like welcoming the whites to shit, and being so open-minded and kumbaya. And, you know, this is that time where we see that, and we're not. You know what I mean? Because you obviously don't know what why her. You mean you couldn't tell no not one other black person could try to run, or nobody could convince him. I mean, but this brothel, like, she looks like an old witch. Like, for real, like old witch, like fucking witch is a Eastwick girl, fucking, you know what I mean?
Sister Val said drop that link.
Oh shit, Sister Val want to come up?
Okay. Okay. Just gotta drop it. I don't have no links.
Okay,
I thought my nigga was in there live streaming with a damn bussy goat.
I thought you were gonna start taking that.
And they're like, Jesse, wake up now, Jesse. Round. Somebody calling you, nigga.
It's different, Breeze. It's different. I'm a girl. If I was a man, it'd be something else.
Huh?
I'm a girl. I'm a woman, so it's not that bad.
You got a stud bussy in there with you. A stud bussy goat.
Oh my God, stuff.
It's like Lady K.
I don't know what to say about that. I will fuck you up, Breeze.
That nigga got on a lumberjack shirt. That's what the studs wear, lumberjack shirt.
Yeah. So, but I'm not. I'm in an actual dress right now. And I got a little dainty voice. But I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to
No, I said y'all got streaming ghosts in here with y'all.
Oh no, because I be talking like that to try to get his attention. I'm like, dress up. Yeah.
Round.
Wake up. That's I'm a here.
That's Sister Val.
I'm a
Yo, man, nigga, the father of
certified salute, Sister Val. How are you doing?
What it do, Sister Val?
Salute, Val. You're up here finally with us.
What's up, boys? What's up, Jess? What's up, everything? How y'all doing?
Yeah.
Val, how are you doing?
Welcome.
Doing good.
I came up and talk about Gary and how they doing and stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so exciting. You never get up here. This is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what's up with you two? Turn my back for 1 minute and Breeze was in the back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just survived running into the father of Bambi the other morning.
Oh shit!
That nigga was waiting out there looking all strong. That nigga blocking my path. I'm like, come on, nigga, move! I gotta go to work. This nigga out there like, come, nigga, if you dare. I was like, ah.
Why did you end your stream early yesterday?
Huh?
Why did you end your stream early yesterday?
Oh, I had some shit I had to go do.
Oh, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's not this tight.
What you had to do?
Oh, I had some business in the streets I had to go handle.
Oh.
Yeah. I had to go out. No, I was doing a production with somebody, so I had to go over to the studio and let them niggas in.
Were you singing the non-nigga nah song again?
Nah, we ain't do that yet. we were doing some other music last night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
When they were trying to compare us to them Africans, he was like,
nah, nigga.
That's my shit. I had it in my head all afternoon, and anytime something salacious came on, I was like, nah, nigga, nah.
That's how you gotta be like, nah, nigga, nah, no. Hell no.
Right.
We had to have the hell nose on some of those faces.
All right, so have y'all been keeping on what's happening in Gary?
Yeah, I was talking about that in the beginning of my show last night. That was the
Yeah,
first thing
that's crazy what they got going on over there, man. I don't know what that's about. And they haven't evacuated them or tried to do nothing. That's not cool at all.
Not cool.
Yeah, that's what I covered in the beginning of my show. I covered Gary. That was the very beginning. Because But me and Black RU, we was over on FBA Revolt, and we was talking about it over there as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you know, I was like, yeah, I'm.
So Raven's in the chats.
They say the people need to be on till Tuesday though.
They need to be on. What happened?
The power is not going to be on till Tuesday.
Yeah. They said that the 25th.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a long time to go without power, man.
Mhm. And all the Nabiscos got power.
Yeah, all the Nabiscos got power.
And I showed y'all one little shitty town with a few Negroes and some goddamn trailer park whites that was next to Gary. So they tried to make like, well, they don't have power either. Like, yeah, look at the nigga. He's like, yeah, I sure is. I'll be waiting, you know. I hope they get it real soon, you know. My possum stew gonna go rancid. I'm like, nigga, this nigga's eating possum. I was a white nigga talking about he eating possum stew. I was like, what the hell? Where did you get this nigga from?
It's on possum stew.
Breeze, you know you crazy.
I'm watching the news. That's what he said. He's like, I'll be waiting, you say. But they find it's called Calumet County. It's like real close to Gary. So they tried to,
oh yeah, that's real close to Gary.
Yeah, so they tried to use like a really depleted town with some really bombed out, depleted white supremacists and try to act like, well, they don't have power too. Yeah, we know y'all don't give a shit to them, but they don't give a fuck.
That's just
I haven't seen none of them come out there to the Salvation Army and then to hand out anything, give out anything or whatever. It's always when it's black people. It's you can't get nowhere. It's crazy.
We seen that with Katrina.
Yep.
Yeah, that right there was Lord.
The way that sister said, she said they robbing and marauding and stuff. I mean, this is something that we should just look at, because the way things are working with the grids. I used to say it only takes just knocking out the grid to knock us all out. For as far as power. And it's kind of like you need to kind of watch and see what people do, because that could one day be here, there, anywhere, They ain't giving a fuck about us, so we gotta care about us.
That's why you better get them generators now. I've been telling niggas every time there's a sale on a generator, nigga, I'll buy one. I'm sitting up here with damn near 5 of them. What did you say, beloved?
Y'all be having the sales at Home Depot?
Yeah, well, now I don't go through Home Depot. I buy my shit through Amazon.
With Amazon, yeah.
Yeah. I don't wait on no Home Depot. Home Depot shipping gas. I'm getting them little electric system jackeries and shit like that. As soon as them shits go on sale.
Yeah.
Shit.
Because this is going to be happening again.
Yeah. Get the solar panels with that bitch. And if you charge the shit up, that shit stay charged for at least 3 months on its own before it starts to lose battery cell.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so you just charge that shit up. The Jackery I found is the one who holds its charge the longest. Then I have a couple of other ones. But their power, I gotta charge them a little bit more often than the Jackery. But the Jackery, I let that shit charge up. And every 3 months, I recharge that shit up because it holds its charge for 3 months.
That's good.
I want to convert my shit into solar.
You can run a laptop on that bitch, a refrigerator, your TV. You could do all that shit, and you could run it for 8 hours before you're gonna have to start worrying about charging it without that. And that's off of one charge. So you can go ahead and set your your fucking solar panels outside and start doing that as well. But yeah, and that's the new thing. Get them generators that don't make so much noise. So then you know your neighbors don't know you got power.
Right.
Yeah.
Let them niggas be sweltering while you in there cool and comfortable.
All right, so we heard from Water God, so now we're gonna hear from Afro.
Afro.
Yeah, look at him. He looks so. This picture is not a good look to pause on. He looks so.
You know, he put on a Chicago Tootsie hat.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Boy in Indiana. So you're right there. Kind of is not even far from Chicago, actually. Michael Jackson was born in Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is real close to Chicago. It's pretty. People technically say it's like East Chicago. Really, yeah. Some people already in the chat room know.
Yeah,
East Chicago, basically. I used to live in Gary, Indiana, for a little bit. Okay, we moved around a lot, and I had moved to Gary, Indiana, with my family some years ago. We stayed there for a few years, right? So, and I have family.
That's his do-rag.
That do-rag is disturbing, nigga. Take that shit off. I don't know why it's wrapped like that. I don't like how it look on his head.
I don't like how he's
family who used to live there as well too. Fortunately, they don't live there anymore, and I'm saying fortunately because Gary, Indiana, because of the storms that we've been having in Illinois and upper Illinois, Chicago area, Indiana, do not have any power. Now, if you guys didn't know, Illinois and Indiana, that area, the Chicagoland area, I'm just saying that for people who might not be familiar with the area, has been facing like record-breaking back-to-back heavy storms and tornadoes. It's been tearing everything up. It's been flooding things. It's been knocking people's power out. It's been a complete disaster. All right. Gary, Indiana has been out of power for over 10 days now. About 10 days, because it's been on and off, but it's been out of power for 10 days. Now, what they've been saying is
them videos out there.
I guess NIPSCO, who's supposed to be cutting the power back on, they got to get the trees together first. They got to get the trees because the trees fell on the power lines and stuff like that. So they have to get the trees fixed and all that.
Let me just say something real quick, Jesse.
They have to get the trees together first in order for them to get to the power lines.
Go ahead,
what happened to when Obama, because I know this nigga Obama came out here to Virginia and mandated that all our power lines got put under the ground.
Yeah.
Did that not happen everywhere else? Because I remember this shit.
Yeah, it haven't happened.
I remember them niggas coming to my house, putting this big ass box in my fucking basement.
Yeah.
Doing all this shit with the wires. Like, we don't have no poles around us with no wires. There's no poles.
Yeah, they haven't done that everywhere. But I'll tell you this, the last storm that we was involved in 2021's Hurricane Ida, it actually knocked the power grid out in New Orleans. And so we stayed with our power like 4 weeks or whatever. It's horrible, man. And it was during the summertime too. I got gone, but it just was still, bad. Everybody got to leave because it's no power. You got a lot of sick people, individuals. They take that insulin and all that. That stuff got to be on ice. It have to constantly be cool and stuff. So it's not good. It's not good being without power every day.
See, I noticed out here in Virginia, like if it rains and the water saturates the ground, that's the only time we feel like something in the power grid, because all our power lines are underground now.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We don't have nothing on top. There's nothing. You go outside, right? I'm going to go out to show y'all tomorrow. Ain't no fucking line. You know how you in a neighborhood and you got the fucking things up with wires running around? Ain't none of that shit around me.
Oh, we still have them up.
No, we don't have none of this shit. I'm going to show y'all. I be forgetting. Because somebody pointed that out to me yesterday. Like, yeah, Breeze, when you be having your videos, I don't see no power lines. I said, yeah, because that nigga Obama came out here and made us put all the power lines under the ground. Wow. I never understood why that is. But I think it got something to do with the federal government because I heard underneath me there's like tunnels and shit that come from DC. So if them niggas have to escape DC, them niggas is running out here to Northern Virginia to Mount Weather and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Like we have it here at the airport.
We have Cheyenne Mountain here.
But at the airport.
Okay, y'all got Cheyenne. Yeah, we got Mount Weather. We got Ravens Rock.
Airport, right? And under certain other areas up north, like towards the airport.
Yeah.
Running underneath. And there's incentives. There's incentives for all this shit. People are getting paid off of that. You know what I mean? And the regular people are texting. It's like out of sight, out of mind. And until somebody brings it up, nobody will remember that they put them under the fucking city near the airport. As long and there's all the tunnels and everything. We keep in mind we got what is that, NORAD up here too?
Yep.
Right.
We got all kinds of military installations over
And scientists, the weather shit up here too. So
in car.
They've been making ways for them to sleep.
Yeah, we got Fort Detrick. We got all this shit like right here around it. I'm scared of Fort Detrick because they be having a lot of goddamn fucking diseases and shit up in that bitch. Like Ebola, all that shit.
Oh my God.
Where is this?
In Virginia.
It's in Fairfax. Fort
Is it like a testing site, Bree?
Huh?
It's like a test. They do testing there and all that stuff. For the
They that's where they lost 2 vials of Ebola from fucking Fort Detrick out this bitch.
Yeah.
They found them, but they had lost them at first, and then they found them. I'm like, what the fuck? And it was a tether. It was a tether riding around with it in his damn car. You know, they had these tethers doing the medical deliveries, and the tether and took the Ebola home and shit.
Oh my God.
It was like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
He need to be fired. They fired him.
They gotta throw this out away.
Right.
Contaminated. Oh my God. Ew. Oh my God.
Nah, they found it. They found it and quarantined it.
Oh, that's good. Let me get back to Afro.
Go ahead. Afro, take that hat
There was
off,
one
nigga.
situation where allegedly they were fired at by somebody, and it ran NIPSCO off.
Yeah, they trying to
And
make this.
there's a
thing
lot
like they
of
were fired
conflicting
at.
information.
This
Some people
sounds
say it
like
was a white
New
female who
Orleans.
fired
This
at.
sounds like Katrina.
Okay. Now, what I want to bring awareness to in this situation is this is another way of doing ethnic cleansing, because Gary, Indiana, most of the population of Gary, Indiana are Black. Okay. And I'm telling you that from firsthand experience as somebody who used to live there. Most of people who live in Gary, Indiana are Black, full foundational Black Americans, pretty much. And it's been that way for a very,
85%.
very, very long time. It's pretty much, it's damn near a historic FBA city. And it's something that is consistently neglected. And I want to remind everybody of how they neglected New Orleans with that hurricane that they were not prepared for, and how the government neglected it, how the government didn't care, and it was a crisis. And because people were out of power, similar to Gary, Indiana. Now, fortunately, it's not a hurricane that hit, but people were out of power. People couldn't get no food or anything like that. People couldn't even really leave like that. When that stuff happens, the government is supposed to step in. There's supposed to be special funds specifically for natural disasters. We've seen this happen when Florida, anytime Florida gets hit, because Florida's right there off the cusp, right there next to the ocean and all that. So they are often subject to tornadoes and hurricanes and stuff like that. And when that happens, you see the government rapidly responding with aid and all of that. Now, a lot of people who stay in Florida are pretty rich, pretty well off, got a lot of money and all that. So the government makes sure they take care of them. Now, I want you guys to think about the fact that when it's Black people who go through any type of natural disaster or anything, they don't do anything. They allow the Black people to pretty much suffer. And I'm going to bring this up. a lot of times they allow the black people in that area to suffer when they want the black people to move, because that's going to be prime real estate. They're looking at that, and there's been talks. I'm not going to say I have solid confirmation of this as of yet, but there have been talks of putting a new data center, right? A new data center in Gary, Indiana. Okay, they're trying to put one on in the south side of Chicago. They're trying to put one in Gary, and allegedly, I know it's confirmed they're trying to put one in the south side of Chicago, and they're trying to.
Oh shit, they're trying to put a data center there. Go ahead.
Just a little bit of pushback on my brother Apple. I get it. I hear some feedback.
It's either Sister Val or Lady Che.
Anyway, I get the whole thing. Like, yeah, they might be trying to do that, but let me just riddle this to me, Batman. They putting data centers right here in Northern Virginia in rich white people neighborhoods. So I'm not certain that it has to do. They just want to put data centers wherever the fuck they want, and they don't really give a damn. Where Gary, Indiana is right near that river. So it's more likely that water than anything else. They're like, hey, we need to feed our data. The data center needs water. And just so happened, Gary, Indiana has to be like sitting right there, just like right here where all these white people built their nice mansions on the Potomac River, nigga. Now they gotta live next to a data center. It's all over the damn place. They just building these shits any goddamn where. So I don't know if they just want to take nigger spots or anybody, because they damn sure out here taking where the wealthy white people and Asians was living. They is rolling them niggas over out here with data centers. And so I don't know. Like, I know Gary got $1 million homes out there, and Gary, I feel like there could be an attack because I feel like Gary was on the coming up. They were starting to come back.
Yeah.
And as I had these young sisters on my broadcast in the earlier my show last night, the sisters was talking about it. Like, she started showing her arms. She's like, yeah, it's a lot of us. You know why they don't want to help us? Because it's us. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's what it is. On the whole side, I don't really think it's the data center thing. I think it's just like they don't like niggas.
Yeah.
That's just it. It's like we got a chance to harm some niggas, we gonna harm them if we can. Remember, wasn't Mike Pence the governor of Indiana?
Yeah, Buttigieg was the mayor of South Bend.
On the RVA I covered, that's all I talk about sometimes is data centers, right? So I'm hitting to it, right? When they put them near our places or our areas, they're like Elon Musk did it in Tennessee. He does it everywhere he can, right? They don't really care about. He doesn't care about black. We didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he put the energy thing for the data center in a black neighborhood.
Yeah, the Colossus.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't put the actual data center in the black neighborhood. He put the energy thing.
Yes, it is. Right, it's right there. They're right by it. With the one of Memphis, it literally went right down the street from their house.
Yeah, Colossus 1 and 2.
People were getting sick, dying, getting COPD, fucking all kind of asthma.
Yeah.
Brains all shook up, shit, neurological illnesses and stuff. But there was a whole black community. Right there, and then right like maybe a mile up from it is a motherfucking data, big ass fucking
Colossus 1 and 2.
And what I want to say this is that when they put them in the white areas, they incentivize those people. They give them kickbacks or like rebates and all kinds of extra shit just for being in the area.
I'm not even hearing that though. Out here, there's a big fight where I live right now in Loudoun County. And the white people not saying that. They not saying they got no kickback. They being hit with eminent domain out this bitch.
You'll see.
They're being hit with eminent domain and they're crying. The whites and the Asians out here are crying.
Yeah, they got eminent domain. You can hang it.
Yeah.
They basically
don't want it out here. there's big fights, and now they're talking about they gotta put up power lines, big giant power lines all of a sudden because they need power lines. Because what Obama did, they saying that won't produce enough energy, so they need to put up new power lines through all the Nabisco neighborhoods. Oh, it's a fight out here in Loudoun County right now.
Wow.
Yeah. I imagine, I believe it. It's like that in different cities too, where it's starting to get very, very, very contentious. Like here, we're got a little something going on too. You know,
look, I'm not saying like they not after Negroes. I know that's a given, but I'm just trying to say it's a little bit bigger and crazier than what we all know. It's like really they want to have these things near the water, suck up all the goddamn water. That's what they do.
They don't want the other water. They want the clean water.
Yeah, it's like this shit is crazy.
Belligerent drought, which we already was in, but the fact that they make the threats of conservation, they were not conserving enough, which is another lie. But the fact is that we pay utilities, so when one of those goes in there, we pay for the higher bills on the electricity and the water. And they don't want to. They don't want. I said the last like a couple weeks ago, just for them to kick down this motherfucking 20 years of money they've been taking, because they're rich. They got we're in the Excel. They got billions of dollars and have the audacity to ask for taxes, more taxes and stuff like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
All right, let me get back to Afro.
What do you expect us to do if they take up all the water? You can't bring that water back. What are we gonna do about that?
Right.
They're about to say and we're just giving it up, and I'm like, nah, I wouldn't give anybody anything, especially when there's more data centers that we even knew about. You know what I mean? Because they don't intentionally tell Black people where these things are happening, so we got to find out on our own, and by then it's too late. And that's what I witnessed.
To ethnically cleanse.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead.
Gary the same way they were trying to do with New Orleans, right? Remember when those some people's houses in New Orleans got flooded and completely destroyed. What they did was they said, okay, well, we can either give you the money for what your house is worth, or you can build your house back. But the money that they were giving them to repair their house and to rebuild wasn't really enough to rebuild. So they were saying, oh, well, you know what? How about we just buy this land? Because still, technically, you own the land. How about we just buy the land from you? And that's what they do a lot of times. They'll allow a natural disaster to go there. They won't send help, especially immediate help. They'll put the people in a very difficult position. And then when people leave, or people are like, okay, well, we got to sell the house or whatever the case may be, then people will come in and be all like, you know what, we'll just buy this from you. Okay. Because nobody wants to live in a situation where they're getting flooded every other weekend. Now, we've had crazy weather pretty much all summer long. Like, it's been crazy pretty much all summer long, and it's just really been unfortunate. But this is a tactic that they do, and you're not really seeing the government talk about that. You're not seeing the governor really push about that. You're not seeing the mayor really push about that. You're not really seeing anybody raise hell about this. They're claiming that they're doing the best that they can. Allegedly, what they've been saying on the news is that they're sending different aides from different experts from different cities to aid in the situation. But a lot of people, the people who are there, are saying ain't nobody there. There are no NIPSCO trucks outside. The way the news is making it seem, as if the NIPSCO trucks have been outside 24/7 struggling to get the lights turned on. But the actual people, because there's people who still have, their not Wi-Fi, but their data, and they're making videos and saying, ain't nobody out here. Ain't nobody helping. Ain't nobody getting the trees. It's gotten to a point where people are going to different cities buying power tools to try to get the trees down themselves. I've seen videos of that. People are really Black people are really going out of town to get tools and equipment and trucks and all of that to move the trees off their property, off the power lines and all of that. Black people got to do that themselves because the government's not helping, the city's not helping, and nobody's even saying anything. Okay. I want you guys to remember there's a documentary on Katrina, the Hurricane Katrina, that recently came out, I think a year or two ago. And it said that in that documentary the government was allegedly going to send aid. They were going to send aid.
Talking about the one on
but
Netflix,
then what happened is that there was some type of rumor that people were pew-pewing at a helicopter and all that stuff. And they was all like, oh my God. We don't want the first responders to be endangered. We got to think for their safety. So the aid literally turned around because they were bringing food, medicine, all that stuff. They were bringing trucks to take people out of the city. And then allegedly there were people on the rooftop that were firing off at the helicopter. And then all of a sudden, all of that aid just turned around and never came. And that's the same excuse that they're making with Gary, Indiana. That in Gary, Indiana, somebody allegedly did that to a NIPSCO truck. Nobody was hurt. But then now NIPSCO was scared to go into Gary, Indiana. For I don't know why anybody would do that anyway. Okay. But NIPSCO was scared to go into Gary, Indiana. So now people are having to figure it out themselves. I think we need to bring awareness to this situation because a lot of people in Gary need assistance and need help, as much help as they can. Because what I'm hearing now is that even when they do turn the power on, that people are still going to have to pay a huge NIPSCO bill. There was one woman online who was all like, hey, I still got charged even though my power's been out. She got charged a lot of money for some weird, crazy reason.
They do that. They do that everywhere.
I'm noticing that a lot of times, and this is not the first time, because Gary is an example that we're talking about now, but this is a time, every single time there's a natural disaster. A few years ago, there was one, I think South Carolina, North Carolina, or South Carolina, one of them, and the government was playing a bunch of these politic games and nobody wanted to send, FEMA didn't want to send no help. And they said they ran out of money and all of that stuff.
Yeah,
and
that was the North Carolina.
Kamala got involved and Elon Musk even got involved. And they were playing these little games of hot potato about who's responsible with South Carolina, North Carolina and all that. Right.
Yeah, it was now North Carolina.
So when black people are there, everybody likes to drag their feet when it comes to the aid. Now, I want you guys to remember, Carolina has a lot of natural forest fires. They would keep black people in prison longer. They would extend their prison sentence. They would keep them in prison longer than they should so they can do fire work so they can get rid of the forest fires in California.
Yep,
all right. They would damn near force people to save the houses of rich people in California. And you don't see, and I'm not saying you should force anybody to save nobody, but I'm saying you don't see that type of attention and care when it comes to.
It happened in North Carolina too, but he was talking about California with Kamala Harris.
You can't go into a run-on sentence from North Carolina to California, nigga. The way you said it, he said it as if like North Carolina is keeping niggas in jail to fight forest fires. That's not true. Yeah. That's what he just said.
But that's not true. Exactly. It's California that's doing that.
Yeah, I'm saying he said North Carolina though. He just rode into it. Like he gotta be careful. I'm listening right now. I'm like, yeah, this nigga just said North Carolina keep niggas in jail for California fires. He just said that. Let's rewind it. Listen.
Of money and all of that stuff, and Kamala got involved, and Elon Musk even got involved, and they were playing these little games of hot potato about who's responsible with South Carolina, North Carolina, and all that, right? So when black people are there, everybody likes to drag their feet when it comes to the aid. Now, I want you guys to remember, Carolina has a lot of natural forest fires.
Carolina.
They would keep black
He
people
said
in prison
Carolina.
longer. They would
Pause. He said
Yeah,
Carolina. He doesn't understand. He had Carolina on his mind.
Yeah, I think he been California though.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know. I fucking know.
extend their prison sentence. They would keep them in prison longer than they should. So
go ahead, Lady Chain.
I was loving the brief since then. You can't carry out a runaway sentence like that.
Yeah, that was a run on sentence. Yeah.
they can do fire work so they can get rid of the forest fires in California. All right. They would damn near force people to save the houses of rich people in California. And you don't see, and I'm not saying you should force anybody to save nobody, but I'm saying you don't see that type of attention and care when it comes to Gary, Indiana, or any place predominantly black. All right. So we need to be paying very close attention to that and attention to the ethnic cleansing, because you got to think older people, some older people, they can't, they can't go in a city without power. They can't live in a house without power. Some people have oxygen and all that stuff, and it's very dangerous for them because their alarm system, you have to think about it too. They might have alarm systems that just don't work no more. So it's a more dangerous situation when you have seniors who live in this house and the house don't have power for over a week. They might think, hey, you know what? We might as well cut our losses and get out of here. And then bam, there goes that house. Because they don't want to be dealing with all of this. They don't have power. First off, it's not safe for anybody. Okay. It's not safe for nobody, but it creates a special danger when it comes to senior citizens. Then you have people who have children. You got children, you need to store a lot of food. You can't store a lot. And if you were by yourself, you could pretty much go and get some food every day. You got kids, you need to store food. You can't store food if there's no refrigerator. You can't even really cook food because there's no electricity. Especially if you got like an electric stove, you can't even cook food. I don't even know if the gas is on for the stove to work, okay, or for the oven to work or anything like that. So
you
that
can get a grill
situation where people are kind of desperate and they think about leaving. It puts people in a real bad situation. Then here comes another element. Then you have people who get desperate. You have people who take advantage of bad situations. And then you have people all like, well, if they don't got no power, they don't got no alarm system. Then I'm seeing people, stories. I'm not seeing people. I'm hearing stories of people robbing people for generators. They got a emergency generator or something like that, and people run up in people's houses and robbing them. So it's getting real bad. The worse, the longer they go without power, the worse this situation is going to get. It's not good. It's not a good situation. And I've been wanting to talk about it, trying to figure out exactly what can be done. So I want to have this panel. I want to open it up for everybody to see. Maybe there might be some suggestions. Maybe you all might have some type of suggestions of what can be done. First things first, we need to make sure the people is okay. All right. We need to make sure that everybody there is eating, got food. Everybody there has medicine, because you have to understand sometimes people rely on public transportation and stuff. They can't even charge their phone. They can't get no Ubers or anything like that. So we need to make sure they're okay. I'm working on some things about maybe sending some aid out there on my part. I'm not going to tell y'all exactly what I'm going to do, because that's not for this. Is not for that, but that's what I'm going to do on my part. But there definitely has to be something besides just the awareness, because even if you can't do anything, awareness is enough. Just bringing awareness to the situation, because if people aren't talking about it, nobody's going to put pressure on the people responsible and hold them accountable to fix it. The more people talk about it, the more pressure is on them. The more eyes they know are on them, watching them, the powers that be, the more pressure they have to fix it. So if you can't send no aid, no money, no nothing like that, just sharing this or sharing a video or posting about it, tweeting about it, anything that can be helpful. All right. And not just in Gary, because if let's say this happens in Gary and then there's a winter storm or something like that in Texas, and black people in Texas don't even really get snow like that. So you have a situation where they're out of power and all that stuff, and the government deliberately neglects them.
We already went through that.
We need to be aware of the fact that this is a pattern. Every single time there's some type of disaster, some type of tornado, hurricane, flood, or anything like that, here they come dragging their feet. They don't really know what to do. All of that
niggas
stuff.
in Texas didn't learn from the last ice storm.
To help another community. They will send billions of dollars to help another community. Okay. So we got to be on top of that, family. We have to be on top of that. I'm not going to be here long at all. I know I say that, but I got a very early appointment tomorrow morning, so I cannot be on here long. So if y'all want to come up, give suggestions, weigh in, feel free to do so while we're still here.
You know what, Afro? Remember when Flint happened?
Mm-hmm.
And word got out about the water system?
Mm-hmm.
Men from Philly, young men from Philly, drove trucks down there with water cases themselves. They would be perfect to help coordinate things because they jumped into action before. But my suggestion, my real suggestion, right? I just wanted to kind of give a background in how we get into action. And we got into action with Katrina and stuff too. So we do know how to do this, but we do need a contact person near or in Gary, if we can find one, just to start setting up the GoFundMe. And that's the best I have for now, besides what you said, and then somebody said awareness is cheap, send aid. Well, we're trying to do that as soon as we find a contact person. But how's the weather in Gary at this time of the year?
I mean, there's rain and stuff like that. This is a very abnormal weather pattern that we're having. You know what I'm saying? Like normally we don't have like crazy storms and tornadoes back to back to back. It's like every other week or every week rather. We're having that. So this is very unusual for Illinois, Chicago, or upper Illinois, Chicago, Indiana, and all that. It hasn't really rained heavily in about a week or two though. So it does seem to be dying down. It ain't really rain like crazy where it's like knocking power out in like about 10 days, like 10 some days, like about close to about 2 weeks, right? It's kind of been about that time. I think it's gonna rain again. This weekend. I don't think it's going to be that heavy though. And I'm glad you brought that up. Right? Because another thing we need to be very aware of is that a lot of people are opportunists and will take will seize an opportunity on a natural disaster. What I mean by that is a lot of people, they'll be all like, hey, well, donate to me and my organization because my organization is helping the people. And a lot of people will flood their donations and donate. And then next thing you know, they run off with the bag, or they don't send the help that's equivalent to the donations that they received. So we have to be very aware of that. Don't just donate to anybody who claims to all of a sudden have a brand new organization nobody's ever heard of before and say, well, I'm here to help Gary. Some people will be so deceptive. They will be in Gary. They will show you the scene. They will say, look at what's going on. They will talk to people. They will sell it to you that you sending them money is actually helping the people. Okay. And then when all's done, they're running off with the bag or they got some type of come up going on for them. So just be careful with that.
Help me, nigga. I'm from Gary.
Yeah,
nigga.
we probably need our truck drivers now.
I need the money, nigga.
who could physically get on the road. Other than that, I'm like an awareness person. Give me what you want put out there, and I could do that. Maybe donate a few dollars. But we really need a contact in Gary.
I see the tethers right now doing the Birdman.
And y'all come up. Y'all come up. I'm pretty sure. Oh, there we go. Look, somebody has a link. Afro, you have 2 devices. Check the link out.
Let me see.
It's a .gov site too.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, Jermaine.
Oh, let me turn this on. Oh wow.
How you gonna tell Afro he got 2 devices now?
Yeah, Jermaine, if you want to come up, can you come up for just like a couple seconds to explain what that link is? Because I can't click it right now.
My nigga's like, oh God.
It's okay if you can't. Jasmine, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I've been kind of just, trying to recruit and recalculate, my family algorithm and stuff like that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So there's no power in Gary, Indiana right now? What is that about? Because I didn't hear about that. That must be something that's very new.
Yeah, it happened like a week, not even a week ago, longer than a week ago. And Gary, there's been a lot of crazy storms. I'm talking about these storms are wild. It's knocking over trees and all that. There's tornadoes, multiple different tornadoes, not like severe tornadoes you see in the movies, but different tornadoes hitting Indiana, Chicago, the Chicagoland area. So it's been kind of knocking our power out on and off all summer, really. And it knocked out Gary, Indiana's power about 10 days ago, and it hasn't come on since. And what they're saying is that what NIPSCO is saying is that there's a whole bunch of trees in the way, and they really can't really get to the power lines and fix everything up because of all of the trees and debris and stuff like that. But the people who are supposed to be handling the trees and debris aren't there to handle anything, because they're saying that they're in fear of their life and all of that stuff. Oh.
Okay, I can respond to that. Based off of
one minute. I don't want Afro to lose this comment. I'm so sorry. Jermaine also put in a charging station, Gary Public Library, 220 West 5th Avenue, Gary, Indiana, 46402. And Arthur Watkins just popped into my 20 West 5th Avenue, Gary, Indiana, 46402. And Arthur Watkins just popped into my.
So I didn't necessarily hear about that, right? But what I will say is that I've seen a theme happening the past few days, the past few weeks, the past few months, the past years when it comes to certain situations in our community, cases being highlighted, but they highlight the YP community's issues first.
Mm-hmm.
This is my first time hearing about this today, right? So I don't even know how to really respond to it, because I was talking on a live with other Black Americans and diaspora Americans or whatever, and melanated people about a white woman who was on psychosis. And that is something that I don't think that people realize when it comes to our media, what's pushed in the forefront. Because now a lot of us, when we hear for the first time, it's like, wait, people in Gary, Indiana don't have power. And I think that I want to find a new term for this, because I was thinking about white fragility and like pushing them and, and whatnot into the media attention feedback loop, where when it happens to them, we're all paying attention to it.
I want to see if this person, I think this person might be from Gary. I'm going to let you land real quick, though. Let you land.
Okay, I will land, because I do want to hear more about this now. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know, but I want to see where this goes, because it's not being pushed to a point where a lot of us who would pay attention to this would understand the background. So I will land there.
Yeah. Cosmo, request up again. I tried to get you up before. I don't know why it's tripping, but we got a new speaker on the panel. Speaker, where are you from? Okay.
How you doing, Afro Elite?
I'm good. How you doing, Cosmo?
I'm doing pretty good. So what do you guys want to talk about
said that
Gary?
nigga's outside.
Okay, yeah. You're currently in Gary, right?
Yeah, I'm currently in Gary, right? I'm in like what they call the Miller area of Gary, like maybe like about 2.5 miles from the beach. That's the way that the path that the tornado came.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you guys been without power?
11 days. Tomorrow will be 12.
Oh man, 11 days.
Yeah.
Wow. And what have they said about that? Because
So-
they on the news they were saying it was the trees that was the problem. So what did they tell you all?
Yeah. So I know better than that, right? It's because I was born and raised in Gary, right? So the thing of it is that like the latest reports that I got is that NIPSCO, the one and only power company here who has held a monopoly for like over 60 years plus, they gave a report through the mayor that, you know, more than likely power would start to be restored by the 25th, which would make it essentially like almost like 4 weeks going on into a month, right, for restoration of power. And that's including like 22,000 people without power here.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, listen, the tornado was a devastating, powerful tornado. So just to kind of give you like a backstory to it, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks prior, there's an adjacent little town. It's not far from here. You can't miss Maryville, Indiana, right? So Maryville experienced the same type of tornado that we experienced maybe like about 3 weeks or a month ago, and it just demolished. When I say demolished, you can go online and see. I'm talking about took houses down, power lines. It just completely incapacitated the whole area. And so forward almost a month later, right, I'm literally standing looking through my window and I'm saying, okay, I see a storm on the horizon. Then all of a sudden it just darkened real black. And by me living really close to the path of the way that the tornado traveled, which is off of Lake Michigan, I only live like 2.5 miles from the beach coastline, right? Man, listen, when I'm telling you that those winds, it's been reported that they got up to 99 miles an hour. I'm telling you, they were probably more powerful than that. And I'm just looking at my window. So I tell my sister to go to the basement, right? So that we can make sure, because that tornado was so powerful, I'm thinking to myself, it's getting ready to rip the houses off the frame and everything. And the safest place is going to be is in the basement. But yeah, that happened like 11 days ago. And when I'm telling you that it ripped trees down and everything. So to address the issue that your concerns about the trees, see, Gary has languished in infrastructure for decades now. I'm talking like for maybe more than over like 60 years. Well, let's say from 40 years, it has languished when it comes down to infrastructure and things of that nature. So all of the power lines are above ground. Nothing is below ground, and the trees, right? The company NIPSCO, the power company,
about what I'm talking
they
about.
were not doing their due diligence, meaning a part of their budget should have been allocated for the maintenance of trees away from power lines, things of that nature, but they were fully overgrown. And how I ended up back here is because my mother, who lived with me in Arlington, Texas, right, in a fairly high-powered neighborhood, she decided that she had taken up enough of my life. Is because I was her caretaker. So my sister lived in Indiana and she moved back here. And then from there, my mother had a near-death experience maybe about 1.5 years ago. So my brothers and sisters and I, we got rid of our houses where we live. We put together a POA, a plan of action, and we came back to be able to be the care provider for our mother. And this is how I ended up back in Gary, but it's really, really bad here, man. When I say bad, I mean very terrible.
Okay. Well, I hope you and your family are safe. And let me ask you this other question, and I appreciate you being here with us. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Some people are saying that they don't see NIPSCO or any other company outside really working on getting the trees taken care of, getting the power back on. They don't really see trucks and stuff like that. Is that what you see?
True. So if you have questions, we'll just go ahead and take it like it's a deposition, right? And I'll just give you what's true and what's not true, right? So that is very true. I've seen, observed NIPSCO trucks ride through here, right? And even sitting on the block for hours, right? Which in my mind, I'm like, okay, these are billable hours to the city, right? But no work effort, no work input to be able to restore the city, right? And of last week, I have not seen one NIPSCO truck. So my neighbor today, because of her insurance, it was able to bring out a privatized company to be able to cut away the trees, to kind of partially restore her driveway, her backyard, things of that nature, right? And the power lines that are literally down on the ground, right? I mean, it's incredible.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Another question, and this does confirm what I was saying. I said people were going to outside sources to try to take care of the trees. I was saying that before. I don't know if you heard me when I said that.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
There was,
that's true. They're doing it themselves too. Mm-hmm.
There was a, I guess, a story that somebody was pew-pewing a NIPSCO truck or something of that sort, and that they kind of was scared to kind of come in certain areas and all that. What's the reality behind that?
Yeah, so this is my take on that, right? It's because I'm not an eyewitness observer to that event, but I am close to the ground to people in the community abroad in Gary, right? This is what I truly understand is that there had been some generator theft, some disruptions in the community, right? And so because of that, when the NIPSCO trucks was parked, I believe it was maybe at 1 a.m. in the morning, right? They perceived those individuals to be on some type of death time, right? And I will not even go so far to even say that the pew-pews occurred is because I understand the nature of how these peoples like to put out narratives, for future litigations to say, well, this is one of the reasons why we couldn't come out is because of safety. They've done that as well in New Orleans. But listen, crime has never been as low in Gary, right? So Gary is not the population when I was coming up when it was almost 200,000 residents here, right? It's down to like 67, 70,000 people, right? And I just think that it's a false narrative that they put out is because they know that they have not done their due diligence with the community to be able to restore power. So it was just a false narrative to put out in a distraction, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'm outside right now. Listen, my neighborhood is safe. I know every neighbor on my block, right? We look out for each other. I did a cookout maybe like around about 5 days ago for some of the less fortunate peoples in the community, right? We fed the community, we shared, we gave up information so that we're not living in the same neighborhood, so that people know that in cases of emergency like this, right, to organize, have the names, know who the elderly people are, the young people, so that we can protect them and help them and share resources, right? But yeah, I'm not worried about someone pew-pewing, and I'm sure that NIPSCO knows that was a false narrative that they put out to be able to throw people off the trail, that they're not doing their jobs for very high, when I say high, expensive utility rates, I'm talking about probably some of the highest in the world.
Yeah, they're going to get that narrative because what they're doing is criminal.
So they hold a monopoly on this.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the information. Now, I know you said you've been feeding the community and doing all that stuff. Shout out to you and thank you for that. What resources or aid or anything like that has the government given to people in this time?
So from my understanding is that the mayor, in conjunctions with the governor, they put in the formal declaration to, the federal government that Trump had signed for aid from the federal government to be able to help, you know, the residents of Indiana, because it's just not Northwest Indiana that got impacted. It's really like 3/4 of the state. Like when you go downstate towards Indianapolis, Carmel, Fishers, Noblesville, areas like that, like 5 people were unalive due to flash floods, you know. So, and when you're talking about this, you're talking about Hammond, where they're talking about relocating the Bears. They're down, Griffith. These are surrounding cities, right? So it's the whole Northwest and moving all the way downstate. And I'm talking like 3 hours away, right? The whole state really got either tornadoes or torrential rainfalls that came down so hard that people were ill prepared to be able to survive. As far as I know, to answer your question specifically is I heard that some resources from the federal government has been allocated to a township called Carmel. But the reason why I suspect that is because Carmel and places like Geist and Fishers are very upwardly mobile, affluent communities, right? This is where a lot of the wealthy live. And so that's where the first resources was allocated. But to the best of my knowledge, no federal aid has actually reached and touched the ground in Gary, Indiana and surrounding counties to be able to give these people any type of relief, period.
And that's how they do.
Yeah.
That's how they do. They'll make
Right.
sure they take care of the richer folk before they look after everybody. They're not evenly distributing any type of resources or making sure they prioritize everybody equally with any type of equity at all. They don't do that. Let me ask you this now. There's a lot of people from outside of Gary, outside of Indiana, want to help. What is the best thing that they can do? Is there any type of organizations that are volunteering? Is there anything trustworthy that you know of where people can maybe donate or anything like that?
Okay, great question. So this is what I would, this is the position that I would advocate if people want to reach out to help people in Gary, Indiana, right? Okay. Contact the mayor's office, because the mayor here, Eddie Melton, he has a very, very high favorable rating here. He is from Gary. We had seen significant changes in the infrastructure in Gary since he became mayor, right? He took it as a personal challenge. Roads and things of that nature were being rebuilt, stoplights, street lights, things of that nature, right? But I would say reach out to the office, and then they have a hotline where you can call. They have a 211 number, Indiana, and then they have a 311 number, and now they have a law firm out in Maryville. I believe that the name of the law firm is called Allen's, where they have put together and petitioned a class action lawsuit to go in effect against NIPSCO, right, for their non-performance. But that would be the safest bet if you want to reach out. I believe that Keefe Lee has not given the disclosed date, but I saw him in a TikTok, and others have talked about it in the city, where Keefe Lee is coming here. Glenn Robinson, Big Dog, who is from Gary, Indiana, has donated $100,000. And so, you know, there have been a lot of people. And I want to give a shout out to the people in Chicago, right? Because Chicago gets a bad rap sometimes, but our kinsfolks over there have been, I think his name is FYB something. He has been in Gary passing out resources on Broadway, which is a main street. The main street to separate east and west is because the city is divided in states and presidents, right? And so he has been here along with other people from Chicago, you know, bringing over resources, whether it be food, water, you know, just giving out positive message, things of that nature. So, but in the end, I would say reach out to the mayor's office. They're very highly, you know, open, you know, where you can reach them and contact them, and then they can direct you to the organizations that they feel like might have the most reputable organizations to be able to send money to, that they know that will reach the people and really not line the pockets of someone, you know, in hiding that we don't know.
Absolutely. If somebody did, let's say somebody was from Chicago and wanted to, and they had like a whole bunch of food and supplies and things like that, where would they drop that off? Where should they go to drop that off?
Right. Again, I would ask them to call City Hall, speak with one of the mayor's secretary. These peoples are accessible. Believe me, it's easy to reach these peoples these days. And they would probably more than likely disperse foods and clothes or batteries or anything that people had to, like, say, the Goodwill, the Salvation Army in these areas like that, or other organizations that are here where people can go to those locations and be able to receive those benefits.
Okay, cool. Now, if people were looking for some things, like what would you say, just real quick, and I appreciate your time, I really do. What would you say are the main things people need? Do people need food? Do people need water? Are people needing batteries? Or what is, like, if somebody was to say, I got $100, $200, what should they spend that on if they really wanted to help?
Right. To help is the most preeminent thing would be food, is because people had, of course, when you have no electricity, perishable goods, they perish, right? And so people have lost their foods and things like that. So I would put food at the top of the list. I would put, if anybody could get a hold to say, like, small solar lights where people could at least have some type of lights on the inside of their houses and things of that nature, those would be some of the things. And then water, you need food and water. These are the things that could sustain you when nightfall comes. I'm thinking more like lights, because a lot of women have expressed, who are here in Gary, have expressed feeling very unsafe, right, at these times. And it's not because crime is high, again, that I alluded to in the beginning, but just the very nature of a woman just being alone with her children, right, and just by herself. That's not the most, the feeling that, promote that a person is safe. And so I would instruct people to try to look into solar devices that people can power up in the daytime, right, and use the natural sun, and then use it at nighttime as a source of light for themselves. And if not that, candles, candles, right? Food, water, and candles, that would be awesome.
Okay. Well, thank you, Cosmo. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that's why we
absolutely
had this live, just because, I saw the situation. I'm working on doing something, but I know a lot of people, because we had a Sister Jasmine up here. She didn't even know about it. There's a lot of people, because the mainstream media is not really talking about it like that. So it's a lot of people who don't know. And when they do know, they do want to help. So not only that I want to bring awareness to the situation, I wanted to bring people together to see what can be done. And you're saying that they say that the power is going to come on the 25th, right?
Yeah, but I put no faith and stock in that. Like when I spoke with my sister last, right, I say, sister, the power more than likely will not be on for at least, prepare for a month. Now, my sister and I, we have resources, right? We don't have the lights and all of that, because I just feel comfortable where I'm at and I'm not worried about that, right? It can go to other people who really do need it. But so we just live day by day. Like, for example, we just buy enough food for today to be able to eat. We eat small anyway, right? And then at nighttime, right, either we use our phones or a couple of little solar devices that we have to be able to light up our pathway on the inside of the house. But as it pertains to other people, right, I would just really encourage people to give what they can, right? Small contributions, medium size or big, whatever that you have to be able to help the residents of Gary, is because at the end of the day is we have known historically and in contemporary times, we are all that we shall ever have in this nation.
Yes, that's absolutely
Yes, sir.
true.
Yes,
That's absolutely
sir.
correct. Thank you, Cosmo. We got to wrap things up, but I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming on, and stay safe out there. We're going to be trying to send help. Y'all heard what he's there. Also, one last question. People are putting up a link in the chat room. BX, what's the link they're putting up in the chat room? They're putting up some link in the chat room. Yeah, it says www.gary.gov/storm recovery. Is that, I'm assuming that's where you go to donate or whatever the case is, right?
Yeah, let me pull this up. I don't want to give a false read, right?
Okay.
What I would do is, again, I would direct individuals' attention, is because These peoples are very easy to get in contact with. Go to the mayor's office to be able to validate all links before people start to send their hard-earned money or whatever it is that they're sending to Gary, right? Because I don't want anyone to be duped and people taking advantage of individuals in this time of need for people. I want the money to be able to go to the people where it needs to go. And I want the people who sent it to feel good and confident that the money that they sent hard earned, that it went to the people to help them, right? And not some scammer.
Yeah. Yeah, because people always do that. They'll take advantage.
Right,
Say
exactly.
A charging station, Gary Public Library, 220 West 5th Avenue, Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, that's a good one. The Gary Library is going to be a credible source, right? I know this, right? I can say that, right? Let me say this in parting, Afro Elite. One thing is, the thing I want to highlight is that I want to highlight you. Thank you from the bottom to the top of my heart for coming on, for making this an important topic and a matter, right? Because we know that the national news organizations, for whatever reasons, right, are not highlighting the devastation that has gone on through most of Indiana. But I will say this last but not least, because people have asked me this for decades now. What happened to Gary? Why did this place go down like this? And oftentimes you will hear a very simple answer. All the steel mills went down and most of the livelihoods got, outsourced to China for cheaper steel. That's a partial truth. The reason why this city was targeted is because of its role in the civil rights movement, which give us all our freedoms today, right? And this city was an inkwell for Black people. When I tell you that this was a beautiful city, very highly competent people, we owned all of the infrastructure. I'm talking about stores, education, all of my coaches, programs for peoples in the summer. And these are my thoughts around why Gary was purposely targeted and destroyed is because I feel that the people who run this country did not want to have that power base that close to Chicago, which is another main place, and then illuminate our people. And then they have to compete with that in the future is because we had made leaps and bounds in movements within a small time from the Civil Rights Bill and the National Immigration Act of 1964 and 65. And so they took preemptive measures to be able to destroy this place. And then just, of course, everybody know that COINTELPRO was involved with a lot of the trafficking back in the 80s and the 90s so that they could put that label, all these peoples were just criminals and things of that nature. But it was because they did not want to compete in the future with strong-minded women and men. And I can tell you, being raised here, 7 out of 10 households had a mother, a father, and a child. We owned the homes. All my friends attended university, went to college, right? And so it was a joke to the system to see us recover that quickly. And I believe that's one of the reasons, along with Mayor Richard Gordon Hatcher being the first Black mayor of a major city, right? And they didn't want to be faced with that going in the future. So they disconnected us and short-circuited the city. And it's been like this ever since that time period in decay. So until we reach this moment right now.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. What about the people who need medicine? How are they holding up?
Yeah, so and once again, in our case, it's my brothers and sisters, right? And so we take care of insurance. We take care of the needs of our mother. Our father has transitioned. But for other elderly people, right, I would look into maybe establishing a fund to be able to help elderly people and even young people or people in general in need who cannot afford to pay for their medicines, for vital support for their health. So that's a great question. So yeah, that's one of the things that I will put right up there with food, water, solar power, and medicine, because people's lives depend on the medication that they take. And because they can't refrigerate a lot of it now because there's no power, right? They need that badly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Y'all, we got instructions. We know where to go. Make sure before you spend any money, do your due diligence. All right. Because people will take advantage of this situation. I'm not saying send me no money or nothing like that. I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying, as the brother said, call the mayor, call the city council, you know, and then get instructions from it, because they would know exactly the best place if you wanted to help, how to help. You know, they in
Even
charge of
called the
everything,
Gary
so they would
Public
know
Library.
what to do.
Yeah, even called the Gary Public Library. The information that the young lady gave out is because they are a great resource. They're in as a matter of fact, the Gary Public Library is only a half a block away from City Hall, so they would know, right? And you would be able to gain access through them. Is because I reiterate this: please do not send money to people that are performing fraud at this time, because it does not help the people here, and people will be angry about sending their hard-earned money and it didn't reach the people that they was trying to help. So thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Y'all make sure y'all go to For the Culture on YouTube to listen to the playback of this. If you're on For the Culture, shout out to you. Thank you very much. Also, if you're in Chicago, we're having a backpack giveaway this Sunday. So you guys show up, pull up, you know, make sure you all do that. BX, you have any closing thoughts?
Yes. Prayers for Gary, Indiana. This is grassroots. This is how we work. Well wishes to Cosmo. Thank you to Jermaine, who gave me the charging station, and also to Sister Jackie in the chat, who told us to ask about those needing medicine and the elderly. So thank you guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Afro, and I appreciate you too, Cosmo, for coming up and giving us the information firsthand.
All right. You all have a good night.
All right. Thank you, Afro, for that update. We lost Breeze, but what are your thoughts, Lady Che and Sister Val?
I mean, personally, I think this is good to know there's somebody out there to say what's really happening. You know, I feel like that's a necessity. And yeah, like, if people need to know about it, I mean, people need to know about it. You know, I was like, where's Ray? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because usually he chimes in, so like, man, that would have been awful too. I just think that the more we know, the more we can share.
Mm-hmm. Right, I agree.
It doesn't surprise me though. It's like, you know, it doesn't surprise me that they've been like abandoned. Like, this is what happens, you know, they're doing it intentionally. It's ethnic cleansing. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it is.
Whatever you want to call it. It's fucked up.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts, Sister Val?
My thoughts is, well, we know the people shooting at the utility truck, all that narrative. You understand? They coming with a narrative because they already doing something that could lead to several lawsuits. Having people without lights and power and everything like that. And on top of that, it's dangerous for people to get out there on their own and be moving trees and all these different things in their yard with you know, power lines. You don't know if they you don't know anything about the power lines or anything like that. So that's a dangerous situation right there in itself.
Yeah, it is.
Why they not moving to help these people, I don't know. I guess it's no state of emergency that has been declared over there in Indiana, but oh well, yeah, it have, because he said that the richer parts, the more affluent parts, got money or whatever. But it's just it's a messed up situation. It's a messed up situation for Gary, you know, and it is, you know, with it being 85% black or whatever, you know, that's what they doing. They dragging their feet. That's all that is.
Yeah.
And not caring about who getting hurt or harmed in the process. But it does sound like it's something going on. You know, if they can get next to some water for a data center and all that, that's probably what this is about.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it.
Something nefarious.
Yeah, it's always something nefarious behind things like that. It goes past just a regular tornado storm, with the power being out like that. Nah, because it don't take that long. It don't take that long.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, this is deliberate.
Yeah, it's looking real deliberate, but that's the way it go when you're dealing with the federal government. I mean, how much funds was they able to get, to even get things off the ground? Because from what I'm hearing, FEMA ain't got no money, so.
Yeah, FEMA broke. FEMA been broke.
They did that to FEMA. They did that to FEMA. You know what I mean? They took FEMA. Way back at the beginning of the administration, remember?
Yep.
And then all the fires happened, and then look what happened. Nobody was able to get compensated or help or anything.
Yeah.
It's just shit. And I mean, like, they can't really blame anybody for going out later. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when you get your power back, you're still dealing with whatever else was torn up, your house. If it was, if they took the roof off or it landed in another part of town or something like that happened, they have to be paid for. So,
right.
And I'm sure everybody don't have, house insurance if they even own. So the aftermath, it's gonna be more than just the lights being out.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, they deal with all kinds of toxic conditions too. Being that's a long time without electricity. Who knows what else, they're not able to get their hands on. You know what I mean? Clean water and to eat, bathe, and use the restroom. It's kind of going to be, it's difficult sometimes, especially when the electricity's out.
Right.
Yes. So it's going to start getting, that. I want to say that's how they do it. They want us to. They try to figure out how to aim this, and yet.
About where you went in New Orleans with the Katrina hit?
I wasn't living in New Orleans. I actually I was in Louisiana, but I wasn't in New Orleans. It was a bad situation, bad story. My sister had just moved to New Orleans. She was going to college there. This was her first year, her freshman year, and she ended up having to leave like a week within. They had just started class and everything like that. She had to leave and go to Atlanta. She stayed gone like 3 months in Atlanta, so it was a lot.
Oh damn!
It was a lot just trying to get them back home and everything like that. It was a mess. But yeah, I had family members who was involved, but it was just crazy. My little cousin got lost, and she got displaced from her mother. She had to be, they found her all the way in Washington D.C. It was all kind of stuff.
Yeah, and my sister was in Lake Charles during Katrina, and she said it was a horrible experience. Like there was no help. They ended up coming back out here after that during that whole fiasco. You know what I mean? Because there was no help. Couldn't find your peoples, and if you could find your peoples, they was busy. They had to leave their own shit to take on your shit. You know what I mean? That's what she had said. And she had, they said she had a whole bunch of little babies. They're just little. They weren't grown then. They were just babies.
Yeah.
And having to take care of 3 little girls and a young boy, during that time was pretty fucking crucial. I remember when she came back. It was a horrible time.
Right. Yeah, we got a lot of people from Katrina move here.
Yeah, well, I live in New Orleans now, and it's still this place in this 20 years after it happened. That neighborhood, the Ninth Ward that they call or whatever, where it was predominantly that was like a black, let's just say FBA like black ward or whatever, still haven't came back. So it's still taking a little time to get there, but it's been hard work living in New Orleans. It definitely have.
Yeah, I got a homeboy I went to school with. He was in New Orleans for a minute. He just moved back to Denver. He said he couldn't find no work out there.
Oh yeah. The work is almost non-existent. So
I'm saying they make it hard for us. And if the government don't want to help, as soon as you try to get the help on your own, there they go, want to tear your shit down. They don't want us to have shit. Not even just a motherfucking joy in your step, you know. And they make sure that they let you know what the fuck it really is. It's just horrible.
Yeah, so Katrina was like a case study. At wherever we at, if there's natural disaster, that's what's going to end up happening. How our people were treated during Katrina, it was just a microcosm of what it is everywhere in this country.
Please pay attention to what's going on right now, because I mean we're in a whole different era from when that happened to now. People, there's more hunger outside. There's more, about to get it how you live type shit. You know? People are tired. I'm tired. I don't give a fuck at all at this point. You know, it doesn't matter how many plans we made or what kind of plans we have.
Prayers
to get
to our FBA family in Gary, Indiana. We'll keep y'all updated on what's happening over there, since Lord knows the mainstream media ain't doing it.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Like not even the local news, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the signal boosters. Our job to boost the signal.
Right.
So yeah, carry on, sir. Carry on.
So moving along, we on to the Keefe D Tupac murder trial. So we're on what, day 5? We had day 5 yesterday. Tupac murder suspect Keefe D crashes out during court in heated exchange with judge and demands some. So our brother Urban Politicians TB UPTB gonna give us an update on that.
Davis walking investigators through the events leading up to the fatal shooting of Tupac Shakur in September of 1996 on alleged orders from rapper Sean Puffy Combs in late 1995.
What made it a specific, like, hey, I'm serious, I want you guys to kill these guys?
When he told me the greenback.
How'd that go? Like, what was the conversation?
And who's he? Who? Puff said.
The audio played in court continuing with a play-by-play leading to what he claimed was his crew's drive-by shooting of Tupac near the Las Vegas Strip the night of September 7th, 1996, and how he handed a gun to his nephew who fired the shots.
So Orlando shot across Dre? He leaned over on the window, we rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side, I would pop them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Prosecutors say the immunity agreement that Davis had been offered was invalidated when he went public with his story and published a book and participated in media interviews. And Davis's defense attorneys say any admissions were for profit and notoriety, calling this an open and shut case because of a lack of physical evidence that does not put Davis in Las Vegas. And as for Sean Combs, he has repeatedly denied any involvement in Tupac Shakur's killing and has never been named by investigators as a suspect or a person of interest.
Maybe it's for the record, the jury. Maybe it's accident. Okay, yes. What's up?
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car. You know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways, that there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues, okay? So your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. The guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing to the judge.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset on prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset at prosecute. You endanger my family's life.
Okay. State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. We'll be in recess. Thanks, everybody.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, as now with the Tupac murder trial, the $1 million question is, does the jury believe that Keefe D made all this stuff up to sell this book, to get the story hot so he could go and do interviews and it's all just fabricated with this situation? Or do they believe what he told in that proper audio that y'all just heard a piece of right there in the beginning? That's the $1 million question. Y'all tell me what y'all think. And I had a link in the description where you can watch the clips of the beginning in full from Law and Crime Trials with Keefe D. Had a little bit of an episode that caught a lot of steam on the internet. And then also ABC7 with their breakdown of everything going on. As this right here has been a complete movie, bro. And I didn't know. I've always was gonna be interested in anything going on with Tupac. As a kid, Tupac was him. The whole death row era, Snoop Dogg dropping everything that they had going on under the death row umbrella. Just that's a part of my childhood as a kid, riding around my pops, my uncles, older cousins. So I'd naturally be interested in everything going on with it. But getting all this stuff with the backstory, with Diddy being connected to them, but not ever being charged, not ever being questioned or anything of the sort, but they keep bringing his name into it. And to be honest with y'all, there's no way to prove that at all. There's nothing that can confirm it. Nobody is here. So this is that thing with Keefe D. You said this, but are you just using this as something to get you out of the jam you in? Diddy and his team has spoke out on it. But seeing Keefe D go up in court right there, I'm not laughing at Keefe D or nothing he's going through. I'm not laughing at him being upset and mad because his family is his family. He's supposed to be concerned. He's supposed to step to that. It's just Keefe D's delivery, bro. I can't help laughing, dog. Even in them old interviews from Urban City, I remember back in the game.
A lot of power, yeah. And money just, attract you to money. You know what I'm saying? It's like Boozy. Mother check in to me, coming to my town. Stupid. Puff way bigger than you. You know what I'm saying? Them dudes way bigger than you. Redman, them, all them bigger than you. Heavy D, all them, homie. You just a little small fry. Go wipe your down with some lotion. Little ass, you mother. Ooh, I'm mad at you. And you lucky I ain't out there no more, because I'll be out there waiting on sunset on your ass. Mother, just to flip you.
Going at Boosie and that one, going at Suge. And I just remember, bro, his characteristics, the way that he talked, you can't help but laugh at, dog, man. Then especially, he did just everything that he says online, it be entertaining in his delivery, not the storyline. But at the end of the day, even hearing Dirt Rock, one of their homies, come up there and testify, hearing everything that he told in these interviews and in his book and in the documentary that he did, that guy who did the documentary coming on the stand and speaking, the detectives coming on the stand and speaking, he had been gifted a get out of jail free card with the case that he had and offered up all this info, and it never led to Diddy being arrested. Diddy was not going to be arrested. Diddy was not going to be charged, but you made it to where yourself could be charged. Keefe D has to look at himself in the mirror in this. There is no physical evidence to take Keefe D down. He's the last one that was in the car that was alive. His nephew is who he put the gun on, put the shooting on, like, hey, I tossed him the gun. Now, they can't see that. There's no proof of that. It's just your word. But when you put that in front of that jury right there, then you put the audio out there, then they show your credibility, your history, things that you've done. It comes off as this is something that you could do. Now, it's supposed to be without a reasonable doubt for murder. Like, there is no doubt that he participated in this. There is a window of doubt there because they don't have a murder weapon. All they have is his word. But you're not even supposed to put yourself in this situation. But Keefe D talking, running his mouth, It's a valuable lesson here, bro. It's better to take certain things to the grave, but also stay out the way from the jump, and you could avoid this. And Tupac, let's make that clear, did not get shot because of Diddy. Let's make that very clear, bro. Even if that discussion, there is no proof, there's no way to say that that happened at all. But for people who believe that he did, bro, the jury is going to see this shooting and see the motive being there as in, hey, they had just jumped his nephew, Baby Lane, in that situation in an ongoing gang beef that was already happening in Compton. It just is what it is. No matter how you slice that pie and break it down and spread it around, that's how it's going to be seen in the jury. Like, hey, in these moments, they jumped him. This is a direct reaction to him being jumped, and that's why it led to that. That ain't got nothing to do with this stuff that you talk about with Diddy at all or anything else of the sort. But it's on the jury. It ain't my decision to make. But Keefe D, you done gave that proffer. You done gave him the whole story. Not a whole story in the audio. Hearing them play that whole thing in court, it get wild, man. And this is one of them things. Stay out the way. That's the best, just common sense thing I can offer, because we keep seeing what's happening. Telling on the partner, then telling on the partner, then telling on that partner, telling on this partner, getting this agent involved, that agent involved. Well, let's go set them up, as the Keefe D tried to do the Zip dude and the Diddy. It's just a whole lot going on in this game now. 30 years later, man. Tell me what y'all think. More coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
What are your thoughts on that? I got some more clips.
For Davis's version of
Okay, sister.
I think that it's kind of late now when, you know, certain motherfuckers go up there to testify and they're like, I don't want to speak on that. But you already did.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You don't know, man, I don't want to speak on that. One cat did it. I thought that was funny as hell. I was laughing. I was like, you already did it. You're not sleeping out. You don't want to. You already did it. Everybody knows you did it. Here we are, right?
Right.
I just thought it was kind of funny because they ought to go back and the whole time, QD's rubbing his face, he's got tears coming out his eyes, sweating like a bullet. He's rubbing his head, his face, like in that first day, I was like, if you weren't guilty, you should have felt guilty now.
Right.
It can't be that hot up in there. They have tears come down your cheeks and shit. Man, whole forehead, he was just sweating it up, getting emotional on the first day.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hilarious.
Sister Bell, have you been watching the Tupac Keefe D murder trial?
You know, I've been keeping up with it here and there, but yeah, everybody know Keefe D kind of retarded, but it's not, you know what I'm saying. I believe every word he said, and you know, I believe what he's saying about Diddy because he low down, so I believe that did go down or whatever, and you know, he this and that, but he was involved and he know what happened. I believe every word that he's saying. I don't believe nothing what he's saying is a lie at all. He just and for him to tell it, you know, people be making a what you call that, bedside confession and all that stuff before they leave here and all this everything like that. Maybe he don't want to go to, you know, he don't want to die with that on his heart. You know, he is kind of looking sickly or whatever, like he getting there, and you know, he might want to just give his confession or whatever. But I believe that's how it went down. You know, Orlando Anderson, he ain't here no more to speak on it or whatever. But yeah, I think it went down just like he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, right. It's not the first time we can see no guilty conscience come clean during the trial. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's fine. That's good. That's a good thing. I was like, I'm kind of like amused slightly by the antics, but not really. And plus, I haven't had a chance to really sit down and like actually, you know, really watch it. I've been watching kind of clips and stuff. I've been with Jessica this week, so yeah, we've been busy. I've been busy. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I believe what he said from Jump Street when he was on Vlad telling the story and everything like that. I believe him then.
Yeah.
Yeah, landed him, you know, because he spoke it or whatever, so it landed him, you know, in jail for it or whatever, in trouble for it. But I think that's how it went down.
Yeah, he made his bed when he went on Vlad.
Yeah, everybody make their bed when they go over there talking to him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, but they've been warned, so I don't care. Not all money's good money, but they've been warned. Especially our brothers, they're like, why you going over there to get that money? Get that man motherfucking permission to ship it like every day and make more money off of you than he gave you in the first place.
Yeah, that man named Vladimir. You ain't supposed to trust nobody with no name like that.
Hell no.
No, weird looking ass. It's weird looking. Yeah, like you just antagonistic, but I you know, like I said, everybody's been warned. They know what type of platform. Surely they know what kind of platform. What happens after you leave, or a couple months later, indicted or a RICO or something. You know? And who gets away scot free? Him and
Adam 22.
Yeah, no uplift.
Agent 22 and Agent Vlad.
Yeah, they the biggest myth makers.
He's in there switching up to politics now.
Oh Lord.
Adam's switching over to politics in his own little weird way.
Adam's a weirdo. Lord. So Diddy got this week at the murder trial. Shocking informant testimony. So this FBI or this lapdog on your screen snitched him out.
Ben, as it relates to what happened with Tupac Shakur.
Mr. Davis stated that his nephew, Mr. Orlando Anderson, was jumped and beat up in a club or in a hotel in Las Vegas after the Tyson fight. He came and told Mr. Davis what happened. They went looking for Tupac, Suge, anybody who was involved, basically, in the beatdown of Mr. Anderson. And they couldn't find him at first. And then they saw him, and basically, Mr. Davis had the gun at first, but they came up on the passenger side of Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle, so he couldn't shoot across the driver. So he handed the gun to Dre in the back seat, Andre Smith. He was afraid to shoot. Mr. Anderson grabbed the gun and shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in with Mr. Knight.
And did he tell you what kind of vehicle he was in?
In a white Cadillac.
Did he tell you what kind of gun was used?
A .40 cal Glock.
After receiving this information in March of 2009, does the task force sign Mr. Davis up as a confidential informant?
Yes.
And once you sign him up as a confidential informant, what is it that you want to do with Mr. Davis?
Figure out ways to see if he's telling the truth about his story, about what happened.
And so what do you do?
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could, this is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to have given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis. He says he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
You brought up the fact that Mr. Davis said, well, basically, Sean Puffy Combs solicited the murder of Suge and Tupac during the course of that conversation.
Yeah.
Did he tell you where that conversation occurred?
It's a deli called Green Blacc, still there on Sunset in Hollywood in Los Angeles.
If he never provides that portion of the information, what jurisdiction would LA have to be investigating a homicide that occurred in Las Vegas? None? So it was that piece of information which provided LAPD jurisdiction to even be looking at this murder.
You could say that.
When you were talking to Mr. Davis and he's telling you what he's telling you, did you have reason to doubt his version of events as it relates to the homicide itself?
I didn't think Mr. Davis was lying because he put the gun in his
In
neck.
regards to Southside, were you guys hanging out with another record label?
I mean, we have hung out with another record label. Yeah.
Yeah. And what record label was that?
It was Bad Boy.
And Bad Boy, is that the record label that was being run by Sean Puffy Combs?
Correct.
By the moniker Keefe D.
Yes.
And who was he in the Southside Crips in the mid-90s?
He was a hustler. He was known for hustling.
And when we're talking about getting money, are we talking about through working a 9-to-5, or are we talking about narcotics?
It was narcotics.
In 2006, is it fair to say that you started doing work for the DEA?
Yeah, HIDA.
Yeah, HIDA. Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that after you got caught trafficking some drugs as well?
Correct.
And in the mid 2000s, you got 5 payments. Is that right?
I think something like that.
And that was for $2,000, $500, $1,000, $1,300, and $500 for a total of $5,300. Is that fair?
That's probably fair to say. I don't know exactly.
You don't remember,
Yeah,
but if I told you that, you wouldn't disagree with me.
No, not at all.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I had a links in the description where you can watch the clips at the beginning in full and from law and crime trials, as we is not going into day 5 of these court proceedings, but this just recently happened. Well, with this coming out now and the way that it's being presented, it could have been a movie and documentary on just the whole court proceedings in itself, for the simple fact names getting mentioned. And if you listen to it in full, you hear the audio recording of Keefe D putting it all out there, but not Diddy name being coming a topic of conversation. His team, to my understanding, has reached out, and sources have said Diddy has nothing to do with this at all, and he's not tied to it, as Zip is a guy that we've heard mentioned throughout the years. But the actual detective and investigator on that case has came out and confirmed, and they put the audio up there, and we'll break that down as separate of itself, where you can hear him saying, hey, this is that. Diddy, we supposed to do the meeting, I'm supposed to get the money never got there. And then also saying that, hey, he told us this for this reason. He became a confidential informant for us. Keefe D had caught a case at that time, and to get out of that case, he was giving them information, but he was willing to put Diddy in the blender, Zip in the blender, and all, according to what he has told them in that moment. Now, could he have been jerking and just saying things? Yeah, just try to give them the runaround. That could have been a thing, but at that point in time, you mentioned the people named to the police, dog. You was moving as a confidential informant. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. And then it gets into other layers of conversation because of the actual shooting with Keefe D. He's the last guy left. He agreed, and he put himself in this blender. Let's make this very clear here. By him catching this case in Cali for the drugs and things, he gave them jurisdiction to cover something that was going on in Vegas because of the information he volunteered with it, pretty much. They did that, the proffer, but he ended up breaking the proffer and got himself this case. But then it's even crazier because one of their homies that his nephew had brought into the Southside Compton Crips gang, from what they said in the courtroom, this guy Dirt Rock, who was brought there by his nephew, was already working as a confidential informant in 2006, where his goal was to get Keefe D locked up.
And fair to say, though, with regards to what they were seeking and looking for, at some point they were targeting Mr. Davis as a drug dealer, right?
Yeah.
And so you were helping them with that information that they needed, right? And that information came in early of 2008, meaning that you were helping them in April and May and that kind of thing.
I'm not sure the dates, but eventually was, helping them. Yeah.
And he's sitting right here in front of the courtroom, directly across them, telling them all this in real time. Like, yeah, I was getting paid to work. Yes, I was helping them investigate Keefe D. This is what helped Keefe D get arrested. And then this is what Keefe D came and said, well, hey, my nephew, Baby Lane, is the one that did the shooting. He the one that did it. He the one that pulled the trigger in that moment. They go through the backstory of the death row, then the Southside Crips being tied in with Bad Boys. So he is went in there and gave them all of the back dotted lines of the stories connected. And I have to keep it all the way 1,000. It is not looking good for Keefe D at all because of the way the stuff is getting played out and laid out. There is no physical evidence in this case as far as the gun or things of that nature. I don't know how this will play out with the jury and what's supposed to be what, but it don't look good at all, bro. I'm just keeping it all the way 100. All I can say about this, all of this stuff is how the game really go. People be corroborating, people be telling, people be trying to save themselves, and you got to look at yourself in the mirror. It's Keefe D. 30 years later, you will probably have to go down as one of the world's dumbest criminals, period, just by even putting yourself in this situation. You had the proffer. All you had to do was be quiet. But to come out now and people get subpoenaed to court, Reggie Wright, the beef tied in with all of him and Keefe D and all the stuff that's been going on. It's like, bro, this trying to turn into a big podcast series almost. Suge Knight weighed in on it, said everybody lying. I'm like, this whole podcast series got to be called Welcome to Death Row and Bad Boy Chronicles. I don't know, bro, whatever they want to call it at this point, because this is just crazy and wild. But this is how it really is, bro. Boys will bring you down, put your name in the mix. We'll wait for confirmation on everything else and see what happens. This is wild, man. Stay on your pivot. Woke up.
I mean, that's how it goes down. Motherfucker got in trouble and stitched everybody out.
Couple of people, so you go over there, hang out or whatnot, chill.
And then is it fair to say at some point that you were given a option of joining Southside Crips or facing a different kind of repercussion?
Yeah, it was. I would say it was an option, like either or, basically.
And can you tell us what the either or was?
Well, at the time, it was either we're gonna join, or you just can't come around no more.
And did you ultimately join?
Yeah, I did.
And how does that work? How did you join?
Or you get put on, meaning have a fight or whatever.
Now,
things of that nature.
Is it always this fight? Is it always a one-on-one, or sometimes is it multiple people on one?
Sometimes it's not one-on-one. If you get lucky, you might get a fair one like that. But other than that, sometimes it's not one-on-one.
And when you say a fair one, you mean a one-on-one. Yeah. All right. And so when you did you get a fair one, or did you have to get jumped in by multiple people?
Oh, I had a fair one. Yeah, it was not multiple people.
And how'd that happen? How'd that come about? You getting a fair one?
I don't understand the question.
Well, did Mr. Anderson assist you in joining the Southside Crips?
Oh, honestly, he didn't assist us on joining nothing. He just was there to make sure, because we was, we're friends of his, to make sure basically that we had a fair, shake. We get a fair chance. Won't get dogged out, or not unless you got dogged out by that one, whoever he was fighting. So yeah, he was, he was there to make sure that everything went pretty much as smooth as it can go.
And so Orlando Anderson was basically looking out for you.
Yeah, he was looking out for all those.
Now, are you familiar with a person that went by the moniker Keefe D?
Yes.
And who was he in the Southside Crips in the mid-90s?
He was a hustler. He was known for hustling. That's what he was known. What I knew from him is he was a hustler. Grew up around there. That's basically what he was. Yeah.
And when you say he was a hustler, for those of us who don't understand what that means, what does that mean? Is he getting money? Is he doing other things?
He's getting money. Yeah, he's getting money. That's what it is.
And how is he getting
on
money?
A higher level?
On a higher level. So he's not just getting. There are some people who are let's say hustling and get money on maybe a lower level, and then there are people who are making bigger money.
Yeah, of course. You can say that's safe to say. He's on a bigger level.
He was on a bigger level. And when we're talking about getting money, are we talking about through working a 9 to 5? Or are we talking about narcotics?
It was narcotics.
All right. And then when you got initiated into the Southside Crips through a fair one. After that, would you hang around the Southside area a lot?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. And is it sometimes referred to as the neighborhood?
You said it was
the neighborhood is like
I mean that's where we're from. That's where we're going to be.
Okay. And you had said we talked about Orlando Anderson. Did he have any relation to the Keefe D?
Did Orlando?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his nephew.
Okay. Orlando was Keefe's nephew. Okay.
Yeah.
And being a Davis or being part of that family in Southside, was that a big deal?
I wouldn't say it's a big deal. I mean, because there's a lot of families in our neighborhood, but they were pretty, prominent family,
And then did the day you got initiated, did DeAndre also get initiated?
Yes.
And are you familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
Was he older than you, or was he your age?
Yeah, he was older than me.
So,
yeah, he was older than me.
So I assume he was in before you were in.
No, yeah, way longer. Yeah, before. Yeah.
He's more of a you were kind of in the group that Big Dre, Orlando, that age group.
That was that. Yeah, that's that era. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
And then Terrence Brown was, I'd say, would it be fair to say Terrence Brown was part of an older group along with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, did the South Side have any rival gangs in Compton?
We had a lot of rival gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
It's a lot,
Understood. Was Mob Piru one of those rival gangs?
Yes.
And Looters Park Piru also?
Yes.
In the mid-90s specifically, like 1995, 1996, was there a war going on between Southside and Mob Piru?
Yes.
I'm going to focus your attention to around 1995. In 1995, were you aware whether or not Mob Piru was associating with a music label?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And what music label was that?
Death Row Records.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of, or went by the name of Suge Knight?
Yes.
And would you say that he associated with Mob Piru?
Yes.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yeah.
And would he also associate with Suge Knight, Death Row, and Mob Piru?
Yes.
Now, with regards to Southside, were you guys hanging out with another record label?
I mean, we have hung out with another record label. Yeah.
Yeah. And what record label was that?
It was Bad Boy.
And Bad Boy, is that the record label that was being run by Sean Puffy Combs?
Correct.
And when you say you would associate with them, What would you go to concerts? Would you just hang out? What would be the nature of the connection that you saw between Southside and Bad Boy?
I mean, we went to a couple of like concerts. I've seen them before. That concerts or they came to our neighborhood before. That's that's it.
And when you would go to concerts, who would organize you going to that concert? How would you know to go to the concert?
Well, we just basically all do because they say we got tickets or da-da-da-da, and we all, they'd be like, okay, we're going to go to the concert. You get your ticket and you go.
Would you, was your understanding part of it was to ensure that Bad Boy was not bothered by other gangs?
That was the basis of it, I believe. I would say that.
And was there a particular gang that people in Bad Boy were worried about?
Yeah, they was worried about Death Row.
I want to take your attention to the summer of 1996, in particular the Lakewood Mall. Are you aware of an incident that took place at the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that event?
Because I was there.
And that summer of Lakewood Mall, what happened? What were you doing at Lakewood Mall?
One of our friends, he was going off to college, and he had went up there to grab some things to get prepared for college. So we went along with him. And,
do you know where the money came from for this person who's going to college to get these things?
Yeah, Keefe was helping, try to get He needed, a lot of, I don't know what college kids need really, but, need a little TV probably, a little, clothes, and things of that nature.
And Lakewood Mall's not in Compton, is it?
Not at all.
Is it fair to say it's about 15, 20 minutes away from Compton?
Yeah, if that.
And just so things have changed in the last 30 years. Back then, you couldn't order things on Amazon and have them delivered to your house, right? You actually had to go
I doubt it. I don't remember.
At the Lakewood Mall, you were there with other Southside Crip members. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it was Orlando Anderson one of the people that were with you?
Yes, Orlando was with us.
Okay. And then did you happen to run in that day into people from Mob Piru or Death Row Records?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that?
We basically were coming from different sides of the mall, and we're, walking towards each other. And I guess we basically seen each other simultaneously, And we noticed people. They noticed us. They kept, coming our way. We kept coming that way. And a couple of words was exchanged once it got close enough, you know what I mean? And that's when the fight broke out.
So a fight broke out?
Yeah.
And by that, we're talking about people punching each other and tackling each other.
Yeah.
On the other side, were you aware of somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane there?
Yeah, I was aware of Trayvon, yeah.
And in particular, there's talk about a Death Row chain or medallion hanging from Trayvon Lane's neck. Did you see that?
Yeah, did I see the chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen the chain.
Okay. During the fight, did anything happen to that chain?
Yeah, during the brawl, it came off his neck.
Now, let me ask you something about the significance of a chain or something like that. Is there any special significance to taking somebody's chain?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Can you explain that?
I mean, that was their logo, and so it's like you taking that from them is, like you got something, to at least harp about or to say, hey, look, I took this. That's all it would be.
Would it be considered disrespectful to rip somebody's chain off?
Yes.
How did that brawl end? Like what made you guys stop fighting?
Oh, well, the police came, you know what I mean? The police came, separated the parties. They didn't even try to talk to nobody or nothing. They just wanted to get the situation under control. Everybody just, you know what I mean, leave. Just get out of there. So that's what they did. They came in, they separated us basically. We went our way, they went their way.
Is it fair to say that Lakewood is a little different of a place than Compton?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah. Yeah, it is.
A little more suburban?
A little more, yeah.
Yeah.
it is.
And at that point, it sounds like that whoever the police was in Lakewood just was asking you guys to get out of there, right?
Yeah, they just wanted to be, you know, in the mall. It's, you know, families, kids, you know, they just wanted to get it handled, situated, and get people out of there.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show you some photos. Exhibits that's already been admitted. I'm going to show you Exhibit 62. Who's that?
Mr. Davis.
Show you Exhibit number 63. Who's that?
Mr. Anderson.
Show you Exhibit number 64. Who's that?
Mr. Smith.
I'm going to show you Exhibit number 65. Who's that?
Mr. Brown.
I'm going to show you Exhibit number 60. Who's that?
That's Trayvon.
Okay. And I'm going to show you Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize the people in here? The one's faces that are blurred?
Yeah, the people I know, Orlando, me, and Big Dre.
And then, is this just a wider out version of that photo?
Yeah, same thing, same deal. What I just told you, us three.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been already admitted, States 66. Do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yeah, Orlando, Keefe.
Did you go to the Mike Tyson fight in when Mike Tyson fought Bruce Seldon the weekend that Tupac Shakur got shot?
No, I didn't.
How come?
I was incarcerated.
It's fair to say that that incarceration began in July 8th of 1996.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay. In 2006, is it fair to say that you started doing work for the DEA?
Yeah, HIDA.
Yeah, HIDA. Yeah. And is that after you got caught trafficking some drugs as well?
Correct.
And in the mid 2000s, you got 5 payments. Is that right?
I think something like that.
And that was for $2,000, $500, $1,000, $1,300, and $500 for a total of $5,300. Is that fair?
That's probably fair to say. I don't know exactly.
You don't remember it,
Yeah,
but if I told you that, you wouldn't disagree with me.
No, not at all.
Court's involved. Still pass the witness.
Okay. Cross, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lee, your street moniker is Dirt Rock.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you come with that moniker? How did that happen?
It was given to me.
And with regards to your testimony here today, you've told us a little bit about your work with HIDA. That's for drugs, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And while you're
drugs and other things. HIDA is a task force, so it's drugs and everything. It's ATF, DEA, all that.
Right.
Right.
And with regards to your work with HIDA, of course, because it's about everything, technically, if you saw other types of crimes being committed while you're working for HIDA, you would tell the HIDA people because it's part of the overall task force, right?
No, I'm not necessarily. I'm gonna tell them what they asked me about. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna tell them nothing outside of the realm of what they're seeking or looking for.
Right. And fair to say, though, with regards to what they were seeking and looking for, at some point they were targeting Mr. Davis as a drug dealer, right?
Yeah.
And so you were helping them with that information that they needed, right? And that information came in early of 2008, meaning that you were helping them in April and May and that kind of thing.
I'm not sure the dates, but eventually was, helping them. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember the dates.
Your Honor, would a review of a report from the DOJ with regard to your participation help refresh your recollection?
It might, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Way too cool.
Just take a look at the report. Look at the date. Don't have to say anything. Ask you some questions.
Look at the date. Where's the date? Is it? Okay, I recall. Yeah.
Okay. And with regard to this document I gave you, it looks like the date that I've shown you is a date for July 10th, 2008. Is that right?
Yes, that's the date that's on there.
Okay. And fair to say for the jury, once again, you're working with the HIDA team, and that's even prior to July of 2008, you were working with the HIDA team. Fair?
You said prior to
July of 2008.
2008?
Yes.
I was working with HIDA. I only worked with HIDA one time, so I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. Like,
All right. And I want to make sure that the jury, that we're clear for the jury.
I
So
understand.
let me show you that document. Would a review of another document help you refresh your recollection as to how many times you worked with HIDA?
it might. Let me see.
This is yeah, push on.
You may.
Sorry. All right, sir. Now showing you the document. You recall having an interview with a couple of the special agents from HIDA on September 10th, 2007.
Come on, if you don't mind. Yes, I recall.
All right. And then also, once again, just for the jury's edification, showing you a document here. Were you also working with HIDA on April 3rd, 2008?
See, working and being interviewed is two different things.
Okay, so you're being interviewed by HIDA on April 3rd, 2008.
Yeah, that's what it says.
And you were given information with regards to Mr. Davis on April 3rd, 2008, right?
I didn't get no information about Mr. Davis. I didn't even know at the time what, I mean, I was there on what I was there for.
Once again, this is about drugs. I'm talking about drugs. So with
I am
regards to, regarding 2008,
Thank you for coming on.
April 3rd, were you there to speak to HIDA agents about drugs?
Enjoy your Sunday. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much. Not entirely, but yes.
All right, when you say not entirely, what do you mean?
I'm saying we did talk about drugs. We talked, yeah, we did.
Anything else besides drugs in your 2000? I want to make sure the jury understands.
Okay.
Anything in April 2008 besides drugs that you talked about?
No, that's it. That's all we talked about.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, in your time that you spent with HIDA, you had shared some information with regards to what we now call the Lakewood incident. Remember, we just talked about this a second ago?
Yeah.
All right, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when the Lakewood incident occurred?
It was in 96. I want to say July. That's what I want to. Yeah, that's July. I feel it's July of 1996.
Can you help us as to how you know it was in July?
Yeah, because it was the summer.
It was in the summer.
And he was getting ready to go to school. So I know he had to be there that summer, you know, start up his training and stuff for football.
Okay. So if somebody else, an FBI agent came in here and told us that it was a couple weeks before the fight in Las Vegas, would he be mistaken?
You said it, but who came in and said what?
If somebody else testified about that date and said it happened.
Objection, Your Honor, to have this witness talk about what another witness stated.
I'm just asking you.
And that witness was sitting with these.
You can't opine as to whether he's mistaken or not.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You shared the details of the Lakewood incident, right? You told people you described it, fair?
Describe it to who?
To various different people. Over the time since the time it happened, you've explained it to various different people. In fact, to us right now, today.
Yeah, so I mean, I did, because I'm doing it to y'all right now, so yeah.
Right. And so with regards to your description, can you tell us, describe for us what happened during the Lakewood Mall incident?
Same thing I just told. We got to fight. And
Now, isn't it fair, though, that at some point in the future, and I want to make sure I'm clear as to the date, you had an interview with a Detective Mogg from Metro?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay, and you recall that interview was actually on July 11th, 2023 in Las Vegas?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Right. And would looking over a transcript of your interview with Detective Mogg help refresh your recollection as to what you told him on that day?
Well, I couldn't tell him too much more different than what I already said, so yeah, come on with it.
Right. All right. Yeah, push on.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. I'm showing you your screen here. And I want you to read.
The highlighted. Okay, now what's your question?
Now, with regard to what you reviewed, clear to say that you told Detective Mogg a more specific sort of thing that happened at the Lakewood Mall, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. Can you tell us, for instance, the location of where the fight took place?
Yeah, it was by Foot Locker.
By the Foot Locker.
Yeah.
In fact, you had made mention that the fight at the Foot Locker was so bad that they had to remodel it after the thing had gone down at the Lakewood Mall. Fair?
Yeah, it's turned into the World Foot Locker.
Right. You described it as mayhem that was occurring in that Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, please, John.
Of course.
Your Honor, I have no further work. Actually, I do. Sorry, let me back up. Nope, that's it. I have no further questions of this witness.
Any further questions, Mr. Paul?
Of course not. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness except for one thing. I don't think I moved before the witness, please. I don't think I moved the exhibits into evidence. I just want to be clear about that before the witness is off the stand. Okay. Which is state is moving proposed exhibit 71, 70, 65, 64 into evidence.
64, 65, 70, and 71.
That's impressive, yeah.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you. Then with that, no further questions.
All right, one final thing, Mr. Lee. Anybody from, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, got it. Can I have the parties approach? All right, a question from one of our jurors, Mr. Lee. What did you receive multiple payments for if you gave information to HIDA once?
Well, it was during, the course of the investigation and things like that. That's what it was for. During the course of the whole thing, they have different ways of, looking out for you or giving you something to kind of help your situation or something like that.
Any follow-up based on that, state?
Nope.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for being with us, Mr. Lee. You are excused.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Jesse.
So right now, we're at the hospital that Tupac was in. Can you paint the picture from your point of view? How was it like being up there?
So, while I was at the Club 662, some of the guys came in, kind of rushing in. It was during a time when we expected for Suge and Pac to show up at 662. And one of the security guards kind of rushed in the door and said that Suge and Pac was killed on the strip, was what one of the guys said. So, everybody kind of went into a frantic. And after we kind of got a clue of what everything was happening, we didn't know what hospital or anything. We later found out that this is the hospital where Suge and also the last days of Pac life. We spent a lot of days here, man. Those 6 days seemed like it was forever. Man, we came here and you could just see so many people, like so many reporters. One thing that stood out the most to me, man, was I remember that it was this girl that was kind of dressed like a real old lady that was in like a costume or a decoy type clothes. Made herself look older, and she played like she was on the payphone in the inside. And because so many people was trying to get the story of what was going on with Pac. So we spent a lot of days here waiting. And it was weird, man, because I remember this street kind of being a street wide open. Like there's a new hospital there. But I can almost feel the spirit of myself standing here when I was a kid. Day in and day out. Because we had to be here because there was so many threats that were still coming, against Pac. Like, people were calling on the payphone. We getting back word that they knew what window that Pac was in. They knew where he was. And I can almost feel it, man. Like right around the corner, if I could be, if I'm right, those trauma rooms are right there on the side right there. And we decided to park some U-Hauls right directly on the side of that street. You know, I guess in case some people came through calling themselves gonna shoot up the place, you know, or kind of fall through with some of the threats that they said. But I remember being here at least 5 or 6 of those nights, sitting in the waiting room. I went in the inside a minute ago. Same building, but obviously things have changed since '96. A lot of things have been updated, but 800 Hope Place. This is where Pac took his last breath.
So it was people calling up to the hospital making threats. Do you remember what they were saying?
Yeah, man. He was absolutely getting death threats. They were saying, they're going to finish off what they started. And so, you know, we had to be, you know, we was almost out here like the army. The outlaws, pot guys, you know, Suge guys, walking up and down these streets. Up and down that street. Out here day and night. It's not a night that I don't remember. At least 1 or 2 of the outlaws, if not all of them, or, you know, some of Suge blood homies out here standing and, you know, waiting. I was out here, I'm not mistaken, probably like a little earlier than the 6th day, but a little earlier than him passing. I had been out here all night, me and one of the other homies, and I went to my hotel room. I was staying in the Luxor because none of us, we usually stayed at Suge's house, but at this time, Suge didn't really want nobody around. Like right after he got out of the hospital, he signed himself out of here. Now you kind of see the hurt, and Suge didn't really want nobody at the crib. So we always had a hotel, including, you know, our rooms there at the house here that Suge had. I remember things going silent, you know, from the pain. Seeing Pac kind of going through, you know, what he was going through. And I could swear to God to you, man, my last day of being here, you know, I remember his mom in the room praying and a couple other people that came in. And if I could remember, like, either it was Jesse Jackson or Farrakhan that came that day. But I know throughout that week, it was a different type of people that was coming to this hospital to see him. And there's a lot of people that lied and said that they came. But, you know, you always remember, you don't remember who came, but I like to say, you know, especially working in the funeral industry, you don't remember who was there, but would always stand out as who wasn't. I mean, I don't want to sound like, because they always say I say something about Snoop, right? But I don't remember Snoop coming here. And if he did, he must have snuck in. You know, a lot of guys were scared because they didn't know, you know, what was really going on. But he stood out the most as far as the death row people. Only people that I know stood out that came to this place was Suge's people. You know, a lot of them other artists didn't come. You know what I mean? I remember the different artists, maybe Queen Latifah and, you know, other people like that. And I'm hoping I'm right. Right? We talking about 30-something years ago. But just a lot of people lied and said that they came. But nevertheless, you know, being in this building and thinking that he was going to be better, it's the last place, man. His mama was in there. We was praying. His mama was like, sing something, Danny. And we standing around the bed. I sang. You know, I shared that story. Getting the opportunity to sing one of Pac's favorite songs right here at the hospital. I remember being in that room around that corner and everybody know one of Pac's favorite songs. I was born by the river in the little tent. Oh, just like that river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, and I know a change will come. And I remember singing that song, man, and Pac was in there sedated. right? Because they had to put him back into a coma. And I remember a tear rolling down his eye, right? And we just standing around the bed and us praying. And that was my last time seeing him. You know, I left the hospital. I went to the Luxor, fell asleep. And, you know, some hours later, Pac had probably passed, had been deceased about an hour or two. And one of the homies, they had to get security to come up there and kind of get in my room because I was locked in and knocked out. And he just, when they got in, he come in and he kind of almost kind of like jumped on my bed and he gone. What you mean he gone? He said, Pac gone, D. And I had on some boxer shorts, man. I immediately jumped up, put on a t-shirt, and I jumped in Suge's Impala. I left the hospital and jumped in his Impala. And I remember pulling up this street, man. And I seen so many people. You can see so many people. I promise you, none of this that you see right here was here. It might have been some apartment buildings, but you seen just people, grown men, ladies, all up and down that street, just people out here just crying. Like I didn't even get an opportunity to go on the inside. I knew Pac was gone like as soon as I got in the car. You know what I mean? They was playing one of Pac's songs and people were calling in and crying on the radio station. And it took, man, the Luxor is close to here and it seemed like it took me 5 hours to get over here. I hurried up and jumped out of Suge's car. And I damn near kind of kept it in like neutral or something because I remember somebody just getting in it and I ran over to the door. And a lot of news people were out here, a lot of news coverage, reporters and stuff was out here. And I didn't make it no further than past like what visitation was with one of the nurses that I had an opportunity to know. She came to the door and she looked at me and she was just like, I'm sorry. And I just remember kind of like falling to my knees. And one of Suge's security came out. Somebody came out and threw something on me and just kind of picked me up. Yeah, so as I was saying, y'all see they made us move, right? Haters everywhere. You. It's already in representation of Pac, my boy. But anyway, as I was saying, I remember making it through those doors. And the nurse that I had to usually talk to, some of the nurses and doctors and stuff, they came out and they met me almost in the hallway and they told me that they were sorry they did all that they could do. And I remember either one of Suge's homies or security kind of just throwing something on me, grabbing me up because there was so much media out here, man. I mean, people all down that street, people all over there. I mean, it's even a perfect shot, man, because I could almost guarantee you, between that third and fourth window, that's where Pac was. That's where his body was, man. Yeah. So, who would have ever thought, man, that we'd be out here talking about this more than 30 years later, bro.
Were y'all getting daily updates on Tupac health? At any point, was y'all getting good news that he might survive, or how did that go?
So, I can't say that we got daily updates about how he was doing. You know what I mean? Because they only really kind of talk to certain people and the family. And I knew that our publicist, Mr. George Price was, some of the people that talked, and I'm sure Suge was able to find out things, but his mom was able to really talk. That's who was in charge, right? And the doctor said as much as they could because only certain people was allowed in that back room. You know what I mean? Everybody didn't even get a chance to go in there and see, Pac, laying there in a coma, in the induced coma. A lot of people didn't see him. And yeah. Yeah, you can almost feel it. You can almost feel it, man. All those people out on the street, man, and you could hear the records that we had recorded. You could hear them playing from a distance. As soon as you roll through the crowd, it was like almost riding through a Tupac parade. People out here with T-shirts and flags, bandanas. That All Eyes on Me album was popping. You hear me? All of them records that he did, you could just hear it. Hear it on these streets, man. And after leaving this place, man, we went to some hotel over by Fremont. We went to some hotel over there to kind of regroup. But none of us really knew how Pac was, you know, as far as what he was doing. But when you seen him in the room, if you did get an opportunity to see him, I swear on buttermilk, you would have never thought dude was gonna die. Like, he looked like he was getting better. And that could just be, you know, us being friends. You know how you have denial of probably letting somebody go, but you couldn't have. You know, all I kept thinking is, wow, dude gonna make some records, man, and talk about this. And this dude really finna clown and talk about him making it through.
I have no idea where this is.
I could tell you, man, none of us was prepared for them to say that he was gone.
It's telling me so I can't do my shit.
I gotta be holding myself together, man, because you know, it's just funny how people we live in a world right now where just like emotions, we so unattached with our emotions, especially as men. I guess women got it down packed, but I could tell you I'm so blessed to even be a part and know, you know, the story that I've been a part of. And as a grown man, this is something that I seen as a kid. And as a grown man, 30-something years later, I get the same feeling. I could feel the same hurt. And you would think by me working in the funeral industry that I understand death. This is still something that I just don't understand as a grown person. And I'll probably be old and barely can walk and still not understand that something like this happened. And we lost such a major dude. Music is fucked up. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Jackie. Jesse. I know you heard it. That was loud as that. Jesse.
All right, so I'm Chris Carroll. I was a sergeant, lieutenant, a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for 25 years. And I was working the night that Tupac Shakur was shot here on the Las Vegas Strip. I was a sergeant at the time of a bike squad. When I say bikes, I mean bicycles. I'm not talking about motorcycles. And as a sergeant, I'm basically responsible for about 12 officers who would work on the squad. And we would all ride bicycles, me included, out here on the Strip. And our job is to police the Las Vegas Strip. That night that Tupac was shot, it was the night of a Mike Tyson fight. So Tyson was fighting at the MGM, which is from where we're standing, just about 2 or 3 blocks down the street, so not far at all. That night, there was a lot of things happening on the Strip, because whenever Mike Tyson had a fight, it was a big deal. It was like the Super Bowl would be out here on the Strip. And, you know, you get people from all over, a lot of people from California, people coming in from all over the place. Even people, they don't even have tickets to the fight. They're just coming to the whole fanfare of everything. Because, you know, whenever Mike had a fight in town, it was like a giant party. It was a huge event. So that night, I started, we started our shift. We work at a station just not too far, maybe a mile down the street from here. And we started our shift. We were working swing shifts, so about 3 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning. And you could already tell, as soon as we started, just in the day, there's a certain, electricity in the air of things happening and certain amount of excitement just because of the Tyson fight. So there's a lot of people out here. There's a lot of traffic, which is why we ride bikes out here. It's hard to get around in a car out here with the traffic as busy as it gets. But that particular night, I was riding alone. So I was, as the sergeant, usually ride alone, and everybody else rides in pairs of 2s. So I was down by. This was after the fight. So during the fight, while the fight happens, it's kind of like the world stops there for a minute while the fight's going on, because everybody's watching the fight, even if they're not watching it in person. So it's kind of like the calm before the storm, before everything breaks out and all the activity starts happening. So there's a lot of people around, and along with it's not just fight fans. I mean, like all the gangbangers are out, the prostitutes are out, the pimps are here. It's just everybody's night to show off whatever they got. So I went to the fight. Of course, Mike Tyson wins the fight in the first round after he's fighting Bruce Seldon, and Bruce goes down by a phantom punch in the first round. And it was also that evening that in the MGM where the fight was taking place, where Tupac and his crew jumped Orlando Anderson and gave him a beat down right there in the casino. And that's a now famous tape. So we've all, well, maybe not everybody, but that tape has been around for a long time of the video of that happening. So everybody left after that, kind of without incident. No one really got seriously hurt, and everybody went their own separate way after that. So after the fight, I was down by the MGM, because that's where everybody's kind of hanging out. And that's where most things are happening. And I was on my bike out there, and this is probably around 11 p.m., somewhere in there. All of a sudden, I heard one of my guys it was guys from another squad come on the radio, and they're yelling that shots are fired at Koval and Flamingo. Now, Koval and Flamingo is about maybe a half mile that way. So they didn't see the shooting, but they heard it take place, put out that there was multiple shots fired. After the shots were fired, a whole crew of cars, like a little convoy of cars, about 5 or 6 of them, fled from the scene, and they all went from Flamingo and Koval and started heading towards the strip. Well, the officers that heard that are on bicycles, and they took off chasing that series of cars, that entourage of vehicles. They didn't know, nobody knew who was shot, who did the shooting. We have no info. We have nothing. All we know is that there's been a whole bunch of a whole bunch of shots that were just heard by these cops, and they're now in pursuit of these vehicles. Well, because there's a lot of traffic, the cars couldn't just floor it and get away. They were able to keep ahead of the cops, but so those bike officers are chasing those cars on their bikes, and they're broadcasting over the air while this is happening the direction that they're heading. Well, they said they were heading to the strip, of which I was already on the strip, just a couple of blocks that way, towards the MGM hotel. So on my bike, I started hauling up here towards this intersection as they were coming towards the strip. So when they got to the strip, they made a left-hand turn. So the left-hand turn sent them from heading west to heading southbound, which is that way, as I'm heading this way. So we're literally heading towards each other as I'm listening to this on the radio. The guys on the bikes had fallen back a little bit. They're maybe a minute, 30 seconds behind the cars that they're chasing. And as I was coming up on them, I didn't know how I was going to stop the car. I just had to deal with it as best I could. But I came up the intersection here towards the intersection. And as you can see, we'll point out, it's a huge intersection. Now, the layout has changed a bit over time. Right now we have City Center over there, which is a huge area of buildings. That wasn't there, but that's on the other side of the street. But the intersection has changed shape a little bit. So as I was coming up northbound on the strip, they tried to make a left-hand turn. Just as you see these cars coming up here, how they're making a left-hand turn, that's the same path that entourage was heading, just like these cars coming there, making a left-hand turn. Well, they were going too fast, and they had Tupac's car had a blowout on both the right and both the front and rear tire on the right-hand side of the car from hitting a curb. If you see some of the photos from the scene, and you can check them on the internet, you can see on the rim of the car where the rim had smashed in from hitting a curb and blown those tires off of the rims. So when they tried to hang a left-hand turn here, they're going too fast, they can't control the vehicle, and they spin out right in the middle of the intersection. So as they're spinning out, I'm coming sliding in on my bike, and we literally like run into each other. So it wasn't a matter of me like getting there. We just ran into each other. I was right there. So all of the cars came to a stop because Tupac's car had spun out. And when the cars came to a stop, the doors popped open, and all of these guys, and I don't know exactly how many guys, I'd say 6, 7 guys, probably about that many. They all popped out of the cars. I thought for sure I was going to be in a shooting right there. These guys, all I know is there were shots fired. I don't know if they got shot at, they're doing the shooting. I don't know who anybody is. So I'm just, I figured this, when these guys popped out of the car, we're going to shoot it out right here in the middle of the Las Vegas Strip. So, in trying to control the situation, I just pulled out my gun. I started yelling at everybody to get down on the ground so I could try to maintain some sort of control. It's a chaotic situation. I can't even see everybody all at one time because they're kind of spread out. And as I'm yelling at them to get out of the ground, some of them do, some of them don't. They're sort of kind of looking at each other. They don't know if they should go get on the ground. Do they run? I could see them kind of looking at each other, trying to decide what they're going to do. And there was a real tense, kind of weird couple of seconds there where we're all looking at each other. I'm waiting for a shooting to start. They're not sure what they're going to do. And while we're in this situation, I look at a car, which I would later found out would be Tupac and Suge Knight. And I see one person still sitting in the passenger seat of the car. So I yelled at him to get out of the car because everybody else is out. And I figured that was the threat. I'm like, that's the guy who's going to probably start shooting at me. I can't see him in the car. I can't see his hands. I can't see what he's doing. Everybody else is out. He's staying in the car. So I'm pointing my gun at him, yelling at him to get out of the car, and he's not moving. So I came up on the car, approached him to pull open the car door. And as I approached the car, I could see where he was sitting, that there were bullet holes in the door, multiple shots. There's at least one round through the windshield on his side, several rounds in the door, kind of like right underneath and around the door handle. So I tried to pull the door open. I couldn't get it open. It felt kind of funny. And I think what had happened is I think the bullets had damaged the opening mechanism of the door. And I'm trying to pull it open with my left hand. I'm pointing my gun at him with the right, telling him to get out of the car. And eventually I did get this thing popped open. Well, about that time, Suge Knight had also exited the car, and he's running around. He's been shot in the side of the head, but he's running around like he's fine. There's blood like literally flying out of the side of his head. And he's just up running around, yelling. And, it's a bad situation. So when I got the car door, I finally popped it and I pulled it open. And as I pulled it open, I saw that the occupant, who would turn out to be Tupac, was leaning against the car door. It was kind of holding him up. So when I opened the door, he kind of slumped out of the car with the opening of the door. So I grabbed him with my left hand and brought him down to the pavement. So I have a gun in my right hand. I got Tupac in my left hand. He's now laying out on the street. And Suge Knight would come running up on me. And, and he's yelling at Tupac. He's yelling, "Pac, Pac." And he's yelling at him. He's really concerned for him. He's trying to get him to respond to everything. And Tupac is like kind of trying to talk to him, trying to get his breath together. But he was in bad shape. He was still alive. He was still conscious. But he's got blood coming out of his mouth, blood coming out of his nose. He's squirming. He's clearly in pain. And I looked at him and I realized that this guy was probably going to die because I could see where he had been shot. It was in the torso, bad place to get shot. He's a lot of blood, so much blood you couldn't even really tell exactly where it was coming from. And he's wearing the gold chains and the blood is in the chains. And it's just a bad situation. So Suge Knight would come running up on me. And, this guy's huge. He's like 400 pounds. And I'm still there alone. And I'm thinking, if this guy jumps on my back, I'm going to be in trouble. So I'm pointing my gun at him and yelling, "Get away from me." And when I would do that, he would kind of, put his hands up and he'd back up for a minute. But then when I took my attention back to Tupac, he'd run up on me again. So this happened 2 or 3 times. And I looked at Tupac and, we have something in police work called a dying declaration, where if somebody is dying, and they were able to name, say what happened, name a suspect, that will later be admissible in court. You can use that information. So I was trying to get, most people who are murdered know who their murderer was. So I'm looking at Tupac and I'm going, what happened? Who shot you? Who did it? Who's the one who shot you? And he's just kind of ignoring me. He's just looking past me. He's looking at Suge. They're trying to communicate. And right then I saw for the first time there was another bike officer there, and he had his hands literally up into Suge's chest, and he's pushing him away from me. So that was the first time I realized I wasn't alone. So as I'm asking him that, he's just kind of just not even paying any attention to me. And then all of a sudden, it was just like in the snap of a fingers, he changed to where he just physically couldn't do it anymore. And he went from trying to yell at Suge to just all of a sudden just like peaceful. Like he stopped squirming. He just was like, I could see in his face, he's just like, I can't do this anymore. It's too much. He's just hurt too bad. And he just kind of went peaceful. And I looked at him and I said, once again, who shot you? And he looked at me, he was trying to get a breath together because he's having a real hard time breathing. And he just got a breath together, and I actually thought he was going to tell me. And he looked at me and he said, "Fuck you." And that's just kind of how he said it, like there. He still had some some attitude into him, and was just angry, I guess, at the whole situation was not good. And after he told me "fuck you," his eyes kind of rolled back in his head, and he just started gurgling, and he went unconscious then. He was still breathing, was still alive, but he had lost consciousness. Not too long after that, the ambulance showed up, and we get him into the ambulance, and the ambulance drivers pick him up. So he goes to the hospital with Suge, because Suge is also, he's still bleeding. As it turns out later, we would find out with Suge that he had actually been shot in the side of the head and had it had penetrated his scalp, but not his skull. So he's bleeding a lot, head wounds bleed a lot. So he's acting like he's fine, but he has to go to the hospital too to get stitched up. So I grabbed one of the guys who worked for me and I said, "Hey, ride in the ambulance with these guys in case he says something." I didn't think he would, but in case he says something, or, to help control Suge, because Suge's being a little out of control. So the 2 cops ride in the ambulance and they go down to UMC. So out here at the scene, it's just a mess. So, besides being the cop, I'm also the guy in charge of the scene because I'm a sergeant. You've still got cars that are driving through what's going on. There's still people standing in the street. There's people on the sidewalks. So there's traffic issues. There's crowd control issues. There's crime scene preservation. There's trying to gather if there's any sort of witnesses or anything. So we get everybody, first order of business is make sure everything's safe. So we get everybody patted down for weapons. Nobody had any weapons with them. We searched all of the cars for weapons. Didn't find a weapon in any of the cars. And then, we got traffic stopped both ways on the strip. And, we're trying to take care of that. Meanwhile, there's also another crime scene over at Flamingo and Koval where the actual shooting took place. Now, I never went over to Flamingo and Koval because I had my hands full here. But, I also have to make sure some people get over there and start dealing with that crime scene. So while we're out here, I had the 7 or 8 guys in his entourage, and I was out here with those guys for hours. We were out here pretty much all night long. Eventually, I called detectives who come out, and they start working their end of things there too for the investigation. So, I was out here pretty much all night, and so were the guys that were working with me. And, from there it went into the hands of the detectives who really do all the follow-up investigation on something like this.
Was there any witnesses that came forward?
Okay, so the witnesses, as far as at this scene I was at, there's really nobody here who saw anything relevant to the case. I mean, they see the cars pulling up and sliding back and forth, but that's about it. We didn't have any further witnesses here. And you bring up a good point, because there were some other people that have come forth and said they were here watching the police and, watching Tupac and everything, and came up with all kinds of accusations that the police were saying inappropriate things and stuff that, it's total bullshit. And I didn't see any of those people that night. I was a supervisor on the scene. I don't remember seeing any of them. Some of them have come forward. I've seen them on various interviews saying they were out here. I was like, I never saw them. They never talked to me. They never talked to anybody else. We were looking for people that had something to say, and there was really nobody else out here. Now, as far as the other location, the people that saw a Cadillac, supposedly, I wasn't out there, so I can't really say what was happening out on that end. But Tupac and Suge, they were. I mean, as soon as the shots are fired, they're out of there. So there's really not much of a scene at all over there. There might have been some spent casings on the ground, but there's really nothing there. There's nobody left over there. Everybody had left. The suspect, the victims, everybody else. And when I was here, one of the first things the police want in a situation like that is we want a description of that shooter vehicle. Because if we can get that out right away, as soon as it happens, maybe we can locate that vehicle. And of course, time is the enemy. As time passes, they could be going farther and farther and farther. But I everybody says white Cadillac now. Maybe somebody over there saw that, but I don't remember hearing anything that night about a white Cadillac. Now, is it possible somebody said something on the radio and I didn't hear it? It's possible. But none of that information was really out there that night. That all came up later. Oh, and that includes all of the guys that were there that were in Tupac's entourage. I mean, they were there, but when we talked to them, nobody saw anything. It was one of those things. They didn't refuse to talk to us. We talked with them, but they didn't give us any information. Nobody just said, I'm not talking. We spoke to each other. We're out here talking to each other for, half the night. But they didn't, as far as information, we got nothing from any of them. Well, Suge, he's kind of, I'm sure he's got adrenaline pumping and everything. So he's out here, he's kind of running around, yelling, this is bullshit. And, he's upset, obviously, because his friend is, shot, and he's he's trying to see what's going on with him, but they're putting him in the ambulance and everything. So Suge is just, he's just being all around uncooperative, doesn't want to talk to us, doesn't want to, we're trying to say, hey, why don't you come over here, have a seat. At this time, no one's sitting yet, but we eventually all end up sitting on the curb. But he's running around, he's yelling, he's being uncooperative. He won't go where you ask him to go. Doesn't want to give you any information. So he was, he was no help at all. And I'll tell you, if there's anybody on this whole thing who really knows what happened or was able to see that shooting, it's Suge. But he has told so many different stories about what had happened that night, and he's given up so many different people that he say are the shooting that you can't trust that guy for anything that he says anymore. At one point, he said his ex-wife did it. And I was like, yeah, if you're going to blame somebody, you might as well blame your ex-wife. So, he said so many different things. You can't, the guy can't tell the truth about what day of the week it is. So at this point, no matter what he said, it just wouldn't really have any credibility with anybody, I don't think. All right, we are out here right now at the intersection of Flamingo and Koval, and this would have been the actual spot that Tupac was shot. So I was not at this intersection that night. It's just a short distance right over to where we were earlier, and we're going to retrace the route that they took. But right now you see Koval, and this is Flamingo going this way, and the Las Vegas Strip is just right up ahead. Looks maybe like about 2-3 blocks, not too long. This intersection has really not changed all that much. The road is still the same. The little gas station that you see over here, the kind of trendy looking thing, that wasn't there. The Westin Hotel was the Maxim, and the Horseshoe Hotel was the MGM at the time. So, no, excuse me, it was Bally's. But other than that, it hasn't really changed a whole lot. And the pole where a lot of people leave things to honor Tupac is right over there. It's not very glamorous, but it's all there is, and it's still, I guess, people can still make their point and send their regards. We're going to walk over here to the the west side of Koval and Flamingo. And we got an ambulance coming up on us. Okay, so if you look at the direction these cars are heading, this is where Tupac and Suge were driving as they were heading over to the club. So right where this, you see this, there's a black car there with an orange cone. That would have been right where they sat as the car pulled up along their right side and fired the rounds. Now the officers who heard the shots were right over here. I believe they were in the parking structure, which was there at the time. And it took them, they're on bikes, and it takes them a little while to get down from, from the upper level. So that's where the cars get a little bit of a jump on them as they leave the scene. And then they take off in pursuit, heading towards the Las Vegas Strip right there. So if we want to walk over here, you can see this is the pole. I have never even seen some of this stuff before. There's a big sidewalks painted for him. A lot of people writing all kinds of interesting things there. You got a banner up. People put things on there. They put things on the fence. It's funny because I have never even seen this before, so this is interesting. But and then some of Tupac's, some of the phrases and stuff that he's known for. And so, people definitely Wow, there's got to be thousands of signatures and people that have visited this post here. So, this is kind of the only real thing here there is to write on, other than the pavement that they did right here. And as you can see, it's got 30 years of people leaving their mark on it and putting all kinds of different things on it. But so this would be, if you look right where that maroon SUV is, that would have been right where they were at the time of the shooting. Of course, you got the sphere in the background. Obviously, wasn't there yet. Just to give you kind of bearings of, if you're a little bit familiar with Las Vegas, you know where we're at, just because you can see the sphere right there. So we are pulling up right now on Koval and Flamingo, and we're going to get into this lane right here, and we're going to be exactly where they were when he was shot, which would have been right here. They were sitting right here where we sit now. The car pulled up on their right-hand side, and opposite of me, and opened fire on them right there on the spot, right where we sit. So I'm gonna set the mileage, reset the mileage, and we're gonna see exactly how far they went that night. I've always taken a best guess at somewhere around a half a mile, but we're gonna make sure we get it actually right. And I want to show you what happens too when we make a U-turn here. So they made a U-turn here, and this intersection is not designed for a U-turn. It's designed for a left turn or to go straight. They made a U-turn because they're obviously in a life and death situation, and they're just needed to get out of there as fast as they can, which is a little bit strange that they made the U-turn instead of just going straight. But, there might have been a car in front of them. All right, so watch it. You make your U-turn here. So when you make your U-turn, you come over here, and what's here? A curb. Boom, boom. And your front tire and your back tire hit, and you blow your rims off. You blow your tires off the rims of the car, and I'll guarantee you that's where they blew the tires off of the rims, right there. And people say, well, you can't drive on a car with the two flat tires. You can't drive well, but you can. You can drive for sure. I've seen in a lot of chases, a lot of police chases where tires have gone flat, and you can go a lot farther than you would think, especially when it's a life and death type of situation, and you're just trying to get out of there. You don't care about the car. You just want to get out. So we're already one block in. We're heading up to the strip. We're right in front of Batista's Italian restaurant, which has been here a long, long time. And that was here. That was here in '96. And you can see traffic it's not terrible, but it is kind of thick, and it's just we're out here on a Tuesday night at 11:30 p.m. There's really no special events going on tonight, so I wouldn't expect that it would be too bad. This hotel off to the right, Vanderpump, used to be the name escapes me at the moment. But we're coming up on Las Vegas Boulevard right here. They got in this lane, and this is where they turned left, which is southbound. And we're going to cross right in front of the Bellagio. which I believe was not the Bellagio at the time. Caesars is off to the right-hand side. Caesars was there. Oh, this was the Barbary Coast, was the name I was trying to think of. And we're now 4/10 of a mile into it. So we turn left. We're now southbound on the Las Vegas Strip, which is exactly where they were. And we've still got to go a little farther south. Right now we're in front of the Paris and, of course, the Bellagio. And we're just getting past that. And we're at half a mile right now. Actually, just went to a little more than half a mile. So it's a little bit farther than I had anticipated. I would always guess, I'm often asked how far that distance is between where he shot and where he ended up. And my best guess was half a mile. Looks like it's going to be a little bit longer than that, but not much longer. Okay, now we're coming up on Harmon right here. So this is where they made their left turn, which they weren't able to complete the turn. So they come right through here, they hang a left, but they're going too fast, and they got two flat tires, and they lose control of the vehicle right here, which is 8/10 of a mile. So just short of a mile. So that's where it ended up at, was the Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, literally in the middle of the intersection, which is a huge intersection. Even though it's changed a little, it was big back then too. So, here we, at the time of filming this, it's only day 2 of the trial of Keefe D. So we have no idea what's going to happen with that, but we'll just wait and see what happens 30 years later. I can't believe it was 30 years ago myself, but here we are. I got you.
Ready? Black Power. We ready. Black Power.
Black Power. We about to storm the Collin County Courthouse. Now, real talk. We out here for Karmelo Anthony. This is the hearing for a new trial. We already know that he got railroaded out the gate. He shouldn't even be here. He should have been acquitted. In fact, he shouldn't have ever been charged in the first place. Because this was a clear case of self-defense. We out here to reinforce that theory, not just that theory, but that fact. This was a case of self-defense. I want y'all to know that. And let's go right here. Crystal, in your mind, what do you see happening? Like, speak a little loud. It's like, you hear me? Okay, what do you see happening, in this courtroom today? Do you think that justice will prevail? Or?
We don't know. We about to find out. We could have went from the pot to the frying pan. You know what I'm saying? Because we still live in Collins County. But what we do know is that there's a team in there. You need a machine in America. You know what I'm saying? The average everyday person going in Collins County gets railroaded on a daily basis. I just heard a brother come and tell us they're trying to give somebody 128 years for some paperwork. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of racism going on. So we about to find out. The people out here, the community is out here, the new Black Panther Party members, we represent Texas. You know what I'm saying? So we here. Willie D, you always cover down. Black power to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? The sister right here from Mississippi, we're gonna get you on her show. She one of the ones that in Jackson, they killed her son and buried behind the jail, 600 people buried behind the jail.
I was just reading about that too.
Yeah.
I read about it before that.
I met her. She was out there when we was out there for Trey Reed in Mississippi.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? You covered that.
Yeah.
So all the freedom fighters is coming together. We want all black people to stand up, no matter what you're doing. You don't have to be a Black Panther, but if you got that spirit, be a Black Panther. You can be an everyday person. You know what I'm saying? You can get now. You can do an email. You can stand up, put a flyer. Everybody needs to stand up and stand in solidarity. We love how you standing on business for Nolan Wells. You covering all these cases. We need to have a solid block where everybody get in. You know what I'm saying? And when the call is made, we all fall in.
It's all hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
Let me tell you something about being down for a cause. You don't always have to come out, hold up signs. You ain't got to march. You ain't got to, you know, you can be boots on the ground like this. There's all kinds of ways to support. Everybody got something that they can do, even if you ain't doing nothing but being positive about the situation and not trying to, you know, down what everybody else is doing. Because a lot of times in our community, the people who complain the most do the least. Right. You hear what I'm saying? They don't do nothing. They don't donate. They don't provide any type of aid. They don't provide resources. They don't even provide a crack. All they do is talk down and complain. So everybody got a right to complain if you think you've been done wrong. But after you complain, you got to do something about it. So that's what we out here doing right now. We doing something about it as much as we can. Indeed, I've been in that courtroom, and I can see how brothers get railroaded every day. Karmelo got a dream team up in there. I'm telling y'all, it's impressive to be in there inside of that courtroom and see, witness how well skilled his lawyers are. They're in there killing the prosecution. But the prosecution is so arrogant they don't even know it. Then the DA, this dude is hard. He in that line and everything. He's doing everything he can to stop this boy from getting justice, to stop his family from getting justice. But the trick is that you're exposed, and anytime when you're dealing with powerful people, you might not be able to match their money, you might not be able to match their numbers, but you expose them, and that's what they don't want to see, especially in these small towns like Collin County. You know, these people used to doing things a certain way. They got a good old boy system, and they got the deck stacked. Yeah. And so you start talking about justice, they're like, justice is just us. Get out of here. You know? They laugh at that type of thing. It's funny if you watch this prosecutor. It's really sad to know that this guy got that type of power, because everybody don't have Karmelo Anthony resources. Like Karmelo Anthony got a cold-blooded team, and plus he got the nation behind him too. So, but we got so many more youngsters that's in the same position. You know, there's so many youngsters out here who don't have the resources, and they don't have the eyeballs, they don't have the ears of the nation. But we gotta uplift them too wherever we can. You know what I'm saying? And I understand the frustration for those of y'all who might be going through that. I understand the frustration, but you can't give up. You got to keep on pounding, keep on going.
That's right.
You got to keep on going, because they counting on you quick. They counting on the public to forget about it and move on. You know, this stuff happens so frequently that it's hard to keep up with it, but we ain't really got no choice, because eventually it's gonna come to your doorstep. Some of y'all out there right now, you're distant. You're thinking to yourself, well, I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's happening in Texas. I'm up here in Chicago, or I'm up here in Saginaw, Michigan. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm telling you, sooner or later, it's gonna affect you directly. It's coming to your doorstep, because that's why you gotta punish people when they do wrong. You cannot reward bad behavior. Too long in this country, we have been rewarding bad behavior. That's why we haven't seen a shift in these hangings and these drownings. You haven't seen people get prosecuted because they're not being held accountable. So this is why this emboldens the rest of them when they see people getting away with this type of stuff. When they see these uncivilized mutts getting GoFundMes and gifts and goals, and they're raising $500,000 after they kill one of our babies, they go like, well, damn, man, that's the hustle. If I do that, I'm gonna be taken care of. So that's why they take care of each other a lot of times.
We almost done. We almost done.
We said just get a little
We almost done.
He said get close.
We heard him. We almost done. All right, Black Power, come on. Black Power.
Yeah. All right.
Black Power. We wrapping
So
up.
again, now here's the thing. if we were on the other side, you know, if we were on the other side, these are microaggressions. You see what he just did? He would not have done that if we had been on the other side. But this is the type of stuff that we got to deal with all the time, you know what I'm saying? And this is the frustrated thing. And I understand, trust you me, we've been fighting for a long time. We ain't got no choice though. We don't have a choice. It's for everybody out there listening that ain't really doing nothing, sitting on your hands, or even for those of y'all that's thinking, what can I do? What can I do? It's always something you can do, but not doing anything is not an option. So that's why we're here today, y'all. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. Bring the ghetto boy.
Y'all, let's get a photo too real quick. We can do it while she's sitting down around her shirt.
Got these Panthers out here, y'all. Yeah, full regalia.
Come on, I got video.
Wait a minute. No. Oh, shit. Okay. Never seen Willie like it was. Never been seen.
You want to sit down? You can. A bit of research earlier, so I'm not sure.
All right. There you go, brother. We'll sit up on the
Look at the
topic. Black power. We doing good?
No,
No,
not
you.
that.
Huh?
You were trying to pull fucking Panther Club together. It's gonna be like it's difficult. You know, some of just don't want to come out and play.
Well, we all knew it was going to come to this, you know, in regards to this Karmelo Anthony case, Karmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf, a whole lot of things is coming out. Y'all know I was covering this case extensively, and I was talking about all the backdoor deals and stuff that they had when they was trying to cover things up. So now you have the radical right conservatives that they're totally dismissing all the allegations levied against Austin Metcalf, and they're just running real fast, right? As fast as they can. They're running on this Karmelo Anthony situation where he had tweets out from a year prior to the incident about we're going to read off onto that, right? About things that he had with his ex-girlfriend in 2021. Is alleged he called a boy a B in school and he got jumped. So there's a lot of stuff, but when you get to the Karmelo Anthony, you get to Austin Metcalf's side, it gets real crazy, right? And now we understand why his father was calling Karmelo watermelon felon and saying a whole bunch of racial stuff. Now we get where it comes from. They also have a history of bullying other black boys on the school, right? So he's going to get a new trial. This is going to be a mistrial. He'll probably get out on bail. He's going to get a whole new trial because this thing is just all crazy.
Service Sam here with a Karmelo Anthony update. And this was huge. I just had a brilliant conversation with Ashley and Janetta Brantley. Make sure you go check it out on my YouTube at Secret Service Sam or my Facebook. But one thing that really stuck out, and I need you guys to hear me clear on this, the text message that they are saying that Karmelo sent to his ex-girlfriend was from at least a year before this incident took place. The media is trying to paint it as if that text message was sent like the morning of or the day before, but it was not. That was from years before. And it was also taken out of context. But even if you don't want to believe it was taken out of context, it was nowhere near when this tragic event occurred. But there were texts from Austin and Hunter saying that they wanted to K that MFer, which were much closer to when this happened. And in my mind, they have like a salt of evidence they're putting against Karmelo, and we have concrete bags of evidence showing the prior history of the Metcalf twins. And it goes to show through this gentleman's agreement, I don't know how they did it. Bill the Worski somehow convinced Mike Howard to go against everything that was right and enter into this gentleman's agreement because they knew how damaging the background was of the Metcalf twins compared to Karmelo's background. But again, that text message that everybody is to lick the blood off was more than a year before this happened. So I just want you to think about that. Secret Service, Sam, out.
So when you get to this Karmelo Anthony situation, it says a text message from Karmelo Anthony discussed violence after he claimed senior students jumped him because he called someone to be. The evidence also included an allegation involving Anthony stalking his girlfriend. Another text Anthony sent to his girlfriend stated, "I'm someone and lick the blood off my blade," was sent in October 2024. Prosecutors also referenced pages and pages of notes found in Apple Notes of Anthony's phone. A black and white photograph showed Anthony holding a toy firearm while shirtless. Now, mind you, we saw countless pictures of the Metcalf boys holding firearms while also having these other allegations leveled against them. Defense attorney Mike Howard testified that the incidents raised in motions were covered by the agreement between the defense and the prosecution, right? It says, Docket Diva says separate details from Thursday hearing. Prosecutors also referenced a rant about Mexicans that was also among the evidence involving Karmelo Anthony. Defense attorney Mike Howard testified that the evidence was covered by the agreement between the prosecution and defense, while prosecutor Russell Wilson questioned why the agreement was never put in writing. Oh man, so y'all had a secret backdoor deal that was never ever put in writing. Prosecutors are emphasizing the timing between Anthony's ex-girlfriend Valerie reporting him to school officials and the unaliving of Austin Metcalf. According to Worski, Valerie is a school official that morning. A school official that morning that she had broken up with Anthony and that he was allegedly following her around. Right. About an hour later, prosecutors said Anthony unalived Austin at the track meet. Worski also alleges that Anthony had a history of violence and was obsessed with starting fights. He further said Anthony had previously been taken to LSU to attend a special program at LSU for children with violent behavior, right? So that's the one part they're saying. But then you get over here, we get over here to Austin Metcalf, where we get a chance to see some recently unsealed documents, right? It said recently unsealed documents and court testimonies revealed that Austin Metcalf had multiple past school reports accusing him of bullying black students. This information emerged during a post-conviction retrial hearing for Karmelo Anthony, often misspelled as Karmelo in social media. During the post-trial hearing in Collin County, Texas, Anthony's new appellate team presented previous hidden character dossiers regarding Austin Metcalf and his twin brother. These records included 2023 bullying allegations. School records from 2023 indicated that Metcalf had bullied a black student in class but faced no formal discipline. 2025 stay-away order in March 2025, just 1 month before the fatal track meet, unaliving, Metcalf was formally ordered to stay by school officials to stay away from a different black student. So he had a whole history of running down and bullying black students. So what was his intent when he ran up on Karmelo Anthony while Karmelo Anthony was sitting there, right? So this whole thing it's not just that, it gets worse because this is what the news is reporting.
Both prosecutors and the defense in this case presented their case using a motion for a new trial hearing to expose the violent backgrounds of both Anthony and Austin Metcalf.
JD Miles has been in the courtroom all day, and he joins us now live with the latest. JD, there is a lot to unpack here.
There was a private off-the-record agreement between attorneys for Karmelo Anthony and prosecutors to keep the sordid backgrounds of the victim out of the ear of the jury and the public, to focus solely on the murder trial and what happened under that tent at the Frisco High School track meet last year. But now there's in this motion for a new trial, the background reports are being released, and the defense is going first, releasing 20 pages now of Austin Metcalf's behavioral history. Karmelo Anthony was dressed in a suit and tie for this morning's hearing, which began with the defense arguing that efforts by the trial judge and prosecutors to combat threats and deal with disruptions actually prevented Anthony from getting an open and fair trial. But bombshell testimony came this afternoon from Anthony's trial attorney, Mike Howard, about Austin Metcalf's background report that was never presented to the jury. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background. Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK blacks, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism." There are several documented instances of Austin using racial slurs in school, and in 2023, Austin was accused of black student in class. In 2018, while still in elementary school, Austin and his brother were accused of assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach. He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids." At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Austin reportedly replied, "The 2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice." School disciplinary records from April 2022 to May 2024 reveal that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth. In 2024, on at least 5 occasions, Austin saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during a football game. In 2021, he got banned from attending basketball games for a season after yelling profanity at a player. Metcalf also got suspended after he and another student were talking about bringing a gun to school the following day.
So this is the hypocrisy of a lot of these W folks. When you look at the background of Austin Metcalf, they're willing to overlook that, right? Because they don't like Karmelo. But if it was the other way around and Austin Metcalf did that to Karmelo and Karmelo had that background, oh, they would be going crazy. But this is why I'm saying these are not good people. These are not good character people. The history in this country speaks for itself, right? I don't like some of the things I heard about Karmelo, if it's true. I don't know if it's all true or not, right? But what they got on a record and documented base fact for these boys, they run interference and make excuses for their behavior, and it's crazy, right? Knowing if it was the other way around, they would not do that. These black conservatives, they're going to stay quiet. They have a history of bullying other boys where they had a stay away order. They kicked the girl in the stomach. All this stuff is on a record, but they'll make excuses for him. So Willie D, he's in Texas, and he went over there to holler at Carmelo Anthony's parents, and they said this.
So we just wrapped up the first day for the motion for a new trial. So how do you think it went?
It's mixed feelings.
Yeah.
Everything we noticed, a lot of things about the boys that wasn't sent out to the public. You agree? Mm-hmm. Based on what was told, the narrative, it hurt us, man. It just made us. It's right now. I'm still. It was so much at that time.
Yeah. It was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Damn, the dude had a penchant for fighting for life.
Yes.
Very, very.
Never
violent.
put out there.
Yeah, like his friends or so-called friends.
Mama, yeah, that threw me off. I mean, your mama. I said, man, you got to be different.
Threatening to slap his daddy.
Yeah.
He don't do nothing. This right here, like he was a real problem. When I heard all that stuff, I'm talking about a treasure trove of incidents captured on his phone. It ain't like this is not third-hand knowledge. This is him recording himself in most cases or passing along text messages.
Yes, and it was very shocking. Like I said, right now, it's so much to take in because it's like, man, what? Yeah. I mean, somebody to do that, and how that picture was painted, like it was the perfect angel. I'm just still, like I said, I'm going to shock this to mama.
Yeah. Keefe, how hard was it to hear them in there talking, the prosecutor, Worski, speaking publicly about your son, saying things that you know that are not true?
It was very hard. It was very hard.
Yeah.
It was very hard.
Yeah. And as a father, you know, when you hear the things that were said about Nolan, and I saw your reaction many, many times, you know, and you like, it was like you wanted to say something. How hard was it not to say something?
Man, it's hard, man. God is real. That's what I can tell you, man. It was hard.
Yeah.
Based on, you know, the temperature we have right now, with, like I said, you know, like it's like, man,
Yeah.
you know, the things that was revealed, the mindset of these kids, of them, that's what they do.
Yeah.
My kid could have been.
Right.
That's what hurts more than anything. Man, it's as a father, it's like, man, like what do you, as a black father, well, how can you have a conversation with your son? What can you really tell your son?
Yeah. Yeah. Your new attorneys,
remarkable.
Led by Russell.
I don't understand what happened with that either.
Not
I
that
feel like
Yeah. So now all of the stuff is coming out, and it has to come out because Carmelo Anthony is seeking a new trial, and the deadline is August 24th. They have until August 24th. If the judge doesn't allow this, it's going to be denied, right? And they will have to go through step 2. So they're fighting tooth and nail to try to get a new trial, and based off the evidence of getting the judge removed, a lot of stuff that wasn't out about character. The one thing that's sticking out is not the fact that they allegedly said that he did whatever he did to moms. He also had a history of bullying black kids before, and that's a problem. Because I often say, had he never walked up to Karmelo in the first place, we wouldn't be here. You can make all the excuses you want for how Karmelo responded or reacted. Had he never approached Karmelo, we would not be here. But his history explains why he walked up to Carmelo Anthony. He has a history of being a bully. And because he has a history of being a bully, now we're here. That's the one thing that these black conservatives and a lot of these W folks don't want to acknowledge. Well, he should have just fought. No, he shouldn't have walked over there, period. How about that? So now, and we know we got the Case and Allison case where he only received 10 years, where he had a 24-hour period before there was an unaliving and text messages and everything. But where he said he was allegedly being bullied. And he had a premeditated 24 hours where he came to school with a weapon and somebody was unalived. But he received 10 years that he's now appealing. But you gave this boy 35 years. Explain that. But we'll see how this goes. If y'all made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. And remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
And you folks was trying to crown him as just such a good guy. And oh my God, Karmelo is just a savage. Oh, look what he did. Look, it's amazing how listen, anytime, and I've seen this so many times, anytime I see them just coming out supporting somebody, I'm always gonna wonder, I don't think that's one of the good ones that they should be supporting. Because 9 times out of 10, they don't really support the good ones. And listen, you know who really got that rabbit hole started? The old silly daddy. When that fool came out saying watermelon felon, the moment that he said that, I say, oh boy. I say, okay. And then listen, I've been the one telling you that they know the N-word by the age of 2. Now, why do I say that? Around the age of 2, they start talking. The reason why they know that word, not because they were born with that in their head. No, nobody is. But they say that mess so much around those children that they end up saying it, whether it's the direct parents or other family members, somebody in their community saying it around these children. And you know how some people like to hear children cuss, and so they try to make them cuss and get them to say it so they can laugh, hee hee ha ha. Oh, you heard that child say it, which is despicable. They do the same thing about the N-word too. They say it in front of them, and then they want them to say it so they can laugh about it. But what I said about that old daddy of theirs, I said, see, what a lot of you do in that community of yours, you may not would have took it that far, like your son did. You may not been one to spray KKK on a wall. You may not been one to walk around saying the N-word in public. You may say it all day in your house, but you didn't say it in public. But when you're teaching your kids this mess, you don't know if that kid gonna take it to the next level and act on everything you taught them. So let's call it what it is. It's their daddy fault. Why part of the reason why he not here. Now, of course, Austin made his own choices. But instead of teaching your kid right from wrong, instead of trying to blame the black man or the black community for the source of your problems because you failed, you are a failure. You failed all over the place. You literally handed a rich $1 trillion country, literally, that you didn't even build. All you had to do was maintain it, and you couldn't do that. America has went to hell in a handbasket, is in debt upon debt because you ruined everything. If you had actually got along with the black man and black woman of America, if you wasn't trying to import all these foreigners into this country to undermine the black man and black woman's progress in America, this country would be still on top. It's just a cultural thing. Black people working jobs. Let's ship all the manufacturing to China. Let's ship it to Vietnam. Now the Chinese is above you. Every time you try to undercut the black man and woman, it always falls. You always mess up. It's like my grandfather said, when you dig a ditch for somebody else, you gonna fall in it. And that's exactly what's happening to them in that culture of theirs. They falling right in it. Their greatest friend was the black man and black woman. And we don't want to hear no talk of it anyway now. Them days are done. We don't want to hear that. Go do you over there. Now, let's you know how I like to do it. Let's take our time. Let's slow walk this. I'm looking up because I'm thinking a little bit. Let's start it back up. I love this. And before I get started, I'm going to be talking to actually a lot of the black people tonight. I'm talking about those of you who got on these podcasts, those of you who sitting up here making videos all over social media demonizing Karmelo Anthony, right? He defended himself from a rabid, violent, anti-black racist. That's what he defended himself from. This guy had got in trouble with the law. Karmelo had no trouble with the law. Let's cue this back up because we're going to take our time.
Karmelo Anthony was dressed in a suit and tie for this morning's hearing, which began with the defense arguing that efforts by the trial judge and prosecutors to combat threats and deal with disruptions actually prevented Anthony from getting an open and fair trial. But bombshell testimony came this afternoon from Anthony's trial attorney, Mike Howard, about Austin Metcalf's background report that was never presented to the jury. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background. Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation.
Listen to what they did. It's not the vandalism part. It's what they were spray painting. That is considered hate crimes. And we all know this. But if they would have did this on a certain, I'm gonna say 2 different communities in this country, maybe it would have been a little different. But this is Texas. Well, definitely one community for sure. The other community, maybe not. But they only got probation when something had been a hate crime. That was a hate crime. And yet, see, I told y'all, they commit so many crimes in this country, but because they all clicked up with each other, they get away with it. They get slaps on the wrist. So when they tell you, oh, blacks commit all these crimes, no. It's not that blacks commit all these crimes. Y'all commit more crime, way more crime. You are the crime leader in America. You are. But you'll get convicted because y'all cover for each other. And this is why it is great black people have delineated, because you have to also delineate from this system, because you also uphold the system too. And this system is made to run in darkness. See, what the grassroots do is shine a light on that darkness. And as long as that darkness is not being challenged with the light, they can get away with whatever they want to get. Look at the situation with Nolan Wells. They scurrying over there. Why? Because light is shining on that spot. And all that dirt they like to do it in darkness. When that light come on, that truth come on, they can't handle that. Because they were so upfront and righteous, it'd be too easy just to hand evidence over. It's too easy to do everything. Like the more and more you go along, the more and more you looking guilty. And all the black people that's been unalived in Mississippi and Alabama and all these different places and quickly say they did it to themselves or whatever, they hurry up and close the case, they all in on it. And I said that before, from the cops to the medical examiner to the prosecutors, judges, they all in on it. No different than back in the day when you watch some civil rights movies and you see all the same people all are part of the Klan. It's the same thing today. Nothing has changed. Nothing about that culture has changed at all. It is not progressive. Well, let's continue. Let's continue.
Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism."
Okay, so spray painting KKK and Nazi stuff. Okay, that's just being dumb. That's vandalism. Not maybe you were some sort of graffiti artist or something. They caught you or something like that. Not nothing like that. That somebody say, well, yeah, it's kind of messed up, but it look good. No, not that. No, hate crime. You call it it's just some vandalism. Oh boy. Okay. All right.
There are several documented instances of Austin using racial slurs in school. And in 2023, Austin was accused of bullying a black student in class. In 2018.
All right. So he used racial slurs and bullied a black kid. Now, take that in consideration. Karmelo Anthony shows up and he's underneath the tent, right? This is a rabid, violent, anti-black racist. He's coming to do, that's why he put hands on him. Now you understand why Austin METCALF put hands on him, because he was already like this in his life. He did not like black people. So he saw Karmelo and went after Karmelo. But that day did end like he thought it was going to end that day. And that's why I tell you, anybody, leave people alone. You don't know what's going on with a person. You don't know what they got on them. Leave people alone. See, when your anti-black hatred leads you to do things like this, not all black people going to sit up there and take it. I won't let everybody know that. Not all black people going to take your racism. Some black people going to just go on and crash out on you. And they don't care about it. Some people really don't care. Some people like jail. But they hid all this anti-black racism because it'll be hard for the jury to defend it. It'd be very hard. So when you say he was defending himself against an anti-black racist, and that's how he approached him, because look at his background, how he said racial slurs, how he attacked black people, how he's spray playing the Klan and all this stuff on the wall, and he got arrested and he did probation. Clearly, this kid is an anti-black racist, and Karmelo Anthony had to defend himself against a rabid, violent white supremacist. That's why that prosecutor didn't want that out. I love the era we live in, because at one point in time, if this was the 1980s, Karmelo had just been stuck up a creek somewhere. If this was the 90s, same thing. But in this era, this digital era, with cameras, social media, grassroots pressure, because see, you didn't have that kind of pressure unless it was a march or an uprising like the 92 riots or something like that. It has to be an uprising for them to kind of get it. You don't have to do no uprising anymore. You don't have to do that. You could just keep the pressure on them. You could just look at what they're saying. You could research it. You could look for video or whatever. And the crazy part is, which is even more what y'all don't understand the beauty of, we have AI. So really they can take something they're saying and say, hey, cross-reference what they just said. Tell me all the cases related to this. Tell me this, tell me that. If you know how to do it right, prompt right, and do all that and get the right links and resources to go look and see and verify. Of course, verify what AI is telling you. Please verify. But we have AI now, which is, to me, one of the greatest inventions ever for Black people, in my opinion. You may not think so. Some of you look at it as, oh, it's displacement. It's going to do this to people. Man, every new technology do something to people. I'm not worried about that. I'm looking at the good it can solve. I'm looking at so much good. It fact checks them in real time. They can't lie like they used to. We don't believe nothing anyway they say. So Karmelo Anthony defended himself. And see, when we talked about it can't be no two standards in America, it can't be a standard for them where they can just defend themselves for anything, right? But a Black person that's truly in fear of their life from a rabid anti-Black racist, okay, but he gets 35 years? No, it can't be like that. It can't be like that. And what Rhonda say? Rhonda say, that's why I watch and listen to AD&C and listen to Rutherford, Demetra, Emma, and Vicky, and the others. Okay, we appreciate that. And then Lisa says, "Thank you for all your wonderful work." Look, we just doing what we feel we need to do. But to the Black people that was out here making videos, Stephen A. Smith, because you were one of the loudest ones, right? How do you feel now, Stephen A? Stephen A, are you going to make a video now on your podcast, brother? Now. Austin situation that came out. Are you going to go back and talk about this? Stephen A, y'all go ahead on and let Stephen A know that, hey, Stephen A, we waiting on that podcast, brother. Waiting on it. Listen, we are not going to defend a Black person that's doing something wrong. We're not going to do that. I'm surely not going to defend a Black person that did this. If Karmelo Anthony was out here just doing some wrong things, I wouldn't defend it. But we knew something wasn't right because one thing, we know our people. We know our people. And we know a Black person is not going to just go do something to a white person like that. We know that's just not going to happen. We know. So I say, what position was he put in for him to do this? Y'all was up here demonizing, oh, what they did with the money and this and that and the third and the money. Yeah, y'all gave all kind of money to Chud the Builder. Oh boy, Chud the Builder. Oh boy. He wasn't around here saying that another anti-Black racist running around. They notice that's all who they want to support. They give millions of dollars and all kind of money to those who are anti-Black racists. That other Shiloh Hendricks woman that gave her a bunch of money. But I said before, y'all notice they never raise that kind of money for white Americans who have cancer and need treatment. They never raise that kind of money for white Americans who don't have health insurance in the hospital and they want to donate money in one of these white rural areas so they can go to the doctors and the hospitals or whatever so they don't get bad treatment. Notice they never get together to give money to any white Americans. They give all this money to Daniel Penny. They unalive Jordan Neely. They give him millions of dollars. But they won't go focus on white Americans who's homeless right now, who need to be in a shelter, who need a place to stay. They won't raise millions of dollars for those white Americans. I'm not telling them to go give us nothing. Go do that for your own. Only time you want to raise millions of dollars is for some anti-Black racist. It lets you know that you don't love white people. You claim that you are a white nationalist, but you don't love white people. You only love savagery. You don't love white people because if you love white people, you will raise millions of dollars for white children. If you love white people, you complain about all this immigration into Europe. Well, why don't you go into Europe then? Why don't you go back to your homeland of Europe and build it up? Because remember, you fled. You talk about all these other immigrants. You was the original fleer. You fled Europe. A lot of your people stayed behind. They didn't flee. They still in Europe fighting for it. Why don't you go over there and fight for it? You talking about all these different people in this country and what Jake Lang say the other day, it's a white country. No. Europe is white. Go over there. But see, you can't even build that up without the immigrants, because that's why they're coming over there, because you can't build it up. What about all the poor white kids in Eastern Europe? There's a lot of them. You're not trying to help those poor white kids, but you're a white nationalist? What kind of white nationalist is that? That they don't help white people? Am I the only one that maybe think like that? Or could I be wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. But that's a sorry white nationalist to me if you don't love white people. And the only time you care about them unless they harm a black person. Then you care about them. Then you give them so much money they never seen in their life. And then that money ruins those people. Because most of these people you help giving this money to are poor people. And if a poor person get a major influx of cash like that, they can literally harm them, literally. You set a precedent, well, in order to get a bag, I got to go be racist toward black people. So now you're seeing these little copycat streamers doing the exact same thing Chud was doing. But here's the thing. Chud was smart to where he did it at, though. Chud didn't go in the heart of Memphis and try that. He noticed they don't go to the quote unquote hood and go holler at street dudes with all that N-word talk. They don't do that. They stay on these little other areas. They're not big and bad like talking about. Yeah, you're right. They love destruction. They only want to support degenerates. They do not want to support elderly white people who's in nursing homes and going to get put out because of the cut to Medicare and all that because of Trump's big, beautiful bill. They're not trying to help those white people. They got rural hospitals that's shutting down in white areas. These rural areas are white areas. They're not raising millions of dollars to keep the hospital open for their people. No. They rather go give Daniel Penny money and Shiloh Hendricks money, and they rather give Chud the Builder money. They'll do all kind of things just so you could be a rabid white supremacist and a degenerate. Well, boy, I'm so glad. Ooh, God, I'm so glad I'm part of the culture. I'm so glad I am part of this culture. I'm so glad to be who you made me to be. Thank you, Father, for doing that. I'm happy to be a foundational Black American. I'm very happy that you did not put me in that culture. So listen, you start really peeling back the onion layers. That's a lot of mental health. Deep mental health issues. Psychosis. It's a whole lot of things you can go into with that, right? And it doesn't get better. It just get passed down. Austin Metcalf wasn't raised in the 1950s and 40s. Austin Metcalf was in a modern era. And yet they will not let that go because I told you, when you pass something down to your children, that's culture you're passing down. So how is it that Austin Metcalf is acting like and speaking just like his ancestors from the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s? Austin Metcalf wasn't around segregation, Jim Crow. He wasn't around slavery. He wasn't around any of it. But yet he speaks in the same tongue as the people of his lineage. Why? Because when I told you, it's not racism, it's culture. Let's cue this back up.
While still in elementary school, Austin and his brother were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach.
You know who that sounds just like? Your boy Kyle Rittenhouse. He was doing the same thing. What is it y'all attacking girls? You cowards. You gonna punch a girl in the stomach, really? That says a lot about you. But that's who y'all wanted to support, folks. That's who you wanted to support. A coward that punch girls and knock girls to the ground. My Lord. Y'all. We don't have to do nothing. All we gotta do is sit back and watch the Lord work. We don't have to do nothing. Everything is unraveling on its own. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do no uprising. Everybody is getting their comeuppance right now. I mean, everybody who have forsaked us. Notice they getting their comeuppance. All of them. We living in a beautiful era. Oh, we living in a beautiful era, brothers and sisters. Yes, you're right. It's cultural and spiritual. You say they are their ancestors. You doggone right. Yes, they are. Now let's go ahead and continue here real quick.
He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids."
He was kicked out of a football game and he was violent and wanted to go harm other children. But this is the guy, Fox News, that y'all are bigging up every day. Oh, he's such a victim. Sound like he was a public menace, a criminal. See, when we support people, notice they aren't doing things like this when we support people. Let's continue.
At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MF."
So now he wants to, just because somebody's talking, right? And they have a right to, whether you like it or not. His response was basically to unalive the person. So think about it. This is the guy that approached Karmelo Anthony. Fox News. This is the guy that approached Karmelo Anthony, that guy. Who has a history of violence, who attack girls, who attack black people, say racial slurs, in line with spraying the Klan, and all kinds of things he's doing, Nazi stuff. This is that guy at Fox News, and all you shucking and jiving shines, bootlicking to defend Austin Metcalf. That what you defending? That's what you defending. Okay. All right.
During the 2023-2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice. School disciplinary records from April 2022 to May 2024 reveal that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity.
So he disrespects authority. Come on, folks. Law and order, right? That's who y'all are. Law and order. That's not order. He disrespected his teachers. He called them the B word and all that to a teacher who's trying to educate him. So let's recap. He spray paints vile, Nazi, anti-black things, Klan, all the other things. He says the N-word. He bullies other black people. He attacks girls. He physically assaults girls. When somebody's just talking, his reaction is to unalive them. If teachers get on to him and say something, he calls them out their name and everything. This is the guy y'all defending, especially you on Fox News. This is the guy y'all defending. Okay. All right.
He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth.
He could. Oh, that's that classic. I can never take responsibility. I don't know what happened. It just came out of my mouth. No, it didn't come out of your mouth. You formulated the words and you said it. But one thing that the folks don't like to do is take personal responsibility for their actions and hold each other accountable. It's always somebody else's fault. You know, prime example, I can't get a job because black people getting them. Affirmative action. I can't get a job because the immigrant. It's always somebody else's fault when you lazy. Sorry, you're just lazy. It's always somebody else's fault when you do something or you don't do something. It's everybody else's fault. You never take responsibility for what you do or what you don't do. They go into school doing what they normally do, Connor and them do, airing it out. Got to say it a little certain way. Well, he had a mental health aspect. His dog died, and his, he was sad that, that his favorite comic book movie went off the air, and they called him weird in school, and it's everybody else's fault. Not that he chose to go do what he did. It's everybody else's fault. Oh boy. Hey, like I said, when you just take your time with this stuff, y'all, and slow walk it, you really see how deep it is and how this is dangerous for just a society. I told you, this country will never know peace as long as they run it. I promise you. Denise down there, yes, they always blaming us, of course, because they don't take personal responsibility for their actions. They try to, everything they say we are, that's who they are, right? Black people, they all want the welfare and food stamps. They just lazy XYZ. And then we had that government shutdown. Who was the one in the food bank lines? Was it black people? Hell no. It was them. According to them, we the lazy ones. We don't want to work. That's why we getting welfare and food stamps. And, you remember that? Like, ooh, they going to cut off the food stamps. Ooh, black people. Ooh, you in trouble, black people. And then who was in trouble? I remember the pandemic. They were like, ooh, them Africans. Excuse me. Ooh, them Africans over there. Oh, man, this is going to be devastating for them. Then when the pandemic got started, it was 10 Europe up. And I'll never forget that article I covered. I think it was France 24. Said, how is it that people in the African continent, they ain't even hardly getting it? And they not, if they are, it's barely affecting them. And then when they start getting it? When they from Europe start going down there. And that's why they went on ahead and start locking it down in the African continent and say, nobody coming in here. I'm not making it up. I've covered all these stories. You can go look up exactly what I'm talking about. I would go another area with this, but I know these platforms, I can't say certain things, at least on these platforms. But let me say it like this. We wouldn't have a mass rush to do the CARES Act and anything else if it only affected us. Trust me. If it only affected us and it didn't affect them, trust me, it would have been, nothing would have happened. But because it mostly affected them more than anybody, I'm not saying it didn't affect us, but it affected them a whole lot more. That's why they were throwing the kitchen sink at everything. Don't even get me talking about Haiti. If they want to go there about Haiti. They told the president, hey, well, you need to do what we're doing over here. And the president, I got to say it a certain way. And President Jovenel like, nah, we cool. We got our own way of handling it. We locking down. We got our own way of handling it. Don't worry about it. We got it. And all the way up until that man was his life was taken. And I remember covering it. They only had 26 people during the whole time of the pandemic till they took that man's life, passed away of that virus. And the same thing, they couldn't figure it out. And they kept saying like, well, he don't even have, what we doing over here. You know what I'm talking about? He don't even have what we doing over here. And he don't even want it over there. Who's another one? President Magufuli in Tanzania. He like, yeah, we cool. And then all of a sudden, he got mysteriously unalive too. Wicked. But that's a conversation of another day. Conversation of another day. But that's all right, brothers and sisters. I told y'all before, we are living in the final hour. We're living in the final hour of white supremacy. And it's a good hour to live in. It's a good hour. Listen, always stand up for what's right. Be against sin and unrighteousness always, no matter if you are ridiculed for it, if you're not popular for it, because in the end, and always in the end, the long run, you always gonna come out on top. You'll be richly blessed for you not taking the wiles of the devil. Trust me on this. Don't take the shortcut. Take the route that you know is right. Trust me, you know what's right in your heart. You ain't got to go to nobody to church to know that. You know what's right in your heart, especially as a black person. We are the most closest to God you can have. Even when we do wrong, we know we wrong. We know we wrong. We know. And we figure it out. Do we have some ways to go? Yes, we do. As a people, oh, yes, we do. We definitely got a way to go. But you know what? We gonna come out on top because listen, we were put at the bottom, and that wasn't because we were lazy or shiftless or whatever. No, that was done by design. And now, we're rising up now, and they are descending. And you know, some people want it to be a fast thing, but no, you know, a slow descent is worse than a fast one. Because at least a fast one, you can kind of, you know, you can really rationalize it. But when you have a slow descent and you literally see it happening and you can't do nothing about it because it's moving slow, it's worse than a quick descent. It's kind of like a person having a long-term illness that's painful, that sort of thing, and they want to go, but they can't. No, it won't. That's the same thing about the fall. Just like that person would be in the hospital suffering for years with the illness, it's the same thing with their fall. But, you know, keep supporting sin and unrighteousness, and you will be shown every time. Let me tell you something. We are always going to be on the right side of history, because you got to understand, we are the moral authority of this country. We are the cultural leader of this country, and we are the spiritual leader of this country, period. And every time you forsake us, that's like with your bare foot, you kicking a bush full of spike thorns. I'll never forget that tree I saw in South Africa that had them thorns on it. I mean, it's like that long, and them spikes are so sharp. Oh my God, I've never seen a tree like that before, right? Well, that's like if you every time you try to do something to us, that's what you're doing. You kicking that thorn barefoot. You're gonna hurt yourself more by kicking that than we're trying to harm us in the end. You've done everything to us, and yet we've multiplied. You've done everything to us with all this, you know, you try to throw all these different, you know, I got to be careful what I'm about to say. You just done a whole lot of things to try to stifle our population. Y'all can fill in the blanks. Multiple ways, mass incarceration, different lifestyles that you pushed in our community, pushed a lot of that in jail to create those environments in jail. You've done a whole lot. But in spite of all that, we have multiplied. You know the story about Margaret Sanger. You put Planned Parenthood and all that stuff in our community specifically to try to stifle our population. And what ended up happening? It started hurting your population more. That's why the Republicans went to shut that down. If they were just stopping the black population, it would have been left alone. See, everything you try to do for us, it turns right back on you. You ain't figured that out? And so just let me give you a small thing before I leave. Just give me a second. Why don't you try something different? Hear me out. It was radical, I'm about to say. Why don't you try doing good to black people? I know it's crazy to hear that, right? Why don't you try doing good to black people? And maybe that goodness will return to you. Because see, every time you do bad to us, notice the bad returns to you, and sometimes in greater. So why don't you think this? One of the best things you can do, because it's old, is reparations in the form of cash payments. You don't need no study, because you didn't need a study for, you know, the trillions of dollars you paid during the CARES Act. You live in giving people loans without even checking their credentials. It said people all over the world have scammed money during that time period and got a lot of money out of the U.S. government because you weren't even checking, with no oversight, no nothing. So if you can do all that with no study, just on a vote, then you can do reparations the same way. And what if you do right by black people, pay reparations in the form of cash payments, get these laws changed where they just equal and fair? Not that black people want to be on top, just everybody's equal and fair, the same thing. That's all I really want. Everybody to be equal. Watch how that will return to you. Something good for a change. But you keep sowing bad seeds. And you wonder why these things keep coming up. Look at your reputation before the world. Donald Trump literally ruined your reputation. Ruined it. Even if you get a president that may be halfway decent. This man, I told y'all before, by the time that man get out of office, America will never be the same. Never. Well, his community will never be the same. Let me put it like that. America as they know it is gone. It's not coming back. And that's what they disappointed the most about. They thought that he was going to bring it back and make America great again. It's never coming back. Not in the way you think. It's not coming back. You have a new America, and it's not going to be within your image. And that's what I guess hurtful the most. And that's why you look at the 1950s and you just cry and lament because you just felt that was a golden age for you. That age is gone. It's gone. So with that being said, all right, everybody, thank y'all for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. Y'all have a good time. You definitely have a good time. It's the weekend. Spend time with your friends.
Oh, y'all, appreciate y'all tapping in. I'm about to end this. I just about to do the RBA. Make sure y'all
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. I'm gonna say thank you. I guess I'll talk to you in a couple hours or whatever. I got that boot camp thing too. So
Okay.
Oh
yeah. Try to get it in
before. Yeah. All right, then I'll talk to you a little later on in the afternoon. Okay.
Okay. Shout out to Sister Val for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. Shout out to Crew. What's the Crew in here? Shout out to Crew. Shout out to DSB and Michael
and Keefe.
and Cookies. Appreciate y'all tapping in. We'll see y'all later for Front Line Blacc News. In the meantime, make sure y'all check out our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Bucket Spencer Hands on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Chase on and out from the Mile High Income and Legal Mind for the City. Stay tuned for the RBA. Peace.
Peace.